members and veterans, their caregivers, and survivors. Those commitments will help us build on the progress we made in the past. We're going to make sure that the federal government is an employer of choice for military spouses. We're going to make sure that military families can get quality childcare when they need it, so they don't have to choose between a job or taking care of kids. And by supporting a basic needs allowance, we're going to confront food insecurity and promote well-being in our military community. This is a top priority for the Biden administration, and I hope that will continue beyond our tenure here. But we need your help. Military families live in every state, and while they share experiences, local needs are different. You know your district better than anyone, and you can speak to their unique experiences. So, how can you work with your local schools and businesses to empower our families? How can you partner with agencies, nonprofits, and other members to better serve those who serve us all? The fact that you are here today, learning from experts and listening to our military families, speaks volumes. So, thank you for what you've done and all that you will continue to do for our military families. And to all of the families with us today, I know that the scale of the challenges you face is matched by the pride and love you feel for this community. We owe you more, and we are here today to give you that. Thank you for your service, and may God protect our troops and their families.
Thank you very much, Dr. Biden. Joining us next for today's event is the 16th Sergeant Major of the Army, Michael A. Grinston. As a Sergeant Major of the Army, he is the Army Chief of Staff's personal advisor on matters affecting the enlisted force. He devotes the majority of his time traveling throughout the Army to observe training and interact with soldiers and their families. And he works through a variety of councils and boards to improve their lives. I'd like to introduce Sergeant Major of the Army, Michael A. Grinston.
Hello, I'm Sergeant Major of the Army, Michael Grinston. I'm honored for the opportunity to address the 2021 Congressional Military Family Caucus Summit. I miss the personal interactions we get by having these in person and hope to join you next year. I'd like to start by thanking Congresswoman Kathy McMorris Rogers and Congressman Sanford Bishop, the founders and co-chairs of the caucus, for all the important work you're doing for our military families. For over a year, we've said people first. That includes our families. Improvements in the quality of life areas of housing, childcare, healthcare, spouse employment, and PCS moves underscore our commitment to building a culture of cohesive teams. That begins every morning at home. I think some heard people first versus readiness. This is incorrect. People first is readiness. If soldiers come to work without distractions of issues at home, they're going to be more ready to accomplish any task we put in front of them. This is made clear as I travel across the Army and holding multiple feedback sessions with families. These conversations highlight the impact of family readiness has on our soldiers and in turn, our Army, your Army. As we move into 2022, and hopefully out of the pandemic, there are 3 areas impacting military family readiness I would like to talk about: housing, healthcare, and spouse employment. First, with housing, I'm proud to announce that we have fully implemented all 18 elements of the Tenant Bill of Rights in all 44 of our privatized housing installations. These provisions were critical to establishing trust between families and the housing partners. To date, we've only had one dispute that couldn't be resolved through the garrison commander requiring elevation to the Installation Management Command. Housing partners have committed to a $2.9 billion investment in family housing on top of the $1.6 billion the Army is committing to the housing that we own. These investments will not just build new homes, but significantly upgrade existing housing at nearly every installation. Coming out of the pandemic, we've seen historically high housing prices due to a shortage of inventory. Recently, the Secretary of Defense authorized expedited approval of temporary lodging expenses from 10 to 60 days in military housing areas experiencing a critical housing shortage. He also approved the increases to basic allowances for housing for many areas. I understand that this might not apply everywhere, so we're also giving more flexibility on assignment report dates to help alleviate some of the challenges associated with housing wait times and reduced inventory. Finding quality housing is one aspect of PCS moves. For the 10% of our soldiers enrolled in the Exceptional Family Member Program, there's a lot more to manage before even getting to that point. As we look at healthcare, EFMP is one of my biggest focus areas over the next year. In the past few months, I've met with dozens of EFMP families and learned more about the process than ever before. We're working with Human Resources Command, Army Medical Command, and Installation Management Command to identify the processes that can be updated, automated, or eliminated to help families manage their EFMP profiles more efficiently. Last summer, Army G9, which oversees quality of life initiatives, launched a pilot program to automate many of the forms and information requirements. The program will be similar to the one you might use to file your taxes, where it will ask you questions and automatically populate entries in the paperwork. Additionally, we want to make it easier for families to pick their next assignment by informing them which installations could support their family's needs. Soon, these will all be managed by a single HQDA EFMP office that will help coordinate all aspects of our soldiers' EFMP situations. This is a complicated topic, but I know we can continue to innovate and modernize this program to work for our soldiers and families. That's our ultimate goal. Again, people first is readiness. As our families get settled into new assignments, one of the next questions involves money. New financial literacy training geared towards milestones like PCSing, promotions, or having a child can help our families determine the right financial decisions for them. That training is available right now at financialfrontline.org. For those spouses that seek meaningful employment, I believe we should provide every opportunity possible. We must consider factors like childcare, hiring processes, and licensure to ensure every family is set up for success. COVID was an extraordinary test for our child care centers. Reducing capacity out of safety increased the challenges of finding quality, reliable care. Through risk mitigation, factors like wearing masks, we're steadily increasing the amount of children we can support. Hiring qualified child care workers is our next obstacle, and we are developing incentive programs to increase the number of providers. Family child care homes are another avenue that we're supporting. These allow flexible hours for soldiers and families in unique situations and costs about 15% less than traditional child development centers. Currently, the Army is finding ways to increase the number of FCC providers by offering $1,000 recruitment bonuses for providers who are approved to open their home. How we hire spouses is also an area I'm focusing on. Civilian Human Resources Command, in coordination with the Army Materiel Command, launched the Non-Appropriated Fund Civilian Employee Assignment Tool, which has already allowed almost 1,000 civilian employees to transfer to a new duty station and keep their job, many of which are military spouses. For spouses who work in the private sector, a PCS move can seriously interrupt their career development. To help ease the transition, the Army now reimburses up to $1,000 for professional licensures for their new state. Since the program launched, we paid more than $157,000 towards this initiative. Ultimately, we would prefer our military spouses to have full reciprocity for their licenses, and this caucus has already begun work to help achieve that goal. Currently, 10 states have agreed to a compact, and we're working hard through the National Governors Association to include states like North Carolina, Texas, Washington, and Georgia, where many of our families currently reside. As everyone in this audience knows, being a part of a military family is not without its challenges. I know our Army can and will do better to support those who support our soldiers the most. I fundamentally believe that starting with our people makes us a more ready Army, and that begins right here. It begins with you. Thank you for taking the time to be here, for your work to ensure that we have consistent, adequate funding to move forward with these initiatives, and for everything you do to support your Army and our families.
Thank you, sir. And now to represent Fort Benning, Georgia, is Major General Patrick J. Donahoe. He is the U.S. Army Maneuver Center of Excellence Commanding General. Major General Donahoe is responsible for training combat-ready soldiers and leaders, developing and integrating the doctrine and capabilities of the maneuver force, all while providing a first-class quality of life for those assigned to or employed by Fort Benning and their families. It is my pleasure to introduce Major General Patrick J. Donahoe.
Hey, good morning, Congressman Bishop, Congresswoman McMorris Rogers. Hey, I'm honored by your invitation to represent Fort Benning and the Army community at today's Military Family Caucus Summit. And to the host of other representatives, government officials, military leaders, and other distinguished guests, thank you for joining us today to discuss the absolutely critical topic of caring for and supporting the families of our service members. I wish I could be hosting you at Fort Benning as planned, but I'm glad we could at least move forward with this event, even though it's virtual. The strength and resilience of our family members cannot be overstated. But even the strongest building foundations require careful inspections and regular maintenance and must never be taken for granted, especially following the events like the pandemic we've been experiencing over the past year and a half, which is why I'm especially grateful for this caucus. The stress on our military families is always high. Caring for families while partners are away at training or deployed around the world, uprooting families every 4 years, finding new employment, changing schools, connecting with new communities, none of that's easy. And the conditions brought about by the pandemic made nearly every aspect of that, every aspect of being a military family member more difficult. Many family members experienced loss of employment. Others struggled to maintain employment when child care facilities were also forced to close. And their partners were required to continue working in essential military roles. So the military moves that we always have, well, they became exponentially more complicated as moving companies, moving equipment, moving supplies became less available. And for those who were able to move, reestablishing roots in a new location also became more difficult. However, I think the most critical loss our family members experienced was the loss of that sense of community. You know, what makes the experience of being a military family member really extraordinary is the Army community that surrounds them everywhere they go. And so today, those families share these experiences with, and the installation services and facilities that promote morale, welfare, and recreation became almost unavailable as restrictions were put in place to mitigate the spread of the virus. The loss of the community events, the community opportunities, the access to services and facilities has truly been painful. And so we really need to move past the pandemic and return to our sense of community. And so with vaccines readily available, the majority of our soldiers already vaccinated and the majority of our family members moving towards that, many of our services and facilities have begun to reopen, albeit with the appropriate precautions still in place at this time. And my hope is that as we emerge from this period is that we use the momentum it will provide to gain ground on key initiatives that will better support our families in the future. You know, the telehealth services have already brought greater access to healthcare, as other virtual means of connecting with physicians and counselors have increased our ability to provide healthcare. The increase in virtual employment opportunities will make it, hopefully, easier for military family members to gain and maintain employment, even as they PCS around the country. We've gained many efficiencies and hopefully made many other systems and services more accessible and user-friendly. However, there remain issues that require our attention as leaders, like military spouse licensing reciprocity, which I know is being currently addressed in Congress with the Military Spouse Licensing Relief Act. So resolving issues like that not only ensure our families are properly supported, but they protect our military readiness by keeping great families in the service. Make no doubt about it that military spouse employment is a national security issue. Right? It's our endeavor to make family life better for all of our military families. So how can we make their lives easier? How can we reduce the stress of military life for them and our service members? I think we have an opportunity now to identify and address those issues. So we at Fort Benning are asking these questions and working to develop creative solutions. And thank you for what you're doing and the dedication to doing the same. Thanks so much for, again, hosting this caucus, which is tremendously important to our military family members, our soldiers, and truly the national security of the United States. Thank you.
Thank you so much to General Donahoe. With that, we're going to move into our first panel just a little bit early here. We'll take a break afterwards if we find time here. Our first panel is Modern Military Communities. The speakers are going to be Vernice Castillo with MFAN, Jennifer Aiken with Blue Star Families, and Jennifer Barnhill with Partners in Promise and a number of other organizations. Please see the chat window for a link to all of the speaker bios today, and we'll post it up at the start of each panel today. Please use the question and answer function to submit questions, as that keeps our chat window free for other discussions. And then Paul with the Office of Congressman Bishop and I with also of Kathy McMorris Rogers are going to trade back and forth for these panels. So with that, I'll turn it over to the panelists.
Thank you so much, Matthew, for that introduction. I am thrilled to be joining you today to talk about modern military families. According to the Navy wife, it is considered indelicate for a lady to permit her name to appear in the newspaper. The feminist in me is laughing at this 1949 instruction given by well-meaning military wives. Not only has my name been included in newspapers, but I'm actually a military family reporter. But I'm also someone who defines herself as a military spouse. It is a title I never thought I would let define my life. But the reality for me and many other military spouses is that we are not just military spouses. I am not just a reporter. I am not just a mother. The modern military spouse community finds itself in the middle of two very different realities. One where we proudly wear the label of military spouse because we are so proud of our service members, and the other where we don't want to define ourselves in such a binary way. Backing up a little bit, my name is Jennifer Barnhill, and I have been a Navy spouse for 15 years. I met my now husband in 2004 when I was working at the Smithsonian American Art Museum, helping edit its scholarly journal. I had my eyes set on getting a PhD in art history, and I had a full scholarship lined up. But my best laid plans were derailed by his dress whites. I did the highly unfeminist thing of choosing to find my relevance in this world by following my heart, not my career, because I knew that if I wanted to marry him, I would have to leave that career behind. But what I did not fully comprehend was that my marriage to the military and how it would be hard for me to find my relevance within this institution. Early on in my life as a military spouse, the military was pretty relevant to me in that it took my husband far away. It was a lifestyle that asked that I put my career on hold, leaving my family, friends, and job to follow my new husband around the world. Moving to Pensacola, Florida, San Diego, California, Japan, Fallon, Nevada, back to Japan, back to San Diego, and now today to Monterey, California, where it is still dark outside. The military did not seem, in my estimation, to care so much about me or who I was as an individual, because I hadn't been issued to my husband. But that feeling changed for me when I joined my first spouse club on my husband's very first deployment while living in Atsugi, Japan. At first, I was intimidated because I was spending time with my husband's boss's wives. So I navigated those groups very slowly. I got to meet people from places I had never visited, from backgrounds very different from my own. I didn't have to be exactly like them to connect with them. We celebrated holidays, anniversaries together during deployments because, frankly, our spouses were far away. We had no one else to celebrate with. We relied upon each other. We made each other available any time of day. We weren't just friends. We were what we call family. I had found my first point of connection to this military lifestyle. So when one day, one member of my military family had a devastating diagnosis, my heart sank. Our spouse group, however well-intentioned, was just not set up to support this type of situation. We were barely able to support each other having fun social events, and only did so if the calendars and the stars aligned. So we couldn't give her always the ride to the doctor's office that she needed, or help cleaning her house, childcare, meals. We cared and did what we could. But luckily, that family had already had an established network of support in the area who came around them and supported their needs. But I kept asking myself, what if they had been new to this area? I couldn't help but notice that there was a gap between the support that was needed in this situation compared to the support that we were able to provide. Their family needed a network of support, not just someone to join them for coffee, although they needed that as well. As a journalist, I couldn't shake the desire to see if this problem was limited to my experience with this one family, so I began talking to others around me. I interviewed Gold Star families fighting for access to earned benefits, to PhDs who hosted command parties because they couldn't find jobs in their chosen fields. I spoke with those struggling with food insecurity, parents whose children were in and out of court because of special education, National Guard and Reserve component families who felt like outsiders. Interpersonal support systems exist, but they are largely based on the paradigm of a military family that is no longer sustainable, where spouses are expected to volunteer their time to support each other. And although there are amazing family programs and support systems, there are inconsistencies sometimes in delivery by location and branch, and not all families are equally likely to utilize these systems. The family readiness system was also, I found, relied upon, but not largely examined. I have interviewed nonprofit and congressional leaders, DoD personnel, all looking for ways to support this community. But the voices that I've heard the most and learned the most from are families themselves. I learned that young families don't plug in as often. Working parents can't often attend these groups. Male spouses don't feel welcomed. Senior spouses felt pressure to juggle participation alongside their own careers and passions. And stigma impacted their likelihood to utilize available services. But more than anything else, So many reported that they just didn't know that there were resources available to them. And what I learned was, without a personal connection to this lifestyle, military spouses just didn't know how to navigate the system. So how do you fix people problems within an operations-focused military? One solution is to recognize that a diverse population face diverse problems and that require very diverse solutions. And that's why we're here today, right? I also learned that we can gather data in new ways, build flexibility and transparency into existing programs, expedite public-private partnerships with local and national nonprofits, or even elevating the role of these unofficial spouse support groups. For me, I found relevance in those military support groups, but not everyone wants to or needs to connect to a spouse group. Some just want information. Some want help removing red tape. Others need direct support. Having diverse programs is not just something that's nice to have, but it's essential to the relevance of the military. Because as Allen and Braun wrote in Trust, Implications for the Army Profession, when military norms differ substantially with social norms, the potential for society to lose trust in the military increases. Just as we can't rely upon volunteer support structures alone, we can't rely upon the status quo in an ever-changing world. And the more I speak to and survey military families, the more I am certain we do not have a firm grasp on the modern military community. But that isn't a bad thing. It just simply means that we need to gather more stories to learn more about those who are not yet plugged in. And ultimately, if we are to find success, I suspect we will find it through embracing very fluid solutions and relying upon flexibility of a diverse group of civilians, DoD, nonprofits, Congress, and military families all coming together, removing red tape to build agile communities of support. Now, to my fellow military spouses, I would just suggest that you continue to tell your stories to reporters like me or friends or others within this community. Even when they're not pretty, it is okay for this life to be hard and for you to say so. But also know that your experience doesn't have to end there. It is up to you to find connections and relevance in this very complex and large system. And this does not mean you have to fit into a mold that existed long ago, or bite your tongue when all you want to do is scream. It is simply a suggestion to find a way to be part of this military life. Because if the system is going to change alongside the people inside of it, it needs your diverse experiences to inform its evolution. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce my fellow panelist, Berenice Castillo, Air Force spouse and founder and CEO of Military Spouse Advocacy Network, and hearing what she has to say about our modern military community.
Thank you, Jennifer. Hello. I am honored to have the opportunity to be here and address some of the challenges that modern military spouses and their families are facing. I have been a military spouse for 21 years and have experienced many of these challenges myself. I am an immigrant that came to the United States when I was 16 years old. I remember how hard that was because I had to leave my family and friends behind. I felt out of place because I did not know the language. It was a different culture and I thought I wouldn't be accepted. But then I realized that moving to the United States was one of the best things my parents did for me. So I promised myself that one day I will pay it forward and do something for this country. They had given me the opportunity. I just didn't know I was gonna do it in such a patriotic way. A few years later, I met a wonderful guy stationed in my hometown of El Paso, Texas, while stationed at Fort Bliss. After I became a new military spouse, I experienced culture shock again. I had to leave my family and friends. I had to learn a new language. And once again, I felt out of place and I was afraid of not being accepted. Something I did not realize this time is that I was going to have to leave more things behind, my dreams and goals of finishing my degree and having a successful career in psychology and research. As a new and young military spouse, I did not feel like I had much in common with the military community. So I chose to not be part of it and not engage with my fellow military spouses. I was struggling with many challenges on my own. Something that is very common with other military spouses. But at the moment, I thought I was the only one. Slowly, I began meeting with other military spouses that shared their stories of struggle with me. I found out that I was not the only one experiencing challenges and feeling out of place. Not having a sense of community was very hard. The more spouses I met and heard their struggles and needs, the more involved I became because there were too many of us not having the support we needed. We were looking for peer-to-peer support, mentorship, and an organized community. So I worked with the installation to offer briefs for new military spouses, and others asked how they could replicate what we were doing. This is when the idea of creating a network of fellow military spouses providing mentorship, support, and connection to programs and resources was born. Today, MSAN is leading the way that is providing military spouses a virtual mentorship hub where they have access to peer support, connection to educational programs, and the opportunity to receive leadership development training. MSAN has grown to over 150 volunteers around the globe and have provided thousands of military spouses a community where support is available to them 24/7. It was and is clear today that the traditional way to support military spouses and their families needs improvement. It is time to modernize it and listen carefully to the needs of our community. Our military no longer looks the way it did 20 years ago. Our military continues to grow in innovative and successful ways, except the support the military families receive. That system is not evolving as quickly, and many things are still the same way they were decades ago. The structure is changing. We need to provide effective support to the modern and diverse generation of military spouses. They are the future of our military. We need to focus on the challenges that can affect recruitment, retention, and national security. All of this will be in jeopardy if we do not act now. MSAN, in collaboration with many other nonprofits, have stepped up to provide support in different areas such as peer-to-peer mentorship, career and employment, deployment, financial readiness, mental health, and more. We continue to lead initiatives that are bringing positive change to many challenges that military families face on a daily basis. But our families are still thirsty for connection. MSAN has collected data that reveals the military spouses and UN seasoned that have visited our mentorship hub requested the support from a mentor much more than expected. In 3 months, our virtual mentorship hub received over 3,500 messages from military spouses looking for assistance from a mentor to provide them guidance, connect them to programs and resources, and have someone to talk to and build relationships. They are looking for a community. Upon entry into our programming, only 15% of military spouses respondents have identified themselves as very knowledgeable when it comes to benefits and resources available to them and their families. This means that 85% are missing crucial assets, resources, programming, and support from the traditional DoD support programs and are seeking out supplemental assistance. And although data is important and help us identify problems, please remember that every number, every statistic reflects the story of a military spouse and their families facing difficult times. One of the stories is the story of a brand new military spouse that I met during her husband's basic training graduation. She was 17 years old and 7 months pregnant. I saw in her face that she was overwhelmed and afraid. I asked her if she knew what was next. I asked her if she was ready for her new journey and if she needed anything. She started to cry and told me that she had no idea where to start or where to go. All that she knew was that she was going back home. She needed to finish high school online, give birth in 2 months, and then move to another place a few months after that. Just like this story, there are many stories of new and seasoned military spouses feeling in the dark and wondering what's next. The modern military family is no longer identifying with the traditional system. They don't speak language. We need to improve the way we support our youngest and most diverse military families. The modern military spouse wants to pursue his or her goals and dreams. We should provide them a way to make those goals and dreams a reality and be successful. It is time to change the way we support military spouses. We need to be proactive and get ahead of the game. We should not wait for military spouses to struggle or find them in a difficult situation in order to pay attention. We need to hear their stories, their struggles, and do something about it before it becomes a bigger problem and not have to wait for years in order for a new program to be created or an existing one to be revamped. MSAN and the nonprofits alongside me today would not have existed if it weren't for a gap in support from the current system that needs improvement. But even nonprofits and advocates struggle. Our mission and work are often challenged by outdated regulations and red tape that are part of the same system that is making it difficult for us to reach out to more military families at their local, national, and worldwide installations. Policymakers and the DoD have introduced programs and resources that are targeting specific needs, such as career and employment, education, and many more, but there's still a need. Today, we will hear from other nonprofits and advocates that will address other struggles that military spouses and their families are dealing with now. Let's keep in mind that the programs that worked 5, 10 years ago are not exactly what military families need now. Society has evolved. The needs and expectations are different. The traditional support system has not evolved to meet the needs of the modern military family. There's still work that needs to be done. This is why I'm here. I am here to raise awareness and propose a collaboration where policymakers, DoD agencies, and nonprofits work together to bring change and improve our current system, resources, and programs. There are over 40,000 veteran and military nonprofits, but less than 20% of them make enough money to file with the IRS. The nonprofits that support this community are often made up of its members who want to solve our own problems, but it can be a struggle to keep the doors open without teamwork. Nonprofits are leading efforts that can bring change to our existing support families. We need more seats on the tables where decisions that affect military families are being made. Nonprofits need your support too. It is time to change the system. It is time to work together. Thank you. And now I would like to introduce my peer, Jennifer Aiken. She's a Navy spouse, and she is the co-director of applied research with Blue Star Families.
Thanks, Berenice. I'm actually an Army spouse, and I only say that for any friends and family on here who might be like, what is happening? So thank you very much. Berenice and Jennifer laid out so beautifully what it is that we as military spouses often face. So I am the co-director of applied research here at Blue Star Families. I often explain to my 6-year-old that means I tell stories with numbers. So I'm going to try and do that today to help quantify some of these challenges that Jennifer and Berenice explained so eloquently. Military families need what all families need. We need a network of support, people to count on, and a place to belong. Blue Star Families has been researching military families' needs for over a decade. During that time, we've seen a relative increase in the importance of military quality of life issues, things like time away from family, family stability, and military spouse employment, and a relative decline in families identifying tangible military benefits as a top issue. I want to caveat that though. This is not to say that military families do not face financial difficulties or are, as some reports have argued, being paid too much. Our research shows that to the contrary, they are asking for the military to help set the conditions for their families to situate themselves to thrive in what is otherwise a very unstable and unpredictable military life. Here are some numbers that tell that story. In 2020, our military family lifestyle survey found that 14% of enlisted active duty family respondents reported low or very low food security in the 12 months preceding the survey's fielding. This wasn't just limited to junior enlisted ranks either. Our findings indicated some degree of food insecurity in all enlisted ranks. And it's higher for those enlisted spouses who are not working, but say they do want or need to work, 20% in that population. In 2018, millennial military family respondents were significantly more likely to report having two incomes as vital to their family's well-being than their older military family respondent peers, regardless of rank. And yet, according to the DoD, military spouse unemployment rates haven't changed significantly since 2012, despite intensive multi-sector efforts. And by the way, racial and ethnic minority spouses are unemployed at even higher rates. In our 2020 MFLS, 27% of racial and ethnic minority spouses were unemployed compared to only 17% of their white non-Hispanic peers. Finally, the Department of Defense projects military families should be paying about $70 to $158 in monthly out-of-pocket housing costs, but our data illustrates that most families pay well over that. Of those active duty families who report out-of-pocket costs, 77% pay more than $200 out of pocket each month. These numbers should raise the alarm that there's a deeper problem impacting military families that goes beyond quantifying service member pay as compared to their civilian peers. But perhaps one of the most important things we've looked at over the past decade is military families' resilience and the components that contribute to it. We found that belonging is the most critical factor in supporting military family resilience. Jennifer and Berenice again spoke eloquently to what this looks like in action. It looks like a holistic support system that meets tangible and emotional needs of military families. And those who have found that belonging have a very different military life experience than their peers who do not. Active duty spouse respondents to the 2018 MFLS who reported one or more mental health diagnoses felt significantly less belonging than those who reported no mental health diagnosis. Social isolation and stress decreased for active duty family respondents as belonging increased. And both active duty and veteran family respondents reported an increased sense of belonging if they perceived that civilians in their local communities had a greater military family lifestyle confidence. Our 2020 Resilience Under Stress study, which was conducted during the COVID-19 pandemic, the early months, found that belonging helped mitigate the impact of the pandemic. Active duty family respondents who had a greater sense of belonging to their local community reported less intense COVID-19 impacts on their family, their mental health, their children's mental health, and their overall happiness. So what can we do about these difficult interconnected challenges? Blue Star Families encourages approaching all military family policies in terms of the total family force. Many years ago, we broke down the barriers between the service branches, the National Guard, and the Reserve to help promote interoperability and overall military readiness. We need that same approach today with regard to families. We can provide military families stability, predictability, and control by increasing utilization of programs like the Career Intermission Program, improving the marketplace system the Army is using and expanding that across the Department of Defense, and rescinding up or out promotion systems that often force families to make difficult decisions between their military career and their family's overall well-being. That was advanced by the Bipartisan Policy Center's Task Force approach many years ago, and it remains a tangible option today. We can enable greater synchronization of civilian and military programs and activities to include better sharing and utilization of resources that nonprofits like all of ours have to offer by breaking down those bureaucratic barriers that often prevent many nonprofits from working directly on installations or sharing resources through official military communications. And we must continue to break down barriers preventing military spouses from pursuing meaningful and fulfilling careers by immediately and creative addressing the nationwide childcare shortage and allowing more flexibility over service member day-to-day job demands. There are vast opportunities for public-private partnerships to address childcare. You can increase overall capacity and expand the VA assistance eligibility program. All of these are solutions that each of us have a role in playing. There's a legislative component, a department component, and a nonprofit component in all of these. And as Berenice mentioned, working together will be key to addressing all of them. Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you so much. So we'll go ahead and move into the questions here. We'll just start off with first one I'm seeing here. How do you feel we can better support existing family readiness systems? And you all can answer, just whoever wants to go first, go ahead and come in. So thank you. And just 1 minute here.
Hi, Matthew. Thank you. Sorry
Hi,
about
thanks, Jennifer. Sorry, we had a technical issue there for a second.
Yep. Sorry, can you repeat the question? Sorry.
How do you feel we can better support existing family readiness systems?
Well, obviously, as Jenny mentioned, there's a lot of information. We need information on all of these different issues. Getting access from what I was sharing about military family support groups, so the interpersonal side of things, we need more information, certainly, because we know that connection is very important to receiving available care, because the military has so many amazing programs out there. And so many of our families just report that they don't know how to plug in because there's just it's almost like they're drowning in resources. And historically, our families have connected to those groups, those spouse groups, or a similar point of connection, interpersonal connection. And so how can we look at the modern military community and how they find connection? It's okay that some of these older traditions, they might still work for some people, but we need to have a more holistic approach where that might not work for some, because they don't meet at the, for coffee in the morning because they are successful in finding employment, which is so great. But how do we support those families? And so just looking and learning more about how families connect is really an important step. But I know others in the panel might have some thoughts too.
I'll jump in here. So I'm just going to talk about this from an experiential perspective. I'll take the numbers out of it for a second. When I first came into military life, and again, I'm an Army spouse, there was a civilian who was appointed, at least within the Army, to run these family readiness programs. They were called a FERSA, and I saw this pop up in the Q&A. We don't have those anymore. There went through a period of time where we became reliant on military spouses donating their time to help run these programs. And now I do see some resurgence of a civilian component or a contracted component coming back into play, but it doesn't seem to have taken the same kind of, at least in my experience, it's not as intentional. It's much more ad hoc. And I receive far less information now than I did a decade ago. And so, the researcher in me wants to go to the theory, right? A formal network exists to really provide the opportunity for informal networks to survive. That can be done through the FRG system. I know I'm using Army language here, but it can be done through the family readiness system or the ombudsman system that they have, but it cannot be exclusively focused on supporting families during a deployment. We experience time away from home, struggles connecting, difficulty with employment, childcare issues, all of these things, regardless of whether or not there is a deployment at play. So I do think that is one opportunity where we can grow.
Yeah, I think the another way to consider is through mentorship. As I mentioned earlier, it is very beneficial to find another spouse to become your mentor, and mentor not just in a career or employment opportunities, but in life. And our lifestyle is challenging, and many times we don't know what's next. So having someone that will bring us under their wing to share with us their experiences and expectations and what it can be what can come next, and get you ready for that is extremely helpful. Not even just for young spouses, but even seasoned spouses. Regardless if you're been in the military for 5, 10, 20 years, you will always learn something different. There will always be a new challenge that you were not expecting. So having someone to mentor you, to build relationships, to find your community, it is extremely beneficial to be able to go after those challenges and not so much to be successful at it, but have the best experience that you can.
Matthew, I saw a question in the chat, if it's okay if I address the question. There was a question of asking about how to connect and how it's asking that dependents receive this information, because it is through researching and the processes, and each service branch does something a little different. So I'm not going to pretend to know anything outside of my experience, but in the Navy, often I've been told that you can't collect email addresses from military spouses directly. That might be linked to some DoD forms, but that information doesn't necessarily pass its way down to the programs that offer services to military families. So military spouses often rely upon their service members to pass this information to them. When that passing of information becomes a little unreliable, military spouses have to be proactive in finding ways to connect to the resources, but often they don't even know what doesn't exist. They don't know what they don't know. And so, the question is, how can we make this process a little bit more, how do we smooth it out? That's a really great question. There's privacy issues involved with collecting email addresses from someone who's not technically a part of the military. So, I would love to kind of open that up to the others in the group. How do you all see that as being, how can we close these gaps? I mean, I don't know, maybe we don't have answers on this particular call. It's just a question worth asking.
One of the things that I can share, and I'm pretty sure that there's some active duty members that are listening right now, and we cannot always put the responsibility on the active duty member to bring information home. We have active duty members that right now are focusing on a mission, and sometimes the last thing they have in their minds or that they think of is coming home and educating their spouses and, oh, guess what? I learned about other resources. They need to allow us, nonprofits, DoD resources, installation resources, to be the ones in the front line and reach out to those families and provide the support. At the same time, we are seeing the red tape that is preventing us from doing that. So I feel that the easiest way for us to reach out to families and get rid of that divide and be able to bring the resources is if we were allowed to do what we are here to do and accomplish our mission. So if we do not put the responsibility on the active duty member to come home and educate the spouse on what is available, and allow us and give us the opportunity to support families at an installation or outside the installation, that will be extremely helpful. And I think that will help with the divide.
And just a quick note, in our research, we do see that email is how most military spouses are receiving information. So email is still the way to go if we can find a way to ensure that military spouses get onto those distribution lists as quickly as possible. I've got horror stories about how long it's taken me sometimes. The other piece is very, very, very simple. Right? This is going to be my soapbox moment. When you send an email to a military spouse, please delete the whole chain of forwarded emails that is above it and prioritize information up first. Many, many times, I think it's just a military cultural issue where you want to see the full history of the documentation, but that means military spouses are not scrolling through on their phones to get to the important information, or it's attached in a file format that they may not be able to download if they're looking at it on a phone. So just taking little tweaks like this to put important information in the body of the email, attachments that you don't have to have special software to view or pay for, would also be helpful, just realistically.
Another thing that I've heard, and just in reading through Blue Star Family's research, and is that families, this is an installation, this is a local level connection. So we are talking a lot with organizations that are national organizations. If some of these issues have to, be handled locally, because we know that some of these groups are considered command sponsored. If a command doesn't sponsor some of these organizations, then those families have nowhere to plug in. We also don't know, there's no database of all of the FRGs. There's no way to know if you move to a new location necessarily, at least in the Navy, in my experience, how to access that new location other than going on a Facebook search, seeing if there's one that's active. And there's no reporting mechanism for those groups either, where we're not active right now, we're not able to take on new members, but we're willing to reactivate if there's a willing volunteer. So a lot of these support systems just aren't tracked, and we don't know very much other than the research of Blue Star Families and other organizations who are looking into this support system. But it is definitely something the local commands I would highly encourage to look into.
Awesome. So I'm just looking through the questions. I found a good one here that relates to our topic here. What do you see as being opportunities coming out of COVID to create more modern military communities? And Jennifer, I'll just let you start again, but again, everyone can go through it here.
I don't know if you mean me, Jennifer, or Jennifer or Aiken, but
oh, sorry, Jennifer Barnhill.
Okay, sorry about that. So out of COVID, there's, first of all, the fact that we're here today and able to connect with families who are not based in Washington, D.C. or in the local localities of, the representatives who are hosting the caucus is an amazing opportunity for equity and equality. Everyone has access. We have access to our leaders. We have access to people who are making change. So that is, out of COVID, that is a positive, change. And so some of these modern military communities, we're able to share our feelings. We have these virtual avenues within the DoD now that we maybe didn't have. There's a lot of work that's been put into websites like Military One Source, and there's a lot of resources available to our families. But I think that COVID has forced everyone to look at how the platforms they use online. And so because our families often plug in, like Jennifer said, via email, they're online, they're looking for those resources, they're being proactive if they know they exist. So I think that, we have this opportunity to take advantage of these changes that have happened within the DoD, but I'm going to defer to everyone else if you have any others that you've seen.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jennifer. Something that at MSAN we have seen is the increase of looking for peer-to-peer support. I think that COVID-19 is going to bring good things when it comes to working from home and hopefully opening more opportunities. But it has also opened our eyes for other challenges the military spouses are facing. A lot of the times is within the what we assume things are happening. We assume the seasoned military spouses know it all. Probably they don't need that much support and they're good to go. When COVID-19 hit, we had an enormous amount of seasoned spouses coming to the mentorship hub, assisting, asking for support. They needed to talk to someone. They needed to find that connection. So I think that COVID-19 is also bringing that opportunity that they know that there are communities, virtual communities that they can talk to. I think Zoom, everybody is kind of probably by now tired of Zoom because everything is Zoom related, but it was very helpful because it was so helping us to build relationships. So I think that just like we are going to see good things coming out of this because we saw the challenges and we're working on those challenges. But I think that our community got tighter because many of us were like, okay, we need to speak to other spouses. We need support. We need to have that community that we're looking for.
In addition, I agree with both of you. But I also think COVID-19 presented a really interesting opportunity to shake up and help us question our assumptions. So we've always assumed that telework isn't viable and that's what's going to undermine, we've got to get employers on board for telework to retain military spouses when they move. Great, done, proven model, we've done it. We assumed we have to maintain this really fast operational tempo within the Department of Defense. And then yet we shut everything down and went remote, and DoD reported production metrics either stayed the same or increased, so like productivity of service members. We assume that we have to have everybody together at the same time doing PT every day, which makes it really tough for a service member to share in chat, like dropping off a kid at childcare or school. Well, we couldn't do that for a little while, and the world didn't fall apart. So I do think that there are opportunities to learn from flexibility that we encountered during COVID, start questioning our assumptions of what can and can't be, and why things are and aren't. Not saying any of those things that I just mentioned have to change. We survived it. And really it opened our eyes up to how much the military is reliant on military spouses on the home front to do things like virtual school, to do things like keep the household running. And this was a time for the service member to kind of step in and help. And so certainly in some of our qualitative responses that we've gotten over the past couple of years, it's been over a year now, we've seen service members saying, wow, like I'm at home a lot more and I'm really seeing what this looks like for my family. And I don't want to go back to the way it was before. I've been away from home so much and now I see what it's like to be here. So I think that's something that the DoD is going to have to reckon with for a while.
Absolutely. And part of that too is in doing some research on how families, they want to feel relevant and valued, that their contribution to the military lifestyle matters, and finding those points of relevance, whatever they look like, is not an easy task. It is not a programmatic fix. It is a interpersonal, conversation, which is difficult to have within an organization as large as the military. And so it is a conversation that should be had. And someone asked in the chat, what is the balance between, with nonprofits, with family members, existing programs? It all has to work together. There has to be transparency coming out of COVID. And I think that that's starting to happen. And so when we ask to have, transparency with programmatic updates, family members are the stakeholders. We need representation in those moments. And so that could look like, a family member participant, which often does happen, but maybe let's hear about it. What was that like? What was that the contents of that meeting? I don't need to be the member in that meeting, but I would love to know what happened. I want that transparency, because to me, then you're showing that I am a valuable member and a stakeholder. So just having that transparency in programmatic updates, having access to just understanding what's going on, increased communication, but not in pointed communication, like Jenny, you mentioned before. The email has to get to the bottom line up front. Like, what is the point? It's a difficult conversation.
Thank you so much. So we'll move on to another question from Brian Collins. To better meet the needs of military spouses and families, what do you see as the division of responsibility between the services and what nonprofits like yourselves can do? And then what are 2 or 3 things that you'd like to see the services modernize for military families as your main priorities? And we'll start with Bernice for this one.
Definitely, thank you. I think, as I mentioned earlier, it is a team effort. I think that within the DoD programs and what nonprofits can do to fill some gaps, it's a teamwork that is going to make the change, that is going to modernize the system. DoD within the research, such as like Blue Star Families and many others, have so much data that can help us identify what is it the military families are looking for and what they're expecting. The younger generation of military families are coming into the military do not see the military the way we did 20 years ago. Their expectations and their needs and their wants are completely different than the way they were 20 years ago. So until we really understand and we study what is it that they're looking for, we are going to be able to change the system. If we don't have time to learn about who they are, where they're coming from, and what they're needing, and how they see the military, the system is not going to evolve. It's going to stay the same way. So we got to listen to the stories. We got to listen to what is it that they need. So to me, the collaboration between nonprofits and DoD programs working together is going to help make some improvements. But between both of us, we got to listen to the stories, we got to listen to the struggles, and we got to listen to what the younger generation is looking for. If we don't do that, then the system is going to stay the same way, and it's going to be irrelevant, because the way it works right now does not speak the same language that the younger generation is speaking.
I'm going to double down on that again, Bernice. Yes, to all of that. But I actually think that one of the most important things that we can focus on right now is shortening the amount of time it takes a military family to plug in when they move. And that's not just a DoD, not just a nonprofit, it also has a civilian community component. And so what we have to really look at is military spouses need a landing spot when they arrive. Many have a military network that they, I know this friend from that location, or they go to Facebook and they're like, I'm moving to JBLM, what's around? And that's how they're finding it. But many are falling through the cracks. So 3 things. Again, I already mentioned, get spouses, whole families plugged in early. Do it through your email list. Whatever you need to do. I know it is an administrative burden to clean your rosters, but it's important. Don't let I don't want my spouse to be part of the FRG because it's a rumor mill be a cop-out for service members to not put their spouse on the distribution list. Make sure that they understand it is how information is shared. On the nonprofit side, again, we've spoken about this multiple times, but we need to break down the barriers that allow nonprofits and DoD to formally communicate. So when you have a welcoming event, or when there is, just for example, Blue Star Families, if we are going to be having an event, being able to push that information out through official DoD channels is incredibly important to reaching the people who need to be at that event, to meet the people that they need to help support them while they're there, right? Because most military families live off installation. I've lived here since January. I have yet to go on installation. I do not go to post. It's not what I do, COVID aside. I want to be involved in my community. For the civilian community, again, Blue Star Families is really focused a lot on helping civilians also understand, because of that belonging component. Civilian communities can also open their arms. They can do it during Blue Star Welcome Week. They can do it throughout the year, where we have employers, we have schools, we have neighbors just opening their arms and saying, welcome, you're here. Let me tell you about my church. Let me tell you about my school. Let me tell you about the T-ball team, right? This is a holistic system. And then for military families, because the social workers on my team always hound me about stakeholder responsibility. Military families, we do have a responsibility to try to connect, to not write off our civilian neighbors if we don't think they understand us and it's not worth getting to know them. If they reach out a hand, grab it and say thanks. Like, we may not have any life experience that's the same, but you offered help and I'm willing to accept that help.
Thank you. This is kind of a follow-up I think Bernice, you spoke about this. Can you elaborate on how newer military family expectations are different?
Yes, definitely. The MSAN is one of the nonprofits that is reaching out to the younger communities. We are providing mentorship to the brand new spouses within the Air Force that come to the Air Force during basic training, and they are assigned to a mentor. And we also link them to their community, to their future installation. And something that we're listening from them is they see the military differently. When we joined the military, it was that it was going to be a family and we were part of it. Younger spouses are thinking, well, I don't feel like probably my spouse is the one serving. I have my identity, I have my goals, I have my dreams. So will I be part of it? I might, but that doesn't mean that I am extremely part of it. I think that at the time that we acknowledge that we respect and support the dreams and goals of the younger generation, regardless if they want to stay at home and raise a family, if they want to have a successful career, if they want to do anything with their lives, that is still okay within the military lifestyle. And right now they assume that at the time that they get married, they have to leave their dreams and goals behind in order to support their spouse's career. So the assumption that if they join the military is one of the two, or do I give up my dreams, or I'm not part of the military in order to follow my dreams. So we need to make sure that they know that we are understanding their expectations and their needs, and also that we are adjusting to that. The system that we have in place right now can adjust to what is it that they're looking for, and I think that all of us are working on that. That's why there's so much data. That's why there's so much push from nonprofits, because we are the boots on the ground. We're hearing the stories. We know what they need. We want to help others and educate and raise awareness if this is what they're looking for. So if from the time of what is it that they expect from the military, it's not that they're expecting so much. They're expecting that it's flexible, that they can have a career, that they can go back to school, that they can continue with their lives. What is it, how they see the military? They don't see it so much as a family like we did once upon a time, because they already hear and they see the challenges that exist within the military community when it comes to military spouses. So are they hesitating? Are they more afraid than what we did 20 years ago? Definitely, because they hear it, because they see it, because they know that we're working hard to make changes. So that is one of the main ones that we're hearing, is how they see the military and what is it that they're looking for and what they need. And we got to make sure that they know that we're fighting for that identity and for the goals and the dreams that military spouses have, because they should have the opportunity to fulfill them, and not the military being the one that is going to stop them from that. No one should wait until their spouse retires or separates from the military to start a career. And that is something the newer military spouses think that that's what is going to happen.
Thank you so much. So just looking through the questions here. Sorry, I've got one more here. I lost it for a second there. How do you feel about the military family readiness centers that are on service bases, such as the Army centers that they have? Do you think that there's room for improvement in those community centers, military community centers, or is it more of bringing awareness to service members about the resources that are already available to them? And we can start with Jennifer Aiken if you want to go with that.
It's an interesting question. And I say it's an interesting question because even as somebody who's incredibly well connected and know this space, I haven't used them. So I don't know what can be done to improve them. And the reason that I haven't used them, and maybe this is the answer, is that frankly, I'm too busy and they don't have childcare. And so, when I'm working a normal job, I have to prioritize my time out. And so the only time that I have found resources or have resources pushed to me is when I've made the time and taken the time and made the effort to go to a formal spouse program, which interestingly enough was a mentorship program on installation. It was not the FRG stuff that was directly associated with that small unit. Like, it was a bigger, broader program, and they brought in resources to teach us about phenomenal programs like Focus, and these are very Army centric, but they're out there. I know they're out there, and I know that those who use them love them. But for those of us who have kind of a non-traditional position in that we don't have the time to get plugged in that way that quickly, they just haven't made their way to me. I will say, still not on the email list. I've been here since January, so I'm not getting the info, right? not for lack of trying. So there are definitely things that can be done to fix this.
And I can speak to the Navy side of things. Every service branch does it differently. Every installation does it differently. And the leaders often are volunteers. So each person who's in charge of disseminating information, whether it be an ombudsman or if it's just a president of a group, it's all dependent upon that one individual's, we're all individual people. We do things differently. Some people are more, lackadaisical and the schedule doesn't matter. And others are, this is when we're meeting, this is the approve the minutes and all of those things. All of those groups are different. So if you have one negative experience or one really amazingly positive experience, it doesn't mean that the next installation is going to mirror that experience. And so unfortunately, what I've heard is that a lot of families might have a negative experience in one location and then just not try to plug in again because they think that that's the experience across the board. Unfortunately, and as I mentioned in the beginning, it is not always for everyone. Some people need information. Some people need the resources that a Fleet and Family Readiness Center can provide, but they need that access point. And it's that access point to information that is key, I think, to families feeling connected to the military lifestyle, to self-select at the next location to say, I'm here, I've arrived, I need information now. They're more likely to do that once they realize, oh, plugging in has helped. I can get access to resources now. There's an update to TRICARE. If I wasn't plugged in, I wouldn't have known about that. So it's a matter of catching them, as Vernie said, in the beginning, and as Jennifer said as well, getting families connected to whatever level of support they need. If they're a busy working spouse, they might not want those spouse groups, and that's okay. It doesn't mean that there's something wrong, or those groups themselves have a problem. It's just maybe that's not the way that individual. We have to treat it as everyone is an individual in the military spouse, in the military community. We're all different. We're very diverse, which is amazing and such a great opportunity to learn from each other. But we have to then approach programming and support individually, which is not easy. Again, we keep going back to, I keep saying that it's not easy. This is not an easy conversation. There is not like 4 steps to success. It's just, we need to start having these conversations. We have to.
Yep, I agree with both Jennifers. And as an Air Force spouse, the ANFRC, and even you have some joint bases. And sometimes it's even more difficult when you go to a joint base because you can be an Air Force spouse and the center that you have there to support you is Army and it's an FRG. And sometimes spouses feel outrated, isolated, and out of place because they are at a joint base. And probably they don't have the programs and resources that are Air Force oriented because they might be Army or vice versa. So we got to make sure that even within our centers, once again, they understand what is their population and what is it that they're looking for. So if we have military spouses, every time that we move, we are brand new. Every time we move, we start from scratch. It's kind of like every time that our kids go to a new school, we have to find new friends. We need to find this, we need to find that. So we're brand new. So we got to make sure that the centers understands the demographics. And I agree with Jennifer when she said that if you have a good experience, that doesn't mean the next one is going to be good. If you have a bad one, that doesn't mean the next one is going to be bad. You have to give it a try. You have to experience it. It might be for you, it may not be for you. But this is also not just on the military spouse or their families. It's also on the installation and leadership and understanding their community, understanding what are the needs of their community, and the needs in what community is not the same as the other one. Your population is different. The commands are different. The mission is different. So we cannot assume that one or the other should run their ANFRC, so their FRGs the same way, because even the mission is different. So they have to be able to adjust to the needs. So are the NFRCs and FRGs have the opportunity to evolve and change and everything? Yes. As a nonprofits in my world of nonprofit, this is how we can help educate and help them understand What is the community like? What is it that they're looking for? And maybe they can make those adjustments. So we cannot do it by installation. We could do it at a DoD level, and that they can send the information down. But I mean, we're ready and available to start doing it at an installation level all the way up and raise that awareness. But yeah, change can be made and change can be good.
Well, thank you so much to all of our panelists, to Vernice Castillo, Jennifer Barnhill, and Jennifer Aiken. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a short break before our next panel, which is education. We're going to stick with the schedule. So it's 10:38 Eastern time right now. We'll be back at 10:45 Eastern time, 7:45 a.m. Pacific time for our next panel. So everyone take a break. I know it's been a long morning, and we'll be back soon.
And hello, everybody. We are back. We are going to move on to our next panel, education. Speaking and taking questions will be New Mexico State Senator Harold Pope Jr., military spouse Alicia Pepper, and Michelle Norman with Partners in Promise. Remember, all bios are linked in our chat window. And now I would like to invite Michelle Norman with Partners in Promise to start us off.
Thank you, Paul. Let me get this up real quick. All right, good morning, everyone. Our panel would like to thank Congressman Bishop and Congresswoman Morris-Rogers and their staff for the opportunity today to speak about military families, their children's education, and PCS transitions. My name is Michelle Norman. I'm a Navy spouse and the Executive Director of Partners in Promise. Joining me today is Alicia Pepper. She's a Space Force spouse and a military family advocate. And we also have Harold Pope Jr. He is an Air Force veteran and state senator from New Mexico. As many of you online today have experienced, military families move on average every 2 to 3 years. To ease that transition, military families often start researching months in advance before receiving written permanent change of station orders. In fact, children's education and the continuity of services and support was a top 3 concern for many military families, according to recent surveys conducted by Partners in Promise, Blue Star Families, and Military Child Education Coalition. We've also learned from surveys of how resourceful military families can be. They report gathering information on potential schools from their fellow military spouses, school ranking websites, school liaison officers, EFMP offices, and more. Leadership is paying attention to the importance of education and how it impacts the quality of life of the military family, and ultimately military readiness and retention. The White House initiative, Joining Forces, has listed military child education as a top concern and has outlined their commitments in their recent report, Strengthening America's Military Families. DoD is also using general education as a key criteria for strategic basing decisions. And we hope to see special education state benchmarks included as well. And there's been recent outreach initiatives across all the service branches on educating exceptional military children, such as the Air Force's 5 to Thrive and the recent Navy HR EFMP Awareness Month campaign, both of which spotlighted special education resources that are available and installations. But this last year presented unique challenges. The current housing crisis is preventing some military families from establishing residency. Articles in military.com and Military Families magazine report on the limited housing available and the makeshift solutions of temporary lodging, Airbnbs, and hotels while families wait for homes to become available. Also, military families are reporting delays in enrollment registration due to a lack of proof of residency, such as your rental agreement, a mortgage bill, or a utility bill. It can be especially challenging for exceptional children that have an individualized education program, which we call IEPs. All of these delays of educational support and services negatively impact our children. So today, we will discuss these issues, plus top-level solutions that aim to support our military children. And Alicia, you have the floor.
Sorry about that. Okay, can everyone hear me now? Technical, sorry. Thank you, Michelle, and good morning, everyone. My name is Alicia Pepper. I'm a Space Force spouse to my husband, Brigadier General Devin Pepper. Devin transferred in the Space Force in April of 2021 after spending 32 years in the United States Air Force. I'm a mom to 2 military brats who are currently being homeschooled. Thank you very much, COVID. Luke and Maddie are 12 and 13, and we also have a small pup, Echo. Additionally, I'm the key stakeholder to Colorado HB 21-1217, military students open enrollment in public schools. In 2019, my husband, then Colonel Devin R. Pepper, took command of the 21st Space or the 460th Space Wing at Buckley Air Force Base, now Buckley Space Force Base. In Aurora, Colorado, one of our top priorities was working to improve access to education in the local communities. That fall, Buckley leadership was able to meet with 2 school districts serving Buckley Air Force Base and the surrounding areas. We met with the superintendents from Aurora and Cherry Creek school districts and their teams. It was during that meeting when the Cherry Creek superintendent opened his schools to the children of military members required to live on the installation. And it was in that meeting that I realized changing the process was possible. Devin was in command, I spoke with everyone I could, from military to civic and social leadership, military members and our families, about passing legislation that would make the education transition easier for our families coming to Colorado. Thankfully, military communities thrive on working together with our local communities, always trying to leave them a little bit better than we found them. And in the fall of 2019, Colorado Representative Bockenfield heard what we were trying to do. He reached out to my husband, offering his support, and this launched the beginning of HB 21-1217. For greater than 18 months, we worked with stakeholders throughout Colorado, hammering out the language for the bill. Our military families and children often face unforeseen barriers when moving from state to state. Military children are unique, as they're most often born into this life. And we ask them to change almost everything about their day-to-day lives, on average, every 1 to 3 years. Every time we move, we ask them to be resilient champions, to adjust quickly while leaving one part of their life behind and beginning anew somewhere else. Not all military families are the same. Our children have a wide variety of interests, strengths, and learning styles. Some have individual education plans, IEPs, and 504s, which often bring additional roadblocks when it comes to choosing the right school for our children. Colorado offers a unique opportunity for families to do just that, as they are a school choice state. They get to choose the right school for their individual family needs. But before the changes military family open enrollment in public schools brought about, many of our families were being kept out of Colorado choice, based solely on our arrival dates into the state of Colorado. Military families are a part of our communities that we live. We are asking that our children be considered a part of the local school communities as well. Each of the 5 active duty military stations in Colorado provide thousands of local jobs to our communities, and each installation has an annual economic impact of between $1.3 and $1.6 billion going to our local communities in the state. Military families contribute to our communities when we volunteer locally, including in our local schools, when we pay locally for hockey and taekwondo lessons, tutoring sessions, and summer camps, military spouse employment, retirement, and second jobs. This law, Military Family Open Enrollment in Public Schools, now allows inbound military members to the state of Colorado to begin the school registration process for their children before they arrive in Colorado. Colorado is a school choice state, which ideally means families get to choose which school their children attend. Military families will now be able to apply for open enrollment by using their inbound school liaison office address of the military installation, which they will be assigned as their local address. Inbound military children will now be given the same opportunity to request school assignments, register for courses, and apply for the same courses offered to students who are already in the state. Inbound military members will be exempt from having to be in person to register their children, and they will be allowed to register their children electronically. Military children will also gain automatic matriculation for following years and grade levels, and their siblings will gain sibling preference for subsequent school years. This will prevent military children from being pushed out of their choice school in subsequent school years due to over-enrollment. HB 21-1217 passed unanimously in the Colorado House and in the Colorado Senate, with bipartisan support from the beginning in both chambers. On 28 May 2021, Governor Polis signed HB 21-1217 into law. Improving education transition for military families, and especially our kids in the state of Colorado. While HB 21-1217 is a good start to removing many of the barriers our military families face when moving to Colorado, there's still more work to do. In addition, Several other states are passing similar legislation to support military families and allowing the enrollment process to happen earlier and be less complicated. Military families are stationed in all 50 states and around the world, and our stories are not unique and they're not new. Colorado is not the only state where military families face barriers when it comes to education for our children, which is why I'm working on a universal military education bill at the national level to provide our kids and our families guaranteed coverage when transferring between states and returning to the US from overseas assignments. Military families would greatly benefit from one standardized bill that would give our children a more equitable playing field in education, no matter where they're assigned throughout the US. And with so many people currently in support of military education, I believe now is the time that we can get this done. Thank you all for your time today and for all of your efforts in helping to make life better for our military members and our families. Over to you, Harold. And by the way, I think we need to have a chili taste-off between Colorado and New Mexico.
Thank you, Alicia, and thank you for bringing up the green chili. I'm down here in New Mexico, and I know you love New Mexico green chili, so I'll send some up, a frozen batch up to you. My name is Harold Pope Jr., and I'm an Air Force veteran. I initially enlisted and served as a dental assistant. Later, I was commissioned as an acquisitions officer and a chemist, and I retired in 2018. During my career, I was stationed at 7 different locations, but luckily I was able to stay at my last duty station with my family for the last 7, with the exception of a remote assignment. And I took this unaccompanied to the Middle East so that I could actually avoid being sent to another base. I could return back here to Kirtland Air Force Base here in Albuquerque, so that I could actually retire here and avoid uprooting my family to another location. But I was fortunate because I actually got married at the end of my career, and I didn't face many of the hardships facing so many of our military families. You know, my military friends and coworkers who I served with were not so fortunate, as they had to deal with not only finding the right school for their kids, but ensuring that they had the ability to register for the classes and the extracurricular activities they so deserve. While some states and school districts near military installations offer advanced enrollment, this is not always the case. We still have too many of our service members suffering and struggling the process in order to ensure their children get the proper access to a proper education, and this must change. As a military member and a retiree, I was able to advocate on this issue, but then I was elected last year to the New Mexico State Senate, where I could actually even make more of a difference. I currently serve as the co-chair of the Military and Veterans Affairs Committee and the vice chair of the Senate Education Committee, and we were able to pass 2 military family bills in our January 2021 session. First of those bills was Senate Bill 271, the Purple Star Program, which is a state-sponsored recognition program designed to emphasize the importance of assisting military children with school transition and developing programs that recognize the value of military service and civic responsibility. The average military-connected child will experience 6 to 9 different schools during their K through 12 education experience. New Mexico passed this legislation in order to make things easier for military families frequently on the move by establishing this program. Military children face issues such as gaps and overlaps in curriculum, different graduation requirements, and course placement disruption, as well as difficulties relating to socially and emotionally connecting with the new school and their community. New Mexico and states such as Ohio, Texas, and Virginia already have these programs in place. And specifically what these programs do is they designate school staff as a point of contact for military students and families. They require professional development for staff assigned as a POC for the military. They designate a website with resources and information for military families. They add at least one supplemental activity, such as an additional professional development or a school board passing a resolution in support of military children. They recognize the accomplishments of veterans and active duty members, and they sponsor special events recognizing military service. The next bill we were able to pass was Senate Bill 272, Military Family and Early School Enrollment, also known as Advanced Enrollment. This lets a military child register in their new school district at the same time as the general student population, which is generally at the end of the previous school year. Military children moving to a participating state will no longer have to prove physical residence within the school district boundaries before they enroll. Benefits of advanced enrollment include it gives them the opportunity to participate in random lotteries for charter or magnet schools, gives them a chance to enroll in specialized academic programs, and the opportunity to begin coordinating their IEP and 504 plan requirements, also the ability to register for courses and plan their course of study. Also, the comfort of knowing which school they will attend before arriving at a new location. So how does this process work? First, the military family will send their military orders on their where they're going to be assigned at their pending location. Second, once they actually arrive, we will allow them 45 days to actually provide proof of their residence and where they're living at their new location. Some school districts already offer this in our state, but a lot of times it's mostly school districts that are near military installations. But we want to make sure that we're taking care of all the members of our military, even those serving in the Guard and the reserves. Examples would be also members that are military recruiters in a city or location that does not have a military installation. Going forward, I plan on introducing additional legislation. Specifically, in our next session, I will introduce a bill for open enrollment, and we're hoping to get that passed as well. This legislation, just like in Colorado, will provide increased flexibility through access to school districts and open enrollment policies. In closing, I'd like to commend the work of the Congressional Military Family Caucus, legislators around the country, and also some of our leaders in the military, our commanders that are implementing policies to help our military families. But this isn't enough. It's not enough to just pass bills piecemeal in our states. We need federal legislation. We need legislation that is going to provide some continuity to our military families, to where it's not different in one state and then it's a whole different process in another. Military life is stressful enough as it is, and we need to try to make it as easy as possible, these transitions for our military families. So thank you again for allowing me to be on this panel, and I will pass it back over to Michelle.
Thank you, Harold and Alicia, for inspiring us with your advocacy and your legislative solutions for military families. By telling your stories and the stories of other military families, that helps other legislators understand those unique challenges that we face. And that's what we do at Partners in Promise. We love data, but we know that the stories of our exceptional military families paint a more complete picture of what we're experiencing. And it's through collecting, analyzing, and elevating those stories that we can create top-down solutions that will benefit all military families, not just those in special education. So our annual military special education survey has been the primary way to collect the diverse experiences of our military families. Last year, we learned that stigma was a huge reason that families did not enroll in the Exceptional Family Member Program or access care that they needed. And that data led to us creating a podcast, Disruptive Storytelling of the Military Change Makers, to help address the elephant in the room and make this part of military life easier. This year's survey stands to reveal even more. We heard from over 1,100 EFMP special education families. And here's a sneak peek of what we have learned so far. 75% report they don't know that special education attorneys are now available through their service branches. Special education attorneys was a provision included in last year's National Defense Authorization Act, support families through special education issues and help them navigate the complexity of special education law. Although we have seen aggressive outreach by some service branches about these new resources, our families still do not know what services are available to them. There are also still long gaps in receiving services and supports outlined in their military child's IEP. Of those who already received special education services, 39% reported their child has gone without services after PCS move. And for those who did receive services, 87% waited over a month, 19% said they waited 6 months, and 19% said they waited over a year. Last year's survey data closely aligns with the numbers that we're seeing for this year. And we hope to use this data to inform leaders on how to provide families with solutions to these PCS transition problems. We also learn from the stories of families who reach out to us. One heartbreaking story is from an Army spouse of 13 years. She detailed their struggles during their PCS from Colorado to New York. She has 3 children, with her oldest son enrolled in the Exceptional Family Member Program. He is diagnosed with autism and ADHD. The parents proactively sent his IEP to the new school district 2 months prior to arrival. Days before beginning the new school year, school officials told her that they would not be able to provide the supports and services on her son's IEP. Despite the child's IEP stating special education transportation and placement in a special education classroom, the school said her son would have to take the regular bus to school and be placed in the general education classroom until they could get things figured out. So what do you think happened next? Every single day for the first few weeks, she had to drive her son to school since his disability would not allow for him to be on a large, crowded bus without an aide. And as a working parent, this impacted her ability to maintain her job. To make matters worse, within 2 hours of dropping her son off at school, she was called by the school office to return and pick him up due to his behavior in the general education classroom. This routine went on for weeks until the child's IEP was finally implemented as written. That Army's family experience mirrors our survey data that the majority of military families have delays with accessing an appropriate education. And the regression and lost instruction is compounded every time exceptional families move. And as Alicia and Harold discussed, there are solutions. One solution is allowing for advanced or early school enrollment for exceptional military families as soon as they have written orders. This would allow for school districts to be prepared. Receiving the incoming IEP with plenty of time would ensure that the school districts provide those supports and services on day 1 of arriving at school. Additionally, if a child has severe disabilities, preparing paperwork of the child's needs will be able to ask for reimbursement through impact aid at the end of the year. It's a win-win for both the school district and the child with special needs. And another solution addresses the incoming IEPs of military children to a school. Change is difficult for all children, but it's much harder for children with special needs who thrive on that routine and consistency. Yet, it is during the first month of school that school staff typically proposes changes to the incoming IEP. It can be overwhelming for families, especially when they're unsure of how these changes will affect their child educationally. The solution is to give that military child extra time, up to 6 months, if necessary, to get settled into their new routine. This allows school officials to have more time to accurately assess that child's needs according to their disability. This will also allow parents to have more time to be able to observe their child and allow for them to meaningfully participate in the drafting of the new IEP. We are working with legislators at the federal level on these 2 solutions, specifically targeting schools near installations that have a heavy concentration of EFMP families for implementation. And so in the coming months, we'll examine the special education and diagnostic timelines reported by families. Does it take a military family longer to receive a medical diagnosis or service? What diagnoses are most vulnerable to PCS hardships? These are the questions we do not have the answers to yet, but we hope to tackle them when we release our findings in early 2022. So to learn more about military special education families or to receive a copy of our latest findings, sign up for our newsletter by visiting our website at Partners in Promise at thepromiseact.org. And so we thank again everyone for this opportunity to be able to speak about education, our military community, PCS transitions. Alicia, Harold, and I are happy to answer any questions. I see there's a lot in the chat over there. So thank you for this opportunity. We look forward to chatting more.
All right, I want to thank our panelists for your guys' remarks. We will now open this up for our Q&A session. But while we set this up for gallery view, the panelists will drop out and be added back onto the panel. So don't freak out for a little bit. Attendees, please use the Q&A feature at the bottom of your screen. And for those watching on Facebook, please ask your questions in the comment section. And we will start this process now. First question that we have is the Interstate Compact on Educational Opportunity for Military Children working? If not, why not? Is it working for kids who need access to special education? And if not, what would you recommend to fix it? And I'll just hand that off to someone on the panel.
I can start there. We have been working with MIC3, and there are improvements that are happening before our eyes. And I think just bringing the awareness of special education to those in leadership in MIC3 has been a huge piece of that progress in the last year or so. I could give you some stats actually about that. Families report they don't really know about MIC3. So I think we need to work on that messaging. 73% report that they are not familiar with MIC3. So that is somewhere that I think we can work on. Not just MIC3, but also nonprofits that work in this space would be, and then also working with leadership at various installations. And of those that filed complaints, only 2.5% said they filed or notified their MIC3 state commissioners. So I think that families don't know what role MIC3 can play. You know, it's difficult for special education. I can speak to that as far as, you know, federal law is what mandates those services through the IEP. And, you know, states can do things a little bit differently as long as they're, you know, doing everything the IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, but sometimes they might have extra protections there for children. And so it gets complicated. You know, we move from state to state, district to district, everyone does it differently. But I do think there needs to be more improvement in that unified message, and then us making sure that we get that information to our special education families. Alicia, I don't know if you have anything to say about MIC3, or you also, Harold.
So in addition to that, thank you, Michelle. I think it's the same thing. What we're lacking and what we are hearing again and again today is that families don't know about the programs that are out there. They don't know how to connect correctly. And part of the Interstate Compact that I'm hearing specifically from families where the difficulty comes in is it's an agreement that if a state has signed on to it, not every school and not every district will follow through with it. So where do our families go to connect to MIC3 to have the support back on the ground level, pushing that school and that district to do what they agreed to do? And so I think if we can get that done, if we can get the familiarization on it done, and if we can get the communication of what are the steps that the families need to take and in what order, we're going to be in such a better position.
I think you both touched on it. I see the issue is just families and people knowing about it, but also the big issue is the compliance. It's a lot easier here for the school districts and schools that are around military installations, but those folks outside, you know, they're not used to doing this and complying to this because they don't have a lot of military kids in their schools. And that's one of the reasons, as I mentioned before, some of the bills that we passed, even though some of the schools were doing it, we wanted to make sure was statewide, and it's the same issue with this.
All right, our next question is from Kim Day. What is being done to oversee DODEA schools internationally. My experience with overseas schools is that there is no place to raise concerns outside of DODEA. I would like to hear if anyone has looked into a governing body to provide oversight in this area. I open that up to anyone on the panel.
I'll just pipe in a few minutes. We do hear a lot from DODEA families. They do feel that their voices are not heard, especially those overseas that are having problems with the implementation of their IEPs. And so I want them to know, we hear you. It is complicated as far as what is the process, the avenue of elevating a concern when it's affecting your child's education. And so I think that is an area that we need to work on. We need to have a central message of like, this is what happens if things are not going 100% the way that you think it should go. And I don't know about a overall entity that could maybe look at this, but I'm loving these ideas. And so this is why this caucus is so great, is that we can come together and discuss, possible solutions to make sure that the folks that are overseas, and not all of them are sent overseas with an IEP, some of them get them while they're based out there. And so you can't really say, well, they shouldn't have gone overseas, because you don't know sometimes if your child is going to be getting a diagnosis when you may be in all those supports and services. So I love that idea. And, I think we should definitely bring those in leadership positions to the table to discuss that more.
Michelle, I agree with you. I think sometimes that's why families don't want to say a whole lot of things, because if the feedback is, well, you shouldn't have gone overseas, that's not really the reasonable answer, right? And living overseas provides our families such amazing opportunities that I don't think that's the end all. I agree that we need to expand that. And I think using our voices, coming to the table, sharing what the issues are is going to make the huge impact. For instance, here in Colorado, when we took the moms specifically to testify before the Senate and the House, those representatives and senators 9 times out of 10 said they had no idea what military families were dealing with, because we are specifically designed to get in our communities, be good stewards, and do the best. But if we're not letting our hosts know what our issues are, there's not a way to fix it. So Kim, I know that probably doesn't answer your question greatly today, but I will tell you, I know there's a lot of people online today. There's a lot of people invested in making things better. So thank you for bringing that question forward, and know that we're definitely going to pursue that with everyone who's on the caucus today. Thank you.
And I would just add to that, I think that's what's great about us having this discussion. I'm not familiar with these issues, but I'm going to be able to learn, and I'm really want to learn because some of these kids and families will be coming into New Mexico, and we have to make sure what support systems we can provide when they arrive here as well. So thank you for the question, and I want to learn more about this issue.
All right, let's go on to another question from Betsy Gillen. For our MILFAM members overseas who do not have the choice for things like open enrollment in public schools or even private schools, how can we better hold DODEA accountable to keep up with the opportunities available to our children stateside, such as honors classes, competitive athletic opportunities, and career services, rather than just providing a baseline education? And I'll open that to whoever wants to take that first.
Okay, I'll take that on. I think what we're seeing today is that we need more representation of military families to be able to discuss these type of issues with those in leadership positions. I know Congresswoman McMorris-Rodgers talked about the EFMP Advisory Council that we have worked on with a lot of other nonprofits that would elevate the voices of our EFMP families from each of the service branches, so they can discuss the challenges that they might be having and then be able to come up with these solutions on how to fix them. And so maybe we need a little bit more of interaction for those from various parts of the education system, those in DODEA, those in public school, those in private school, those are homeschooling, and really kind of come together to talk about these issues. And so that's what I'm hearing from, a lot of the questions today on, how they would go about, talking about the challenges that these families are experiencing overseas. And I know that we have the MIC3, and they do have some ex officio officials from a couple of nonprofits that are helping to raise these concerns from our military families. But I think we also maybe need to expand that and then have these conversations on a regular basis.
I would also add, I think what I'm hearing today is so many of the same concerns that are stateside are happening in our DODEA schools. And unfortunately, I think sometimes we're missing the mark here stateside. At least I think I am, right? I have been under the assumption that DODEA schools are providing much more than they are. So Betsy, thank you for that. I would say at your location, go to your command team, talk to them, get a coalition of other families who are dealing with the same things, provide some data, provide the personal stories. Those are the things that are really making the difference with our representatives, our senators, and our leadership. When they're hearing personal stories of things that are happening to actual members and actual families, as opposed to just statistics. So please go to your command teams, ask for a sit down, collect, build a coalition of the families that are there that are dealing with the same things, and know that we are working on these things. And you are more than willing, I'm more than willing to get in touch with you. If you reach out to me, my contact information should be on the slides as well. So thank you.
Okay, I think that leaves us with one more question. This one coming from Lisa Hook. As a military parent, it is frustrating to see schools promote themselves as military friendly, and also know that they receive thousands of dollars in federal impact aid, yet they do not offer any formal support services for military children. Even simple low-cost things like summer welcome events for new children to meet one another. Most teachers at these schools are never trained to understand the struggles and challenges of military children. Are there any current efforts to remedy this and provide better support for our children? And I will turn that over to the panel.
Okay, I'll hop back in here. So there are some, there's a great provision that was in last year's National Defense Authorization Act, and it is a government accountability study into impact aid for military families. And so the report should have been completed, but because of COVID this year, it looks like it might be delayed to early spring of next year. And I think that that study will give us a little bit of a deep dive of impact aid and how it is supporting military students, not just here in CONUS, but also OCONUS. So I would want to keep your eyes out for that report, because I think it's not only going to just look at general education, where those transparency and accountability of those funds that schools request every year through their blue impact form that they get. But we also were curious about the additional money that is slated for kids that have IEPs. And also there's an additional money if you fill out a special form for those who have severe disabilities. So there's definitely a lot of transparency that I think that we will be able to get out of the completed GAO study. And if you want to contact your legislators to ask how that's going, I think that maybe we'll get that information out faster to our military families. So I think that's a good step, is that someone is already taking a look at this, and to make sure that we can maximize those funds and make sure that they go to military students the way that they were intended to go.
And I would just add, I think that there are a lot of schools that may not be getting the amount of impact aid that we as military families believe they're getting. One of the biggest issues is a lot of military families are not filling out the impact aid forms. Sometimes they're not coming out with the correct information. For instance, when my first child was in kindergarten, I got a random piece of paper open brought home from her backpack with nothing else attached to it. First time mom, first time kid in school. And it asked for all this private information. And I was like, there's no way I'm signing that. So I think if we can better socialize what the impact aid form is, where the money is going, and also, as Michelle was saying, holding those districts accountable for how they're spending the money, where it's going, and how often they're receiving it. The other thing I would say, Lisa, is go to your school counselors and ask them, can I help begin a summer welcome program? Or can you start a military lunch bunch for military kids? So if you go to your school districts, your local schools, the teachers, the counselors, again, it's the personal conversations, the personal stories that bring about change so much faster and at a greater level. So we hear you. As Michelle said, that report is coming out. We're all excited to see that and see where it goes from there. But also go to your counselors, talk to your kids, see what you can do on the local level and expand that out to your friends. Facebook is a huge thing. Hey, how about April 1st? We're all going to go to our school counselors across the country and DOD and say, we want a lunch bunch for the students, or we want to see change for our kids. What can we do? I think that might be a great idea. Social media has a way of working things quickly. Thank you.
All right, I want to take a special thanks to our panelists today, Michelle, Alicia, and Senator Pope. We have to move on to our next panel. For the attendees that had questions but we couldn't get to, we will be sending these questions to our panelists and the congressman and all our support here. So feel your questions will be answered in due time. But sit tight. Our next panel will start at 11:30 on childcare. See you soon.
welcome back, everybody. Looks like we have our panelists here. So just 1 minute here. So be just 1 second. We're just getting this down, and then we'll start here. Okay. Well, thank you. Moving forward, we are going into our child care panel, and it's Matthew here again with the Office of Congresswoman McMorris Rodgers. I would like to introduce on the panel here Ethan Branch, Liaison Officer with Fort Benning Schools, Crystal Pillow with Child Care Aware of America, and dual military spouse and service member Rebecca Emerson. As always, all the bios for today's panelists can be found in our chat window. Ethan, we'll ask you to go ahead and turn your video back on. And with that, we'll go ahead and turn it over here.
Hello, everyone. As Mr. Jenkins said, I'm Ethan Branch, School Liaison Officer here at Fort Benning in the Maneuver Center of Excellence. And I appreciate you guys letting me take part in the panel today. The last panel discussion about education is very insightful. A little shameless plug here. I would just ask all the active duty families that are on the call that if they do experience any educational issues, be sure to reach out to your school liaison officer. And from there, they can elevate any hardships that you're having to the appropriate command or to the appropriate school district or DODEA if it's applicable. That's what we're here for. We're here to assist with educational transitions and facilitate communication between installation, schools, and the community. I really just want to take a moment just to thank all the families and thank everyone involved in our Army Child and Youth Services just over the last year and a half, exhibiting resilience, because it has been a challenge amongst anything, especially for our direct care staff who have faced a lot of difficulties, including personal risks to themselves and their families, constantly changing mitigation strategies, especially here at Benning and their family, and also staffing shortages. And I know that Ms. Pillow and her panel discussion will provide some more just what the nationwide status is of childcare in the United States. But definitely our Army CYS caregivers are amazing people who dedicate themselves to improving the lives of military children. One thing the Army is committed to very specifically is providing quality, affordable child and youth programs for all of our families. We're investing in facilities and initiatives to increase child care availability and access to care. At this time, Army CDCs, our child development centers, are accredited at 96% across the enterprise. And we have a pretty aggressive strategy moving forward to address some common things that are seen across many installations. As I mentioned, there's currently a nationwide shortage of quality or qualified early childhood educators and also teachers in the local areas as well. And all Army garrisons have experienced some considerable staffing shortages due to this. We're aggressively on the offensive to try to combat it. And some of the things put into place here, we have increased compensation. So across the board to more reflect the national average. Here at Fort Benning, minimum child care, the base salary for a child care, direct care provider is $13.53. And it goes up to the highest level at $25.03, which that you got to have quality individuals and compensate them for what they do for our families. Another point that I would like to just bring up, as of August 2021, the Civilian Employee Assistance Tool, the SEAT program, as Command Sergeant Major Grinston mentioned, has led to the successful transfer of over 1,000 child and youth program assistants or other direct care workers between installations. And those are individuals that are non-appropriated fund employees 3 and below to move to other installations and receive the same pay grade and same pay level. Another thing that has received some beneficial feedback is there's ongoing hiring and staffing operational planning team meetings to discuss hiring and staffing issues. At the end of July of this year, a virtual hiring fair was conducted across multiple installations, and it netted over 150 selections of CYS direct care staff. Europe, the installations there also conducted an event and hired over 100 highly qualified individuals as well. There's other hiring events scheduled for later in October. And we're going to keep addressing as the Army as a whole in Child and Youth Services, recruitment and retention incentives. Another big push that the Army has made is investing in family child care. That is child care provided, the family child care programs, care provided in homes through private individuals in their personal homes on the installation. And these homes are needed to increase the child care capacity, especially for care after duty hours or here at Benning after 6:30 p.m. And as of the 30th of September, there was over 134 FCC homes that are caring for children. The Army streamlined the application to apply for FCC homes and operate in that, and it's continuing to see benefits in that. One of the incentives for our FCC homes is to provide $1,000 bonus for providers who PCS remain in the FCC program at a new location, and $1,000 recruitment bonus for FCC providers who are new that have never done it before. Currently at Benning, we have 6 operational FCC homes. We're looking to increase that in the future. In some locations, family child care homes are approved to provide 24-hour care 7 days a week for up to 30 calendar days of the year. So if the mission is needed, that's where that happens. And some CDCs can provide mission extended care if the mission requires it. Another thing that is positive across the Army enterprise is there's a 10-year child development program initiative where we're looking at military construction of CDCs and renovating currently operating child development programs and youth programs. Our Fort Benning child development programs got to see part of that happen here. We had 3 kitchens, which kitchens, especially during the last few months, have been very important. 3 kitchens in our child development program have been renovated, as well as tech centers in our youth programs with new furniture, new technology, things to help students virtual learn, all of those great things. Also, across the enterprise, especially here at Benning, closed caption television, our ability to record and see what's going on in the centers, it continues to improve. We got brand new equipment that helps families feel more safe if the issue ever arises, and also just for feedback and teaching of individual direct care staff. The Army Fee Assistance Program, and we'll get into that a little bit with Ms. Pillow, approximately 10,000 Army families active in reserve, they receive Army fee assistance. It's to buy down the cost of childcare when installation care is not available or not an option for a family. The information on Army fee assistance, the program, is automatically sent to families who are on the waiting list with militarychildcare.com. Currently, the cap is $1,500 for soldiers and Department of Army civilians, but the Office of Secretary of Defense is looking at possibly increasing that going forward. The Army fee assistance includes before and after in the calculation, and where the monthly community provider could exceed the $1,500 cap, they're looking at the possibility of making exceptions in high cost areas. There's a few pilot programs that the Army is excited about bringing. We're part of a 2-year pilot with other Department of Defense branches that is going to bring something called military child care in your neighborhood, where essentially families would have the option to participate in more care outside of the installation. And that has kicked off in some places, and the pilot will be extended in the next fall. And the Army is going to continue to take a look at that. And also the in-home provider pilot has begun. And that is a pilot program where families who maybe they're going through transition, maybe just due to their life circumstances, maybe they need some additional support through the help of a nanny or an au pair in the home. And as of 31 August, there was 259 families who were invited to take part in this in-home provider assistance program, and 38 families accepted. Currently, the pilot sites, it's not everywhere yet, but hopefully in the future, San Diego, San Antonio, Hawaii, the National Capital Region, and Norfolk, Virginia. That's currently just some of the exciting things that's going on with the Army and childcare. I'll pass it on to Ms. Rebecca Emerson, the Executive Director of Exceptional Military Families.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Emerson, Air Force veteran, retired as of 2020, and I'm an active duty Army spouse. I'm the mother of 2 kids, one with special needs. My goal during this time is to share my point of view of childcare in the military. I served for almost 20 years as enlisted and officer before having a child, so I initially viewed military childcare through the lens of a non-parent. I saw the struggles of my single father coworker back in 2000 when I was his emergency care plan. He ended up getting out of the military due to his childcare issues. Fast forward to 2020, and I ended up leaving because of the same issues. DoD has not initiated systematic policy changes for its child development program since 1989. Fast forward to 2016, I am part of a dual military officer couple when my first child was born in Colorado. At Space Force did have prior to his arrival back at the bottom of the list. I was in a staff job and had about a 5-minute commute to pick my kid up, but I struggled to make it there by 6 p.m. sometimes. Due to my husband's TDY schedule and location, I was the sole person for drop off and pickup. I remember being upset I couldn't put him in daycare for more than 12 hours a day when I was in a staff position when he was an infant. By the way, I think that's a little bit crazy now. Why was I so upset or worried about this? Well, because I had a real fear that my career was on the line. Major Balzer's dissertation found that within a year of giving birth, an active duty woman in the Army or Air Force who took 12 weeks of maternity leave was less likely to be promoted in comparison to her peers without children and fathers for the same time period. In the Air Force, we have seen a 7% decline between 2020 and 2021 with women applying, competing, and being selected for executive officer and aide positions. Women are declining in residence PME and in some cases, command opportunity. This further restricts women from reaching top leadership within the military, and childcare is directly related in my opinion. The CDC service in Colorado was fantastic and the place was spotless. I really appreciated the additional regulations governing the CDC. I'm not alone in my customer experience. In the 2020 Air Force WIT childcare survey, 75% of survey respondents found CDC daycare to be either good or very good. However, these restrictions can be cumbersome when applied to the civilian sector. If we are reaching out to the community for support, we should adopt state regulations for civilian childcare. An important area of note is that there is a disconnect between the struggles on the ground for the CDCs and the higher headquarters. The CDCs are great when they are staffed and have availability. In pre-pandemic January 2020, there were over 7,000 children on the wait list with the average wait time ranging from 50 to 107 days. There's a worker shortage coupled with non-competitive wages for childcare staff. These problems can be fixed today. I appreciate the long-term strategy for MILCOM projects for more facilities. It's great. But what are we doing to alleviate the childcare crisis today to retain people like me forced to leave due to unmet childcare needs? Pre-kids, I remember going to my friend's house in the middle of the night to help out when she got called in for work and her husband was already on night shift. As E3s, they didn't have enough money to pay for night care in general. Fast forward to 20 years later, and my friend who's in command of a small 24-hour unit has the same issues. The solution required whoever was not on shift to run an ad hoc daycare for the other shift workers in their home. Where are we at in the DoD with realistic coverage options for 24-hour care? If it isn't feasible in the CDC model, what is the timeline for subsidizing other options? When is the pilot program for in-home care going to launch DoD-wide? Programs that are currently touted as solutions for 24-hour care have no teeth, in my opinion. If there are no FCC providers to use for 24/7 care, is it really being offered? A factor that increases the stress on 24/7 operations and the need for childcare is the shift to deployed in place operations, which I saw firsthand when I was attached to Space Command. In 2017, my childcare situation changed drastically. We had moved to a joint assignment to Fort Bragg and our second son was born with Down syndrome. I went to the Army CYS and EFMP offices and quickly realized the programs in place to assist were aimed at the archaic dad goes to work and mom stays home model. I didn't go through the process for my child to be cared for on base because after being told what was available and touring the facilities, I saw that it really wasn't a viable option for my son's condition. I was shocked there weren't more programs aimed at dual military or working parents in general. Every single option through TRICARE, TRICARE Echo, and branch services was designed to help a stay-at-home spouse. There are even specific regulations that these services that are designed to help cannot be used for childcare, yet EFMP offices point you to those resources. For 2.5 years, I was able to piecemeal my childcare together. I was in a day staff job, which helped. I thought I could work it out and still progress in my career field, but it just ended up being too much. Commanders can be supportive. And to be clear, in my case, my leadership was stellar, very supportive. But the 1 to 2 people they are helping at a time doesn't translate to gains towards solving the systemic childcare issues DoD-wide. As a dual military officer couple, we did receive a small amount of financial assistance from Child Care Aware for private daycare. The daycare was from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., so I needed to pay extra for before and after care. I had 3 different ad hoc babysitters, and we had our parents come in from other states to assist with TDYs. Our average monthly amount we spent on childcare with 2 kids after the assistance was about $2,000 a month in rural North Carolina. That figure is not realistic for an enlisted service member or maybe even a single income. I retired early in 2020 because we couldn't execute our child care plan and one of us had to leave the service. I started looking into childcare as a potential civilian spouse and realized that the problem is mirrored in the civilian community and that the base care is drastically less available to dual working couples that are not both military. How are we going to stay competitive in the childcare market to support the world's strongest military? I think DoD needs to ask themselves how much they want to support the modern military family dynamic and how far they are willing to go to fund programs that work for the total force. Are we truly being inclusive when most childcare options aren't feasible for EFMP families or the new family dynamic in general? There may be a process to ask questions and programs in place to help, but when those processes lead to a non-answer and the programs are not funded or realistically executed, how can they be considered options? I ask that DoD look at childcare through the lens of being inclusive. Since the 1980s, the number of military families that have single parents and are dual military has doubled from 41,000 to 86,000 in 2018. Military women compared to military men are proportionally more dual military, LGBTQ+, divorced, single parents, unmarried, and without children in the home. King et al. From a GAO study published in May 2020, the likelihood of separation for female service members is 28% higher than that of males. According to one study by King, compared to new fathers, new mothers had twice as many unmet childcare needs in the military. In the Air Force, IG Disparity Review released in September 2021, women make up 50% of the population, but only 21% of the Air Force. Women are even being discriminated against for their service from the civilian court system in custody cases. According to a 2020 Congressional Research Service report, DoD officials have indicated that the primary reason for providing childcare services is to enhance force readiness. Women may be heavily impacted, but it really is a total force problem. In the 2016 RAND study, it was found that maintaining work-life balance and meeting family commitments were top influencers for leaving or intending to leave from all service members. In the 2020 letter to the Secretary of Defense from Congress, it highlights the impacts COVID-19 had on the military. I think it really ripped open how this problem directly affects readiness and our ability to execute our nation's top priorities, China and Russia. So many strategic documents mention diversity as a priority. I would like to see it as more than words, but in actions and dollars, specifically aimed at removing the childcare barrier by expanding military childcare. In September 2021, the White House paper Strengthening America's Military Families and Dr. Biden's Joining Forces initiative support diversity and inclusion in today's military. The modern military family, to include those exceptional family members, strengthens the force. Secretary of Defense Austin stated, the DoD will build out a range of skills and capabilities in the workforce and remove barriers that limit its people from realizing their full potential as partners in the department's work. I am asking Congress to chip away and eventually eliminate the childcare barrier for today's diverse force. Retain us. We are the modern families that have chosen to serve in the all-volunteer force include care for the service members' modern military family so they can focus on the mission. Thank you for this time to share my story and my thoughts towards childcare in the DoD.
Now over to Ms. Pillow, the executive director, the assistant chief, excuse me, for Child Care Aware.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. Hello, everyone. I'm Crystal Pillow, Deputy Chief of Parent and Provider Services at Child Care of America. Child Care of America's mission is to ensure that all families have access to quality and affordable child care. So thank you so much for having me on the panel today. I'm going to provide a brief overview of the national child care landscape and what's available for military families in the community. CCAOA has had the honor and privilege to serve as the third-party administrator of the Child Care Military Fee Assistance Programs for nearly 2 decades for the Armed Forces. And as the daughter of an airman, I'm proud to work with military families each and every day, and I've been doing so for over 12 years now. As we all know, child care is a critical component of workforce needs, especially for the military families. During the pandemic, we've seen that child care challenges affect everyone, but disproportionately affect women, to include military spouses and female service members, especially women of color. COVID has highlighted pre-existing challenges with the system of early care and education across the nation. Pre-COVID, over 12 million children in the U.S. were in a child care setting. There were approximately 350 child care programs nationwide, 140,000 family child care homes, 100,000 child care centers, 105,000 school-age programs. But let's be clear, we've been speaking to the need for quality and affordable and accessible child care for decades prior to the pandemic. And as we've seen, child care prices can exceed the price of college tuition in many states. It has literally taken a global pandemic and enough people feeling the pain of lack of access and its implications for us to put that needed focus on child care. Before the pandemic, the U.S. child care system was in trouble. It's a fragmented system, and because of that, sometimes it doesn't feel like a system at all. That fragmentation is somewhat by design. Each state has its own sets of policies. Funding for child care comes from different sources with different requirements. This is not only complex for policy administration, but also complicated for parents and providers to navigate. It's definitely underfunded. The public invests only about $1,500 per child annually in care and education in children's first 5 years, and then invests $13,000 per child annually for the next 13 years, according to an analysis from the Brookings Institution's Hamilton Project. That seems wrong, given what we know about the science of early childhood and the learning begins from birth. The child care system relies on a patchwork of funding streams that places too high of a burden on families paying the price of care and on educators working for low wages, with a median pay of about $12 per hour, often without health insurance or other benefits, creating clear inequities. And there are just not enough child care providers to meet the demand. Providers were already leaving the field in record numbers before the pandemic. This particularly affects families of color, families living in rural areas, especially military families, and children with special needs. When COVID-19 was layered onto an already fragmented child care system, it shattered. Many providers are short-staffed. Parents are struggling to find child care arrangements that will allow them to work productively, and without a reliable, steady workforce, many industries will not be able to fully recover from the pandemic. The child care sector is currently down about 127,000 workers. This is more than a 10% decline from pre-pandemic levels, according to the Labor Department. While many industries complain they can't find enough workers, the hiring situation is more dire in child care than it is in restaurants. Right now, we have an opportunity to transform our child care system. So what does that mean for military families, and what is currently available to help military families today? So in military families, not only does the service member serve, but the whole family serves. And it's really important to the family that they have access to quality care so they can focus on the mission. One of the most critical components of accessing child care is to be able to tap into local resources like the military fee assistance programs. Child Care of America has acted as a third-party administrator for the child care fee assistance programs and referral programs for the U.S. military, which is designed to help military families access that quality and affordable childcare, similar to what they would receive on an installation when installation care is not an option. This would mean if there's a waiting list on base, or if the family is considered geographically dispersed, or greater than 15 miles and 20 minutes from a military installation, they may be eligible for the fee assistance program. Now, program requirements are determined by each branch of service and do vary by branch in general. But in order to qualify for the fee assistance program, generally the service member must be regular active duty or federally activated if they're a guard or reservist. The spouse must be working or enrolled in school, at least on a part-time status, and enrolled in school for undergraduate would mean a minimum of 6 credits, graduate school is 3 credits, and working a minimum of 16 hours weekly. Depending on the branch of service, families must place a request for care through the Department of Defense's online gateway, militarychildcare.com, where they request spaces for children by age for child development centers and family child care homes on the installation first, prior to being approved to apply for fee assistance out in the community. Child care providers also undergo an application process, and the minimum requirement is that they be state licensed and have a compliant annual inspection. There's no income threshold or requirement to qualify for fee assistance, so we encourage all military families to apply that to help to determine their eligibility, and they can actually contact us by phone or email in order to be able to do that. We do have, I can drop the website later in the chat, but website childcareware.org for families to apply, and they click the assistance for military/DOD families at the top of our webpage to apply, and we can assist them with the application process. We also administer the Exceptional Family Member Program services for children with special needs for the Navy that they receive up to 40 hours of free respite care monthly. This program is designed to help relieve the stress from families caring for children with special needs, and also gives them the ability to go on appointments, run errands, or whatever they might need to focus more on the family. Families may also qualify to receive fee assistance in addition to respite care. In addition, Child Care of America also operates a national hotline that's open from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. to assist families with the application process, but also connect them to their local resources in their state. These resources include choosing a child care setting for infants and toddlers, searching for child care programs in general, paying for child care, making the transition from child care to kindergarten, choosing child care for children with special needs, and many more. So if families need assistance with locating child care providers that are eligible for the fee assistance program and also meet their needs, our specialists are able to help them locate care in their area, and also the providers would have space for their children at that time. In addition, as I mentioned before, we do connect them with their local child care resource and referral agency for additional resources that the families might need. Other programs that Child Care of America administers include the Air Force Home Community Care Program, which assists families with care during the drill weekends. So that's 12 hours of care Saturday, Sunday. Also, the MCCYM Plus initiative that is currently run through the DOD. It's in several states right now, and the pilot is slowly rolling out, but increasing families' options to quality child care. And then the in-home community care program that is in 5 locations now, and Ethan mentioned that, in San Antonio, the National Capital Region, San Diego, Norfolk, and Hawaii, but for families that would like care in their home, similar to a nanny or au pair, there is fee assistance being provided in those locations for those families. So that is a look at what's available for military families currently, and also the national child care landscape. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Crystal. So with that, we'll go ahead and let's move into some questions here. First one that I've got up here, and I'll leave this open to whoever wants to jump in here, but we'll go through everybody. Does having a child with a medical or behavioral health diagnosis make it harder to stay in the military? And then to add on to that, what can we do to keep service members that have children with medical or behavioral health diagnoses in the military?
I'll take that one, at least part of it.
Okay, yeah, and everybody
uh,
can answer too.
right? I would say that it's very difficult, almost impossible. I was in '05 when I separated, and I had extremely supportive leadership. My spouse was also active duty officer, so we had 2 officer incomes that we could supplement the childcare issues that we had. I had a supportive boss. His side was not as supportive as my side, but at the end of the day, it was really too much. And when people come to me, when family members come to me and ask me if they think they could stay in, I honestly answer no. I don't think that that's possible with the services that are provided at this point. So I do think that there can be some tweaks to the program that can make it better for EFMP families. And I do think it is possible in the future to be more supportive.
And just speaking from a resource that is on an installation in general, it's something that the Army definitely is taking an interest in, trying to add different resources and try to get more things accomplished for exceptional family members. I know the previous panel kind of mentioned it, but especially with education, just the fact that now, as of 2020, there are education advocates that are assigned just for special education if there's ever an issue that a family has in dealing with a school district or entity such as that. And it's definitely something we as Child and Youth Services are trying to become more prepared for addressing those kind of situations in our youth programs.
I would also say that in addition to the services that are available on the installation, if the service member already has it connected with their family readiness officer, they should definitely do that to see what EFMP services are available at that particular installation, but also look out to the community as well through your child care resource and referral agency, because a lot of those services military families are eligible for, especially for enlisted members that are available to the civilian community. So I would encourage service members to also look into those, because a lot of states actually have robust EFMP network set up that can help their family as well.
Thank you. And I'll go back to you, Crystal, for this next one, and then again we'll go around the circle. It was kind of a two-part one. How much of the lack of military childcare access can be attributed to spousal licensure issues? And besides that, what else could we change that would have the highest impact to improve access to childcare besides spousal licensure issues, which I'm sure is already probably one of the biggest ones, if not the biggest. So go ahead.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of different ideas floating around right now in terms of increasing the access to childcare. I think, as I highlighted before, it really is a shortage in the workforce. And so some of the things I know that are being discussed is in combination with military spouses and how PCSing really does affect their career when basically the non-military spouse when moving around. So maybe also seeing how there can be a network of spouses that could actually help with increasing the capacity of the child care workforce, because that would be something that the community needs, but also military families need as well. But I think part of the answer really is increasing the funding in the system as a whole to be able to increase the wages for child care professionals. And making it more of an incentive for folks to go into that field. It's kind of like people are leaving the field and not being replaced, because the civilian child care population is also the military, part of the military system as well. And so both of those systems have to, improve in order for everybody to see the effects. So hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you. Ethan or Rebecca, do you guys have an answer to that one? Or? Ethan, what about you? You good? Okay.
Yeah, exactly what Ms. Pillow said, looking at different options and trying to address it from there. I know it's conversations held at our higher headquarters level are being had, but as far as the way ahead, that's above my pay grade. Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, no problem. We'll move on to the next one then. We have one from Trisha Solham, which I thought was a really good one. To summarize, she says, we've been talking a lot about childcare for dual income families and families where spouses are going to school. What about the families where one parent is currently not working and the other parent gets deployed, and suddenly that stay-at-home parent loses their one break from all of that? What is available to those parents who are left behind while they're not working while their spouse is deployed? And
Yes.
feel free for anyone to jump in on this one. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so for those families that are going through a deployment, there's deployment support respite care that's available, and it's through a Secretary of Defense approved program. They're able to get some care, some respite for their child while a family's deployed. They do need to bring a copy of the orders to show just that they are in the midst of a deployment. And the Army Community Services can help, the Family Advocacy Program can help facilitate that. And that's something that would then be shared with the Child and Youth Services. And from there, the family is available for some care for a respite.
Just to piggyback off of what Ethan said, I would recommend that they, again, go to the Child and Youth Services, whichever branch, but on the installation. For fee assistance, unfortunately, if the spouse is not working, they're not going to be eligible for that program. Depending on the branch, they may be eligible for, if they're in the Air Force Home Community Care Program. The Navy has a similar program, and so does the Army. So there may be some care options there. The other thing I would suggest is definitely going out into the community and possibly applying for state subsidy. Since there's only one income and state subsidy is income based, it would be a good chance that the family would qualify for assistance that way.
Thank you so much. So we will move into one last one, and then we'll take another short break before the next panel. So for this last question, I thought it was really interesting. Is childcare being considered, or are there any programs for exceptional family member program families in which the spouse is the exceptional family member and needs assistance with childcare? And I'll turn that over to you, Crystal. If you don't have anything, we can go to Ethan or Rebecca, whichever.
I don't necessarily know of any programs offhand. I know that the Office of Veteran Affairs was looking at a program like that several years ago, but I haven't heard the result of that. But that's a question that we've received over the years, and unfortunately, there's no program today that we know of that's being administered, but I do know the Office of Veteran Affairs is looking at that.
As far as a program for whenever the spouse or significant other is a exceptional family member, I'm not specifically aware of the rules, but we do offer through the Army Community Service Exceptional Family Member Program. If there is an exceptional child or someone in the household that is qualified as an exceptional family member who's registered, respite care is provided through ACS. So the same process that I just talked about for deployment, same deal with that. They could reach out to the EFMP office with ACS, and they would facilitate conversation with our Child and Youth Services Division.
I would just like to add that that is a significant pain point for a lot of families. I hear that a lot in the EFMP world. I'm an adult with significant medical issues on EFMP. How am I going to get to my treatments and things like that without any assistance, especially when the family member is deployed? It can be very overwhelming for the EFMP family. So I would encourage the DoD to look into a more robust program to solve that issue.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much to Crystal Pillow, Rebecca Emerson, and Ethan Branch. A great panel today. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a 5.5-minute break, and we will be back right here at 12:15 for the next panel. Thank you again, everyone, and we will see you soon.
And hello, everybody. It is Paul again, and welcome back. Next up, we have our spouse employment panel. On the panel is Stephanie Brown with the Military Spouse Chamber of Commerce and the Rosie Network. We have military spouse Catherine O'Connell linking in from Italy, and Christy Gliniak, a Whitworth University instructor in occupational therapy and also a military spouse. As always, more in-depth bios are linked in the chat window. Also, if you have any questions during our panel, or during our panelists' remarks, please use the Q&A button at the bottom of the page to ask your questions, and we'll get to it during our Q&A session. Now, to begin the panel, I would like to invite Stephanie Brown for her presentation.
Thank you. I want to thank the Congressional Military Family Caucus and partners in Promise for doing this amazing work. I have been a military spouse for more than 2 decades. As you mentioned, I'm the CEO and founder of the Rosie Network and the U.S. Military Spouse Chamber of Commerce. Both are nonprofits. We are all familiar with the unemployment and underemployment that military spouses face, and that has certainly been impacted by the pandemic. I myself am coming to you from San Diego, where 1 in 5 active duty military families qualify for food subsidies. We believe this military spouse unemployment plays a significant role in the financial stability for military families, and also mission readiness and retention. So a lot of focus has been paid to traditional employment and education. The Rosie Network and the Mil Spouse Chambers coming from that issue from a different perspective, and that is self-employment and small business ownership, entrepreneurship. So, which, as we know, roughly half of military spouses are turning toward self-employment and entrepreneurship today, and we see that number as continuing to grow. So this is what we're doing is significantly important to provide these spouses with the resources and training and support that they need to do that successfully. Self-employment and entrepreneurship can be truly the portable career. And that is really where the Rosie Network steps in. Next year, we celebrate our official 10-year anniversary. We have been empowering and training our military spouses to become self-employed, independent contractors, remote workers, and small business owners for a very long time. We have literally helped launch and grow thousands of military spouse small businesses around the country, for which we're very proud. We do this through our national award-winning Service to CEO Entrepreneurship Training Program, which is curriculum-based and also includes one-on-one mentorship, which is critically important for any small business owner. Due to the pandemic, our program is now virtual, and it is and has always been absolutely free. All of our graduates are welcome to join our National Alumni Program, which is where we continue the training, the networking, and the mentorship. We're also partnered with Hiring Our Heroes Military Spouse Employment Program. We are an MSEP partner, and we are also an official partner, a resource partner of the Small Business Administration, who we work very closely with, and all their VBOC offices around the country. We work with military spouses from the concept phase, launch, and growth. All types of businesses, no matter where you are around the globe. So truly, we don't just do our Service to CEO program. We also are engaged in a lot of other initiatives to help not just our active duty veterans, but most importantly, our military spouses be successful. One of those programs is with AAFES, which is the Army Air Force Exchange Service, the 60th largest retailer in the country. We do this in partnership with Veterans Grow America, local showcase events, allowing military spouse small business owners to get out there and sell their product and service directly from an AAFES location. It also includes retail and kiosk leasing and product placement. And we just launched with AAFES the first supplier diversity portal called the National Diversity Veteran Small Business Marketplace, which does include military spouses. It covers non-contract spend. It allows spouses to sell their product or service directly to the Army or Air Force. Again, non-contract spend. And as we all know, all AFI's profits go to MWR program, which does include building and supporting childcare centers. So this is very important to me personally and all of our military families. We're also working closely with Soldier for Life. We've launched 2 co-working spaces on Army installations. We're hoping to launch more. These are co-working spaces specifically for military spouses. And as the partner, the Rosie Network is stepping in to provide entrepreneurial training and support for that. The Military Spouse Chamber of Commerce, which launched in January of this year. We now have over 700 members, and that's growing. That's roughly 2 times the national chamber average of membership. We spent a year building the very first industry standard military spouse enterprise certification, which is available now for free. So military spouses can actually be certified. This gives them a seat at the table for business to consumer, as well as business to business opportunities, which has never existed before. Our certification is recognized by companies such as USAA, Johnson & Johnson, CVS Health, AFI's, and most recently Disney. We're onboarding many other companies, small, medium, and large. We released an early trend report, which you can find on our website. Key takeaway is that our members have generated over 10,000 jobs. The majority of those are for fellow military spouses. So by supporting military spouse small business owners, we are supporting and impacting military spouse job growth. Right now, we're working with Congresswoman Strickland's office out of Washington State and others to implement a pilot program, which would designate military spouse small business owners as a disadvantaged category. This is critically important in order to open up resources such as funding, which is currently available to minority-owned, women-owned, veteran-owned businesses. We need military spouses to get this designation. That'll be a game changer. We're also working with Army Chief of Staff General McConville's wife, Maria, on a guidebook, which we hope to launch very soon, helping spouses launch and grow with confidence, clarity, and compliance. It's going to address issues such as home-based business, the process, which is different for every branch, every command. We need to change this. We need to make a sole source for application and approval. We need reciprocity for home-based businesses for our spouses. We're also working to address the SOFA issue, which, as we know, anybody who's had to deal with that, it is tremendously, it's very restraining for spouses that want to be self-employed overseas. Some countries won't even allow it. It's a huge problem that is going to take a lot of us standing up to help identify and tackle that issue, which also bleeds over into employment issues for spouses. So to learn more about what we're doing, get engaged, enroll in our free program. All of our services are no cost. You can visit therosienetwork.org or milspousechamber.org. Thank you for this opportunity. Again, we are all about helping spouses become self-employed and destinies of their own future. And by doing so, we can build stronger, more financially stable military families. Thank you.
And thank you, Stephanie, for that. That was great. Next up, we're going to have Catherine O'Connell.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine, Catherine.
Great. Thanks for having me today. Hello, my name is Catherine O'Connell. I'm the mother of 4, a hospitality professional with over 30 years of experience. I'm also a military spouse. While I have worked on and off in the hospitality field based on demands from my spouse's career path, I would like to speak today only about the last 3 years and how COVID-19 impacted my employment journey. My family and I think you introduced me as being from Italy. We actually just relocated to DC, and the mess behind me is my household goods, which literally arrived yesterday. So keeping it real over here in the O'Connell family. But we just got back to the States from Italy in early August and finally into our home just now. Our overseas journey started a little over 3 years ago. It was a 3-year assignment when my husband discovered he was being assigned to JFC NATO. Although this move would require me to step down from my role as VP of Operations and Sales and the 6-figure income that came with it, the idea of living overseas was too good to pass up. My employer had been with me throughout 5 moves, and I knew eventually it would have to end. The reality is, I was surprised he hung in there as long as he did with my constant moving around. We all know military spouse employment is an uphill climb. I decided if it was eventually going to end, it might as well be on a high note. Italy seemed like a pretty good high note. Ending my employment before relocating to Italy seemed like a good exit plan. There were other factors as well. You see, my husband was diagnosed with a life-altering health issue about 8 years ago, and while some might think it a curse, for us, it was a roadmap. It was a peek into our future. We were ecstatic to discover we would have the opportunity to be overseas and travel while health was not a concern. He was and continues to receive excellent care from the military doctors, and modern medicine has kept the disease at bay. Our younger 2 children were also of a great traveling age, and the older 2 had settled in as newlyweds, and no grandchildren were on the horizon. The timing was perfect. So I gave my employer notice well in advance, as I knew finding a replacement would be a challenge for him, and I started to prepare for the upcoming changes. To my surprise and amazement, my employer was willing to work with me, and instead of ending our employment agreement, he allowed it to morph into a new role once again, while we lived in Italy. My salary would be cut in half, and my commitment would be as well. It seemed like a very fair proposal. I was so happy to have my career intact and an overseas assignment. I felt as if I had won the military spouse employment lottery. So I began the process of getting prepared for the transition. I had never been overseas before, not even for a vacation, so I had no idea what to expect. I reached out via Facebook to a few naval support site spouse group pages, seeking a little insight to what life would look like in Italy. Specifically, I inquired about options for a home office setup, internet connectivity, issues around privacy, etc. What I was surprised by was the firestorm of comments telling me that I was not allowed to work overseas. The anger and the stories of spouses who had to quit work were flying off my screen. I quickly deleted my post, afraid that I had put myself in a very serious position and wanting my anonymity back. I had no idea that work would even be an issue overseas. I naively assumed it was okay. I quickly learned about SOFA rules, the ins and outs of spouse employment in Italy, and was completely deflated, confused, and irritated. I had found the dream employer, a man that had stayed with me for 9 years, and this was what was going to bring me down. I also felt there was quite a bit of gray area in the rules based on exactly what I would be doing in my new role. After weighing the pros and cons of working in Italy and the possible consequences, we decided as a couple that I would continue to work very quietly. We were advised to seek legal counsel to clarify policy, but frankly did not want to raise any flags. At stake was about $225,000 in part-time earnings over the 3-year assignment. In my mind, as long as I was not taking a job away from a local national, then what was the harm? I worked the entire time we were in Italy. It was a well-balanced role between my hospitality career and my role as a military spouse and mother. The first 18 months were great. If I ever found myself in an awkward conversation at the commissary or could not attend an event due to a work call, I simply let people know I did a little consulting on the side and had no conflict. And then COVID-19 hit. Once again, I'm in the hospitality field, so as you can imagine, 2020 was tough as nails. While families here locally in Italy were trying to figure out how to navigate the pandemic, I was trying to keep a company afloat from 3,000 miles away. We laid off 250 people in March of that year, and the team that was left in place needed more support than ever. They were now doing more and more with less staff, and the support I provided to them also increased overnight. We lost more and more managers and supervisors, and my support role became greater and greater. My stress level and anxiety went through the roof. My day started at 8 a.m. Italian time, and due to the time zone change and the demand in the workload, I sometimes would work well into the next morning to keep the fire hose of work from consuming me. Yes, the work was challenging, no doubt, and I was actually appreciative to have something to get me out of bed during the pandemic, but there was no mental outlet. To my knowledge, there was no one on base working through the same scenario. Talking with my non-military friends in the States helped, but no one on base knew the pressure cooker I was under. I would laugh internally as spouses would complain about how to fill their days during the pandemic. There were not enough hours in mine. After hitting a mental wall and realizing I was in an unhealthy place, I stepped down in March of this year. I passed the baton to a person who could more adequately give the company what they needed. Once again, it was time to say goodbye, and yet again, my employer offered me a new role. Sensing the burnout that occurred, he offered me a development role, which I am currently doing and currently loving. My employer is a saint, seriously a saint, and if there was an award we could give him, I would ask that we please do. I think I understand the host nation rules regarding employment. The Italian locals need those well-paying jobs to support their families. Having a constant rotating door of spouses who may or may not want to fill those jobs is not really a good plan. I discovered while living in Italy that there were military spouses who were working at the medical facility legally, baking and selling cookies illegally, cutting hair, questionable, running IT companies secretly, and teaching at the local school, just to name a few. Each of us is carving out a place for ourselves and income for our family. It would be nice if all of us could do these things in the open without fear or judgment. As you can imagine, having small talk at the commissary regarding the challenges of your job while so many spouses have given up their jobs to come to Italy would not be well received. So I simply pretended. I didn't work. I talked about travel and food for the last 3 years. It was mentally exhausting, and I hid 1/3 of who I am. So as far as solutions go, I think as I started to think like, okay, how do we make this better, right? So number one, I think for each OCONUS location, spouse employment should be listed as a go or no go. As a spouse, we should know what the rules are ahead of time. And maybe our spouses do, our active duty members, but the reality is that information doesn't always get filtered down. Second, if the above is not black and white, if there's a gray area, then a more detailed list by field or profession should be offered for reference before a military member job is accepted when possible. 3, job availability should be discussed. If the only option for legal employment is perhaps the food court, which is a reality in some places, the spouses need to know before a military member job is accepted. It just needs to be part of the discussion. Number 4, what are the rules for home-based businesses? That's a really good question. I had no idea. They should be refined for the modern era. If there's one thing that COVID-19 taught us, it's that people can work from home and they can do it very successfully. If you're a real estate agent or a consultant or a childcare provider, what are the rules for the different roles? It's not a one size fits all. And I think we can do a better job of defining those for each of the bases and each of the branches. Am I allowed to use the internet for my home-based business? I have no idea, but I did for 3 years. Number 5, more and more spouses are carving out portable careers. The military has done a great job of breaking down barriers in regards to licensing, and they're continuing to do so. Now it's time to speak about home office space. Is there a hybrid model where military installations have shared office space for working spouses with portable careers? Think of the WeWork platform in Tyson's Corner right here in Virginia. a place where all kinds of employment can be shared and celebrated, not hidden in the shadows. I hope this information helps, and I hope we can affect change. Let me know if I can be further of assistance, and thanks for listening.
All right, thank you so much for that, Catherine. From Fairchild Air Force Base, that is in Congresswoman McMorris Rogers' district, we have Christy Gliniak. On to you, Christy.
Thank you so much. And I'm really appreciative that both these other panel members, Stephanie and Catherine, have really painted a lovely picture. So I'll just fill in some little gaps. As you've heard this morning, throughout the morning, that military spouses are not just committed to their partners and their families. They're also really passionate about their life's work. Although patriotic and proud of their spouses, they enter this world with their own unique dreams and aspirations. No matter if you're an emerging graduate entering the workforce or a seasoned professional, pursuing a successful career requires tremendous grit, trusted relationships, longevity, and promotion. With each permanent change of station, the spouse is often required to hit reset and start building a career from scratch once again. I'm really grateful to the organizers of this Military Family Caucus who are demonstrating their commitment to listening, learning, and exploring ways to make things better. Today, I hope to shed some light on the career challenges I've experienced firsthand, but more importantly, the challenges that I've witnessed with my extended military community as a key spouse. My military experiences began directly after 9/11 when my spouse, a commercial pilot at the time, felt compelled to serve. We relocated from Los Angeles, California to Columbus, Mississippi so that he could retrain as a military pilot. At that time, I was on maternity leave with my firstborn. I was highly driven in my career and left my dream job in the neonatal intensive care in Los Angeles at UCLA Medical Center. When leaving UCLA, I was 3 weeks short of being vested for my retirement benefits. Fortunately, I was able to fly back to Los Angeles to work for 3 additional weeks with the kind support of my mother-in-law, who was able to stay with our 3-month-old son. This allowed me to secure those retirement benefits and not lose them entirely. Upon moving, I had enough advance notice to pursue licensure in Mississippi and then later in Washington State. This is not the case for many military spouses. There were no initiatives at the time to help with this barrier. Today there are, but they're not complete. These initiatives form interstate compacts that help make these transitions as professionals less burdensome. For example, there is a proposed occupational therapy licensure compact in the works as we speak, similar to those that exist or are evolving for professions such as nursing, clinical psychology, physical therapy, and other medical professionals. After many years in the field, over time, there are little options to move and pursue jobs on your own accord. So I call them golden handcuffs sometimes, but not being able to do that, I chose to pursue an advanced degree 17 years into my military spouse role. Unfortunately, I discovered that the military incentives and supports for those returning into the academic world are not available to those whose husbands have progressed into higher ranks. So I missed the opportunity and was not able to benefit from any financial assistance for my education to pursue my PhD. It is my understanding that educators also have similar problems with waiting for positions, portable positions because of background checks. It was actually Catherine that pointed out that there was a shortage of substitute teachers over in Italy, and that these positions could be open for up to a year because the background checks took that long, and there were people who were looking for these endorsed positions or allowed positions that wanted to work but weren't able to do that because of these red tape items. That's really difficult because not only is it challenging for the spouse, but it's also not serving the military families on the base overseas. Again, in this local area, hospitals and pediatric clinics are terribly understaffed. I have colleagues that have private clinics that are trying to fill vacant positions with eligible military spouses with tremendous amounts of experience. However, again, they're significantly delayed due to these barriers of licensure. There are 150 families, for example, on this one waiting list at a local therapy clinic, and an eligible therapist from Texas who is anxious to work. This mismatch, again, doesn't serve the military families that are looking for work, but also doesn't serve the community needs either. I would like to highlight 3 other women that I've recently interviewed about their experiences and perceptions of employment. I recently spoke with Melissa. She's a spouse that has a husband currently deployed overseas. He is in a dangerous area, and this brings a lot of anxiety to not only herself, but her children who are struggling. Early this fall, she fell ill due to COVID-19 and missed a couple of weeks of work and was cleared to return after about 2 weeks. Unfortunately, a week later, her children were exposed to COVID and were required to stay home for another 14 days in quarantine. Melissa's employer was really frustrated and stated that if she did not return to work, she would lose her job. Therefore, out of desperation, Melissa used up some of her personal savings, her hard-earned savings, to fly her mother from the opposite coast to watch her kids so she could sustain her job. No caregivers in the area could watch her children as they were exposed to COVID-19. She and her spouse felt very helpless and were relieved that a family member had enough vacation time accrued to extend help to their family. There are many families that parents don't have the time or the means to fly over and help, and this provides a tremendous amount of stress both to the service member, the family, and all extended family members. What's not unique to Melissa's situation is also that childcare is not readily available, and we've talked a lot about that today. But particularly, the comments that I'm hearing from these women is they're really not people whom you trust. So that is a strong concern. I became aware of her issues as my role as a key spouse, and that this childcare issue is even a tremendous added pressure when your spouse is deployed. She commented about the pressure to maintain the home, take out the garbage, shoveling the driveway, mowing the lawn, managing the bills, all on top of her regular work hours, and then trying to support her children who were also very stressed. This mother was very sleep deprived, and my heart went out to her. Let me talk to you a little bit more about a wonderful therapist named Emily. Emily is a speech language pathologist who recently moved to her 3rd duty station. With no housing available on base, she and her husband recognized they would need to pursue off-base housing, which then revealed a tremendous shortage and a need for her to acquire a second income. This was essential because of the escalating prices of homes in our region. This becomes especially difficult when families who prefer to stay home with their young children don't have that option. Emily, fortunately, was able to find a great job, but again, was delayed by 4 months from the time she accepted the position to being able to start due to her delay in professional licensure. This delay also influences families who are trying to qualify for home loans. As you know, you usually have to produce pay stubs to qualify for the loans. And so in turn, they were not able to purchase a home they were required to rent. Emily always takes on, from what she told me, on-call positions or PRN positions due to the responsibilities that her husbands have a surge from unpredictable shifts to deployment. So she needs to have that on-call status so that she can be flexible to meet the needs of her family. She has, again, not been able to establish a trusted network of help. Emily reminded me that she was allotted 20 hours of childcare upon moving, before her move and after her move, but the approved providers in the area weren't available. Emily will likely not receive any form of retirement despite being a hospital employee for many, many years because of her moves and transitions. She will also likely never experience the benefits that you earn through seniority, like extra time off or not having to take the holiday shifts. The 3rd individual I'd like to share with you is Sarah. Sarah had a successful career in the humanitarian sector, which was hard to maintain after joining military life with her spouse. She expressed how challenging it was to move every 2 to 3 years and find work in desired areas of interest. She also pointed out this is even harder for younger spouses who haven't had a chance to gain qualifications or establish a career. Often there are employment options available on base, but as both my panelists colleagues mentioned, these are often not always their desired areas of interest, or perhaps they have strong academic or professional skills that aren't as fulfilled if they're working in a food court, for example. Sarah stated that this predicament led her to explore options and networks more remotely. Like my colleagues have said, that the benefit of this pandemic has been that you can work more online and sustain employment options during future moves. For example, one company that was highlighted to me was Wise Advise, an assist team who employs over 50 military spouses with a robust set of skills such as public relations, business strategies, bookkeeping, digital marketing, web design, and all are conducted remotely, and they're able to sustain these over time. In conclusion, there are many reasons why military spouses seek employment. Some are to sustain an income that they require to live with adequate necessities, but other women work due to their passion to serve, to learn, and to create these entrepreneurs, as Stephanie was talking about. Regardless of the reason, it is important that we value their efforts and individualize their supports and provide the means that they need to do well. If employment's not available, I myself was not aware of all of these networks like the Rosie Network and the things that have been presented today. So we need to work harder at getting that information out to the individual bases. The education also is for areas that don't have the career choices. A lot of women will turn to education. So that is another area we've talked about, but a lot of it has been surrounding the education opportunities for the children and early entry education. But I think continuing education for spouses that might not just be in a academic setting, but maybe a credentialing extra credential that would really help set you apart from other employees often aren't accepted. So that's another piece of red tape that I'd like to bring forward. Thank you again for your willingness and your to listen and your ongoing concern to solve these problems and issues together. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy, and I want to thank our panelists for their remarks. We will now open this up for our Q&A session. Attendees, please use the Q&A button at the bottom of your screen. For those watching on Facebook, please post your questions on the comment section and we'll try to get to you as they come up. The first question is, are there any fields of work for spouses where spouse licensure isn't an issue? What has been done differently for those jobs that they didn't run into the issues so many other fields have? And besides licensures, what are other biggest barriers that you see for spouse employment? And I'll just hand that out to the panel.
So I'm happy to jump in on the licensure issue. It's a state issue. There has definitely been progress made at a collective level, led by some pretty amazing organizations in the military spouse space around, for instance, those spouses that are attorneys. But it really is a state issue. And what we're finding is, so for instance, real estate agents, some states that are next to each other have reciprocity, many others don't. And that is a huge barrier to employment and self-employment, because if you're a lot of industries require a license, and we need states to step up. I chaired a large chamber of commerce here a couple of years ago in the state of California, and the issue of military spouse licensure came up. And we need more data, because what we heard back from the state was this is an anecdotal issue. And I, of course, said it's not anecdotal. But having the data, knowing how many spouses, what those industries are, the loss of income and opportunity, if we can wrap our head around the data, then again, it creates that seat at the table and really provides us with a much stronger argument of why states, how they benefit I mean, I think oftentimes, you know, they don't recognize how they can actually benefit by accepting reciprocity and making the process less arduous, less time consuming, and less expensive for spouses to pursue their careers in their states. They generate revenue, tax revenue. You know, it's an all around win, but it's a state issue, and we need our representatives to help us move the needle in their states on licensure.
I'd like to just throw in a comment to the question of, are there fields that don't require license? I'm in one, it's the hospitality field. But what I have learned, even as I was trying to hire military spouses, is that to work with one of the major hospitality brands, Marriott, Hilton, IHG, Choice, usually there's some type of training that you will receive within your job role. And that training costs the employer significant amounts of money. So if you're only going to, I always think like, hey, they may only be here for 24 months, but you're going to get 24 months of quality. The comeback I hear from the employer is, yeah, but I have to keep paying over and over for a fee, a training fee, or an onboarding fee. Whereas if I hired from the civilian community, which is a little bit more stable, I don't have to continually pay for that fee. I actually reached out to one of the brands myself and said, hey, I see that you advertise that you're military friendly, and I'd like to recommend that in order for you to be really military friendly, that you possibly waive the fee. If an employer hires a military spouse, don't charge them for the training fee. It can't be that much of a moneymaker for the brand. And unfortunately, that really didn't get anywhere. But there are fields out there that don't require licensure, but then you have to find an employer who's willing to work with you. And that is like finding a needle in a haystack.
There are a vast, I mean, I think what we're seeing, especially for a lot of our younger military spouses coming in, who are much more familiar with things like e-commerce and working remotely and using the advantages of the internet. What we need to do is make sure that we are arming them with knowledge and skill sets and to keep them in compliance, for example. I mean, we literally watched a military spouse-owned business get sued by someone within their company because they had not met the state's HR requirements. Or insurance requirements, home-based businesses, more, insurance is required for your business. That's completely different than renter's insurance. So educating and arming our military spouses with the right knowledge and how to operate in compliance is critically important if we're gonna, not just for them to be successful, but protect their investment and protect their family. So education is critical.
Yeah, and just if I might add, I know that the licensure is the purpose behind the licensure is really protect the public when you're in a medical situation, and so making sure that there isn't any there's background checks and what have you, and then continuing ed requirements to make sure they're up to date and all the current evidence-based practices. However, it's not that different from state to state. There are some variabilities, but if they could agree more upon what it is that the member would need to pursue or maintain that is portable to more states, maybe we could expedite those agreements. Or also if there was some form of a military waiver where they could get to the top of the list, or that there was a way to flag them so that a temporary license is issued and then they can get relocated or secure the job and then do due diligence to fulfill the requirements.
All right, I think we have our final question before we end this panel. One comes from Charles Jackson. Several panelists have mentioned doing more to get information about employment rules to spouses. What are some specific suggestions to better reach spouses beyond installation websites or military OneSource?
That's a great question. I think, one, we have to be very, very careful. If you're going to do something, you have to do it right. And I think the biggest mistake that we make is we think, oh, well, if I just do this, then everything will be fine. And that's not true. this is horrible to say.
It's a challenge.
Our spouses are horrible communicators, bottom line. Our military members are horrible communicators. They are so busy in their careers and their jobs and their own set of challenges that, as old-fashioned as it sounds, I don't know, mail us something so we get it in the mail. You know, like, hey, here's what you need to do, spouse. It seems, like I said, it seems very old-fashioned, but it's an effective tool. When you get something in the mail, you open it.
Yeah, we, you know, in the 2.5 decades I spent as a military spouse, and oftentimes Tom was in command. So we faced this issue, and you know, the military is hesitant to send information directly to a military spouse. It goes to the service member, and then it may or may not make it to the spouse. So knowing and if we can somehow circumvent that, or and again, to the younger military spouse, many of them are so much more technically savvy than I certainly was at their age. It didn't exist when I was that age. Military OneSource, I think we really need to all come together and help our commands and our leaders actually build out the content and send military spouses to Military OneSource. You know, one of the things that we're working on is that home-based business application, which varies, you know, different for every single service and every single command. And it shouldn't be that way. That is a simple solution. Have that all live on Military OneSource. And if a spouse fills out an application to run a home-based business at Fort Meade, they PCS to Fort Hood, they're in the system, boom, the paperwork is there and it's accepted through reciprocity. Sometimes the hurdles we're creating or some that exist, we're actually creating ourselves because one is not talking to the other. So, you know, yeah, and education. Here's another, you mentioned education. I, as a younger military spouse, I was a resident of the state of Virginia. We PCS'd overseas. We came back. I still had my Virginia driver's license. I was still legally a resident of Virginia. When I went to go take some college classes, I had to pay out-of-state tuition. And when I called up my representative, they said, well, that's the law. So I had to pay like 10 times as much to take one class. And so we need to, you know, our state representatives in their offices can look into that. And if there are barriers like that, we need to address those at a state level.
And if I just might add too, that some of the information is online through OneSource and what have you, but it's very rare that you have an opportunity to speak with someone, because 9 times out of 10, there's one little question that you're not sure if you qualify, or there's one little thing, and being able to find out those little nuances are really difficult as a military spouse. A lot of times your local supports don't know. And I think some of this information is being disseminated. Myself, as a busy professional, I'm a volunteer as a key spouse, but there is a lot more need than what I can provide. And so I think it's been mentioned before that some of these essential communicators or resources are manned by volunteers. And I think that's good. But if there was more resources for them to get accurate information in a human way, not just a handout or a flyer, it would be very, very helpful.
All right, thank you very much, Stephanie, Christy, and Catherine. For those people that left questions that we didn't get to, don't worry, we will get those questions out to the people that know how to answer them and get those answers to you back ASAP. So I will hand it over to my colleague, Matthew, where we'll start it off with healthcare and EFMP. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Paul, and thank you so much for that great panel. As he said, we're moving on to our healthcare and exceptional family members program panel. Speaking on this panel will be Paul and I's colleague and fellow congressional staffer, Brett Tinder from the Office of Congressman Joe Wilson, representing South Carolina, Mary Thomas, Airmen and Family Readiness Program Manager for the 141st Air Refueling Wing at Fairchild Air Force Base in the district of Congresswoman Cathy McMorris Rodgers, Jennifer Dane with the Exceptional Family Members Program Coalition, Austin Carrig with the Exceptional Families of the Military, and Kay Cornwell Smith with the Rosalind Carter Institute for Caregivers. Remember that full bios, as always, are in the chat window. And with that, we will go ahead and kick it off because we're right at 1 p.m. here. And it looks like, oh, if you guys have determined you're on speaking order, go ahead. I was gonna hand it off. So thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I am Mary Thomas. It's actually morning here in sunny Washington State. We're having a beautiful day. I have been in my position for 20 years, and I've noticed sort of a gap in services for our Guard families regarding the Exceptional Family Member Program. If you're not familiar with the Exceptional Family Member Program, as some of my airmen are not, it was started by the Army in 1979 and is now DoD-wide. However, it translates a little differently for each branch of the service. It is mandatory for those in active duty. Some of the benefits include extended healthcare option through TRICARE, which can give you things like training, rehab, special ed, assistive technology devices. The list sort of goes on with that. It's a great benefit for those families that do have special needs. They're also eligible for some family support, help with military child education, having an advocate help with IEPs, things like that. And recreation, giving family members equal access to education. Those are all things that are a great thing for families who have members in them with special needs. Unfortunately, it does not translate to our reserve components. In my time here at the 141st, I've had many airmen come in and share with me that they have a child with special needs and the stressors that they face, especially as they're coming up before their deployment. So some of those benefits I mentioned, one example is I had an airman who was on Title 10 orders. So once a Guard member moves from his state duty to the Title 10 orders, for 31 days, they are eligible. So during that, he was able to get ABA therapy for his child who was on the autism spectrum disorder. As soon as those orders stopped, he was no longer eligible to get that therapy for that child. So what happens is there's this big gap in between deployments where they're not getting services, and then military separation causes this huge stressor for an already stressed out family. During the pandemic, we saw a lot of frustration. I have one airman who has 4 children with special needs who, was expected to work from home and manage their education with really no resources, or very little resources that they found in the community. I would like to read to you. I give a testimonial from a military spouse. She's a Guard wife in California, and I just think she says it so beautifully. We all have the complication of a military active duty life apart from relocation, and yet we don't have access to a benefit that would increase retention, improve resiliency, combat suicide rates, and directly address military and family readiness. I have 4 kids and 2 of them have special needs. One of my kids struggles with autism spectrum disorder and another has Down syndrome. Both require special accommodations, equipment, specialist therapies, and more. Our insurance only covers so much, and having access to ECHO would be a game changer. Having childcare that doesn't cost us an arm and a leg because our kids require a little more attention is also off the table. And what I wouldn't give to have the respite care that comes along with the EFMP. Our family has to find help through local areas, state, and they are considerably limited. I think that it's important that we have this conversation for the reserve components. No longer do the reserve go out for 2 weeks a year and 1 week in a month. They're fully operational. There's a very robust deployment cycle. And for me, it's heartbreaking when I have an airman make the decision that they may need to leave the military because their family cannot handle the stress of when one parent deploys and they've got a child at home that is just not coping very well with it. And that's sort of why I'm here today, and to try to move this forward so that we can really be taking care of these families. With that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce you to Austin Carrig. She is an Army spouse with 2 children enrolled in the EFMP. She's the CEO of the Exceptional Families member of the Exceptional Families of the Military. And today she will share her experience with EFMP, the assignment process, and TRICARE. Thank you for your time. Austin?
Thank you, Mary. So I'm going to ask everyone watching to bear with me because I've never made it through the story I'm about to tell you without crying, but I'm going to try today. In 2015, just after my little girl started to walk, we realized that something was very wrong. The spoken words she knew disappeared and the way she walked changed. Her physical therapist refused to continue treatment until neurology cleared her because her gait had changed so significantly she was sure that there was neurological regression. The day after we saw neurology, we would get an email the neurologist had written stating that it would simply be too unlikely for this child to have a third major diagnosis. A good head MRI might put to rest any concern about a structural problem. This regression in gait may simply be part of the up and down developmental course of a child with developmental delays finally learning how to walk. We asked for that MRI, but it was never ordered, and we went on with our lives trusting that all was okay. In early 2020, just after COVID-19 swept the world, we found ourselves on orders to Los Angeles. Like most EFMP enrolled families, we set about researching for hours on end, well into each night, medical care in the local schools for our children. We were unable to locate the super specialist our daughter was seeing multiple times a day, so we called EFMP, who handled our query for the gaining command, and were told that our query had been denied and MedCom had overridden the denial, insisting that care was indeed available. With this information, we reached out to the Family Services side of EFMP and asked them to complete a family needs assessment for the upcoming move. This document addressed the lack of care for our daughter, but still EFMP told us to choose for my husband to proceed solo, with us remaining behind without an additional housing allowance, or to go and figure it out once we arrived. We knew that we could not manage the costs to maintain households in two of the most expensive cities in the country. So we set about scheduling our move and getting the letters required for a waiver to the weight allowance for her medical supplies and an exception to the joint travel regulation. This was the worst possible time to be traveling with a child with significant medical needs that was vulnerable to the adverse outcomes should she contract COVID-19. In late July, the night before our movers came to pack, our daughter had her first ever seizure, a terrifying ambulance ride to the hospital, and she was admitted, and her testing showed a structural anomaly in her brain. She needed an MRI to tell us what was there, but in order to do that, she would need the metal implants that sit down to her brain removed. I called the FMP manager at our current duty station and shared with her our fears about moving. But again, we were told we could stay behind or move with my husband to LA, that LA has great medical care and we would be fine. Looking back now, I wish we'd pushed harder for another option because we weren't prepared for what was coming. We PCS'd and started the process of trying to get our children seen by the pediatrician at the Air Force Base that we were assigned to for care. As any family knows, it takes time to get into new providers. And when we started, we called explaining the urgency. We were appalled to learn that despite knowing our daughter urgently needed an MRI, the base pediatrician had deemed our children a burden on her time and pushed them to the network. When we called the pediatrician we were sent to for appointments, the provider had no records and refused to schedule without them. The local Air Force Base put up roadblock after roadblock, and by the time we landed at a pediatrician willing to take on both of our children enrolled at EFMP, 2 months had slipped by, and we started on the long journey to get referrals and appointments. It would be December, nearly 6 months since her seizure, before our daughter was able to have the surgery needed to remove her implants and have the MRI that would tell us what had caused it. The doctor called from the operating room. She has moya moya. The neurosurgeon will meet you in her room after surgery. I don't know what other families do, but the first thing we did was Google what is moya moya. And that's when we realized this was not going to be an easy road ahead for our daughter. Just 2 days later, our daughter suffered a catastrophic stroke that left her entire right side paralyzed. She lost the ability to communicate effectively in ASL. She couldn't swallow or hold her head up. And our daughter was in a hospital that only allowed one parent and no switching off due to COVID, which meant my husband could not come and see his daughter. The neurosurgeon told us the following hours to days her body would tell us how this would go. There were 3 possibilities. The first, she would continue to suffer a cascade of strokes that would take her from us. The second, she would make it a few days before we had to make the choice to perform the surgery with the hope of restoring blood flow, or to wait and hope that in the weeks she would heal and then have surgery once she was on the other side of stroke recovery. 2 days later, the neurosurgeon told me that we needed to decide. The time had come, and if we waited, we were risking losing her. On December 21st, she had a 15+ hour surgery. Again, we couldn't be together for surgery in the hospital waiting room, so my family sat at an Airbnb across the street. The hospital told us that if she was dying on the operating table, they might make an exception to let her dad and brothers come say goodbye. It was nearly 2 a.m. before I held her little hand again, sobbing with relief, but knowing that she was not out of the woods. She suffered from many complications from the stroke, and eventually it was decided that there was nothing more the local hospitals could do. That despite saving her life, the reality was that the care was never available for her in the area, and she was air ambulanced to Boston Children's Hospital. You'd think the story and our pain would end there, but that was just the beginning. Before my husband left to LA to drive to Boston, he'd submitted a compassionate reassignment packet. The packet was not actioned because they deemed that we had to update every family member's EFMP packets first, including our daughters whose outcomes and diagnoses were still changing. Our PCMs were still in LA, and as we've all learned, you can't do a telemedicine visit across state lines. We had no viable way to complete the packets, and we couldn't take her home to LA. From January until April 2020, we argued with MedCom and Human Resource Command over the packets as they weren't expired, and we just PCS to LA with a denied query for medical care. It took a congressman's intervention and a brave journalist willing to take on our story to make any traction. Journalists reached out to a public affairs officer, and within hours, my husband received a call from Sergeant Major of the Army Grinston, who told us he'd take care of us. And within a few months, we had orders again, ironically back to the duty station that this all started. I know I'm not alone in this. We hear from families across all branches of the military that the assignment process for EFMP families often doesn't work, that they wait far longer than the TRICARE standard of care for medical care, and that there seems to be no functional mechanism in place to help sort this all out. With the T5 contracts coming that will break TRICARE into multiple plans in the same region, I can't help but imagine how it will complicate the PCS process for families like mine. Add to that the billet cuts coming to military treatment facilities, and it seems like a perfect storm that'll cripple our access to care. Our family has had members need to seek mental health treatment since our daughter's stroke and subsequent brain surgery. And in our region, these billet cuts are to behavioral health providers. Our sweet daughter is still waiting for a provider that can diagnose PTSD from medical trauma, though we see the signs every time she sees a hospital bed or a provider wearing scrubs. It's been 10 months and she's still waiting. With the shortage of behavioral health providers, including crisis level shortages in children's mental health providers in the civilian sector, how can we afford to cut our military behavioral health providers? This is a question that we hope DHA will answer as we move into the future. Next, you'll hear from Jennifer Dane, Air Force veteran and CEO of Modern Military Association of America.
Hello, thank you. My name is Jennifer Dane, and I'm the CEO and Executive Director of the Modern Military Association of America, which is the nation's largest LGBTQ military and veteran nonprofit. Our organization is comprised of over 85,000 members and supporters, and we are incredibly honored to speak here today. You may think it's odd for an LGBTQ organization to be represented on a panel that deals with COVID-19 and the Exceptional Family Member Program and how we relate to it. However, we know that our military families, especially those who are LGBTQ+, have dependents and children who are enrolled in the program. Specifically, we know that dependents and children of LGBTQ individuals who are transgender also are eligible for enrollment in EFMP. The lack of knowledge of how to enroll, what support services are offered, and the criteria for inclusive service are incredibly lacking. Even with the enrollment in EFMP, access to inclusive healthcare has not been given, especially in a timely manner. In July 2017, former President Donald Trump tweeted that transgender service members were barred from serving. This, however, did not simply impact those service members who were serving in the armed forces or were getting ready to enlist. We quickly saw that it trickled down to our families who were and had transgender dependents. One of our families was refused basic medical health care, even with routine medical appointments. We saw other families who were turned away simply for being transgender. We saw and continue to see providers who do not understand the extent of how to care for these individuals or how to care for families, especially those who risk their life for our country. We also have countless families that have and had no idea that they could even enroll in the Exceptional Family Member Program. Specialty care is essential to the development and affirmation of transgender and LGBTQ+ individuals and their dependents. This program can literally save lives. This year, we've worked with legislators to make recommendations for families to not be stationed in areas where transphobic policies are put into place. However, this legislation is not the complete answer, but more so of cultural change within the United States. You'll also hear later from Major Tender, who is working on legislation to ensure that all voices are represented when it comes to our challenges for EFMP families and the solution to what we need to have a seat at the table. For us, the pandemic has been both positive and negative for LGBTQ families. Scholarly research has well established and documented the healthcare disparities within our communities, and the pandemic has only exacerbated them. And the DoD, as the single largest employer of transgender individuals in the United States, the DoD has an incredible opportunity to lead the way in innovative healthcare for transgender individuals who are active duty and also dependents in this arena. Within the US population, there's 150,000 children between the ages of 13 through 17 who are transgender, and being able to enroll in the EFMP program is essential. We are aware that 40% of LGBTQ youth have seriously considered suicide. This has only increased with COVID-19, but with the access to online support forums and communities, we have seen some anxiety alleviated. This, however, is only available to those who do have the access to high-speed internet connectivity and also supportive households. So it's critical that we also look at the full spectrum of what the EFMP allows for and what it looks at, because the accessibility for privilege and also power is incredibly important also in solving this problem. With this knowledge, the question remains, how do we go from here and how can EFMP help? We recommend a streamlined approach for applying in all branches to the for EFMP. For gender diverse dependents and families, EFMP must do a better job with facilitating specialized care and support, not only to our communities, but to all those families that are enrolled in EFMP. We recommend that the legislation by Major Tender, his work on designating a seat at the table for these families is crucial and essential, especially to those who have experience in the system and those who are working like these incredible military serving organizations. With lack of understanding and research within the LGBT community and within our families, it makes it even more difficult to understand how we go from here. But saying all that to say, we are so incredibly honored to have a seat at the table to talk about our gender diverse families, the problems we've been facing with lack of adequate healthcare, lack of services, because at the end of the day, we want to support military families in however they look in the most adequate and caring way possible. Now that I've concluded that, I'd like to turn it over to my dear friend and colleague, Conwell Smith, the Chief External Affairs Officer from the Rosalind Carter Institute for Caregiving, to go over what they have in store.
Thank you, Jennifer. It's always good to see you and others. I'm so pleased to be here with all of you and in the company of such an impressive panel. I too want to thank the Rosalind Carter Institute's hometown Congressman, Sanford Bishop, as well as Congresswoman Kathy McMorris Rogers for their stalwart support of military families. Their respective staff have also committed so much time and effort to make our lives better. So thank you, Paul and Matthew. Thank you, Major Tender, and the many members and staff of the Congressional Military Families Caucus. For those of you who are not familiar with the Rosalind Carter Institute for Caregivers, we're a nonprofit organization founded 34 years ago this very day by former First Lady Rosalind Carter, who is still active in our organization. So happy birthday, RCI. We're dedicated to promoting the health, strength, and resilience of all caregivers at every stage of their journey. Support, services, advocacy, and research are at the core of all we do. And with that, I do want to take a moment to just acknowledge Austin's story earlier, because these are the stories of so many people that we represent. And Austin, I just want you to know that you have, you have a virtual army behind you, and that your story hits us right in the heart. So, of course, our emphasis is on the unpaid family caregiver. These are typically friends and relatives who provide care for adults and children who can't care for themselves because they're injured or sick. They take many forms, from financial assistance to household chores, to daily wound care, to administering medication, or navigating care providers and insurance coverage. And so Austin, again, I just want you to know that we see you and we hear you. Jennifer Barnhill kicked us off today discussing a fellow spouse in her military community with a difficult health diagnosis and how friends in the community needed to step up to help. The Rosalind Carter Institute supports caregivers in situations such as this, albeit friends, war buddies, family members, and we do so through direct programs, national advocacy, and partners. And I'm so pleased that so many partners are here today and a part of the summit. This community truly is exceptional. And as Jen indicated a moment ago, so many of today's panelists have truly just become dear friends. Our organization was born of former First Lady's passion due to her own experience as a caregiver for her father and family at the young age of 12. Of course, she was also a military spouse and personally identifies with so much of what's been discussed today. The truth is caregiving is hard. It's why Mrs. Carter started RCI after all. But the pandemic, now that made it so much harder. In the summer of 2020, we surveyed caregivers on their experience of caregiving during COVID. We specifically wanted to understand how they were affected by changes brought on by the pandemic, things like stay-at-home orders, school closures, and social distancing. And unfortunately, the effect was dramatic. 83% of those surveyed reported increased stress. They were more isolated, they had increased burden, they had new worries about themselves and their family members being infected. They also reported stress due to financial concerns and instability and resource insecurity. We found that this additional stress and burden had a real impact on caregivers, leading to increased depression and anxiety and decreases in their own overall health and wellness. In short, the experience that many of us had during those early days, the stress, the anxiety, the uncertainty, all those were magnified with caregivers. And that gets us to military families. In many ways, this heightening of stress that caregivers have experienced during the pandemic is similar to what military families experienced. And we saw that in the military families with whom we worked. So some of you hopefully are familiar with our military programs. Operation Family Caregiver is a one-on-one coaching program for military caregivers. And Operation Caregiver Support uses those same strategies, but applies them through virtual support groups. So we have several years of experience with this particular population. And the caregivers who were going through these programs, we were seeing how COVID exacerbated all the stressors that they already had in their life. And we wanted to understand more about this experience in military families, especially in those where caregiving was taking place. So we started talking to our wonderful partners at Blue Star Families about their military family lifestyle survey, which, you know, provides some of the best information out there about military families. The report from Blue Star Families 2019 survey came out right before COVID really truly emerged here in the US, and it highlighted how spouses and service members differed in what caused the most stress. Service members were stressed by financial issues and relocation. And while these were also concerns for military spouses, just as high was this feeling of isolation. And that made us wonder, if a survey really dug into the experience of caregiving in military families, what might we learn? How many military spouses, like Austin, are serving as caregivers? And how much do their caregiving responsibilities account for their stress? So we started talking to Blue Star Families, and we worked with them to add some additional questions in the 2020 survey to get a better picture. We were especially interested in active duty families because there's a lot of information about veteran caregivers, but far less of those still serving. And here's what we learned in our Caregiving in Military Families report, which came out last summer. First, the stereotypical military caregiver, you know, that spouse taking care of the injured husband. Well, that's just a narrow slice of what's a much more complex caregiving story in military families. Actually, nearly 1/3 of caregivers who took the survey care for a parent and a grandparent, and another third for a child with special needs. We also learned that more than 1/4 of respondents do not see themselves as caregivers. 1/4. When we asked about tasks that caregivers do, like assisting with eating or assisting with healthcare and medication management, or missing work to care for someone, well, when we asked about these tasks and if they were exceedingly burdensome, 26% said yes. And yet those were people who had not said they were caregivers when asked directly. Many respondents, almost 45%, said they were caring for multiple people at the same time. That could be kids with special needs alongside typically developing kids, and also a parent or a grandparent, which comes as no surprise to my peers focused on the critically important EFMP program. I myself am the wife of a disabled Army veteran and the caregiving daughter of aging parents, one of whom has dementia. So I get it, and it's not that uncommon. This report included several recommendations that could improve available supports for caregivers, access to needed respite, and to help identify ways that we can better address financial burdens. I know I've gone through a lot here, but here's a takeaway. The Rosalind Carter Institute for Caregivers knows that caregiving is hard. As a group, they have poorer health outcomes, they have higher levels of stress, they have less financial security than their peers, and by all accounts, the pandemic worsened all of these, and military families have even higher levels of stress. We need to do more for caregivers, but especially for our military families. Military caregivers, as they have historically been described, are just the tip of the iceberg. There is so much more caregiving taking place and so many more people that aren't getting the support they need. We need to recognize the diversity of caregiver experiences, such as the one described by Jennifer Barnhill earlier, and develop more inclusive approaches by screening for caregiving and increasing awareness of the supports that are out there. I would be remiss if I failed to mention a survey released by the Rosalind Carter Institute in recent weeks, especially in light of so many policy issues such as paid leave, increased supports, and tax credits for caregivers. A couple of weeks ago, we released Working While Caring, and here's what we learned. 44% of family caregivers who are employed full-time had to go part-time because of caring for their loved one at some point in their journey. 2 in 10 caregivers who are employed full-time have at some point had to quit their job because of caring for a loved one. Family caregivers who are employed full-time, they want more assistance and employer understanding, including greater financial and emotional support and greater flexibility. They need help managing the challenges that they're facing as caregivers. And while this survey was not solely focused on military caregivers, the many issues raised on this and other panels today demonstrate that for military families, these obstacles are only more complex, and they deserve better. Thank you so much for including the Rosalind Carter Institute for Caregivers in today's important discussion. And thanks to all of you caregivers out there. We see you. I'd like to now pass the baton off to Major Brett Tender, Congressional Defense Fellow for Congressman Joe Wilson of South Carolina. And Brett, thanks for all the work you do.
Oh, well, we'll appreciate it, Conwell. Thank you for everything you had to say. And Austin, thank you for sharing your story about your daughter. There's clear that we need to do some more work. And so I also want to thank Representatives McMorris Rogers and Sanford Bishop for putting this event on today, as well as the advocacy groups and the military families that are a part of today's event. If you ever think that your efforts as they relate to state or federal, legislative action are going unheard, I can share with you that they're not. They're absolutely effective. And I'm here today mainly to talk to you about one such effort that was really instigated and brought to Congressman Wilson's attention from some of you on this stream right now. So again, my name is Brett Tinder. I'm the Army Fellow currently assigned to Representative Wilson's office. And through our working with advocacy groups, we've introduced the Representation for Exceptional Military Families Act. So there's currently a feedback mechanism that's supposed to kind of draw from families feedback from people, from those enrolled in EFMP already. But our understanding is that it's just not really fit in the bill. And so what we're going to do is we're going to supercharge that by adding a bunch of people to that advisory council. And we want to leverage the lived experience of those of you with members in the EFMP program. This is designed to be really a sustainable approach to provide recommendations, a report twice a year to not just the Secretary of Defense's office, but also to the Military Personnel Subcommittee for congressional oversight purposes. So everybody I've talked to about the EFMP program, everybody's generally been well-meaning, wants to do the right thing, but sometimes visibility is an issue. So these recommendations will go to the MilPers Subcommittee, and again, they'll also go to the SecDef's office. We're going to submit these reports from a wide variety, really a landscape of the community. So let me just run down here kind of the members who are going to be on the advisory council. There's going to be a member from each service who's on active duty, with a dependent enrolled in EFMP and with an IEP. We're going to have 2 military spouses from each service under that same criteria, but not civilian employees of the Department of Defense from both the enlisted and the officer side. We're going to have 1 adult dependent and 1 representative of the EFMP coalition, as well as a member from the Defense Health Agency and a member of the Defense Education Activity and a member of the Office of Special Needs. So we're going to supercharge the council. The bill currently is in the House version of the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 22. It's also going to be introduced on the Senate side through an amendment from Senator Maggie Hassan's office of New Hampshire. So we're very optimistic about this bill. We're very optimistic about its chances of passing this year. And we want to thank, of course, Representative McMorris Rodgers for being an original co-sponsor for it. And then this is sort of for this year, this is our legislative focus. We've also introduced an amendment related to impact aid, and we're going to do more on that next year. So a lot of you are familiar with the breakout that pertains to EFMP for impact aid for educational agencies. We want to tie some things to that. So why, for example, can we not advance enroll children enrolled in the EFMP program, especially now with a year of, we've had all this virtual stuff that we've done with the pandemic. We know how to do things virtually. Let's do that as part of the PCS program and make sure that it sticks. Let's incentivize that impact aid to go along with that advanced enrollment. Let's make sure that families get acknowledgement of the receipt of enrollment to parents within 7 calendar days. There's some other reporting criterias, but those are kind of the 2 main pillars that we want to link to impact aid. So that's going to be kind of a next year focus. And that really, I want to kind of conclude there with saying that this is a coalition effort. We say that a lot, but we really mean it. We need your help, continued help, making sure that members of Congress are aware of some of the pitfalls, some of the gaps in coverage within the EFMP, and we will do our best to take care of them. So again, I want to thank the advocacy groups. I want to thank the coalition of support here that we have on today's panel. And with that, Matthew, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Brett, and thank you for all you've done. We're excited to be on that bill. I'll start the first question with you here because this pertains most to you. It's from Carolyn Chase, I think it was on Facebook. Even with EFMP access, Guard families still may not have access to a provider. Sorry. Rural or remote locations aren't providing recruitment for providers because of a lack of knowledge of families needing services. How are we addressing finding and educating Guard and Reserve exceptional military family program families? And how are we addressing the lack of providers in remote rural locations? And we'll start with you, Brett.
Sure, that's absolutely a problem. I don't have a specific answer for you right now. What I'd like for you to do is to email me kind of the issue that you're having. My email, if it's not attached anywhere here in the stream or on my bio, is just Brett, brett.tinder@mail.house.gov. So brett.tinder@mail.house.gov. I'll drop it in the chat as well. But please talk to me about it. I'll if any of the other panelists have some information about that, I'd be happy to look at that. That's one of the reasons, though, why we really want this advisory council to stick, because those issues can be brought to the advisory council. The advisory council will kind of write their bylaws. They'll find out some mechanism to pull from the larger EFMP community, especially those in rural areas. That could be kind of a focus for one of the members that's pulled by a vice chief of the service. But we fix that by gaining visibility and then bringing that into the DoD so that they're aware of it, and then they adopt a change to the program that's outside of the legislative calendar year. So every change we have should not be something that we have to pass. It should not take an act of Congress. There's well-meaning people who want to affect this stuff at the policy level within the DoD. So we hope that, so I'm indirectly answering your question by saying, hopefully we can address things like that over the long term, year after year, but specifically, please email me about it and let's see if we can't tackle that. Maybe it's not a bill, maybe it's a letter, maybe it's an RFI over to the people at the Pentagon who work this issue, but let's try to get you some help on
that. Can anyone else speak to the lack of resources in rural areas, or we can move on to the next one? Okay, we'll move on here. This one, I think everyone can give some input into their specific service in their area of the country that they're in. Who's the best person for a family to talk to on base to learn more about the EFMP program? And just picking randomly, we'll start with Mary Thomas, since you spoke first, if you've got one, but otherwise you can pass it on to someone else.
I don't know about the other services, but in the Air Force active duty, they actually have an EFMP specialist at the Airman and Family Readiness Center that can help you navigate that. And also in the med group, because it is a medical diagnosis, that's kind of how you get the ball rolling. If you have a child or a family member with issues, it's going to be your medical provider that actually designates that they're EFMP, and they put in a special code into DEERS. But I would start with the Airman and Family Readiness Center on base, and they can direct you in the right direction.
Oh, sorry, I'm muted. Sorry, Austin, if you want to go ahead if you have input on that. Oh, no, okay. Yeah, I didn't know if anyone had any input to non-Air Force preparations, but we'll move on then. So this one, and I'll open it to anyone here. Do you see at all the military cutting healthcare services for EFMP families? An example is the recent changes DHA made to cut services for autistic families with the Autism Care Demonstration Program. And I'll just open that up to anyone who's got some insight into it.
So at Exceptional Families in the Military, we've been tracking this really closely. There were changes to the Autism Care Demonstration Project, which is part of the TRICARE standard benefit. So all families can access it as long as they're enrolled in ECHO, which means that our GUARD families unfortunately cannot. So DHA has rolled back a lot of the previously accepted locations of services. There are now parents' trust indexes that families are required to complete, which have some very intensive questions. I don't know about you guys, but I would not want to have to answer questions about my sex life with my spouse in order for my child to receive medical care. But that is a requirement under the new changes to the Autism Care Demonstration. I know that a lot of families are really concerned about some of these questions. And if you say, not applicable to too many of them, it causes problems. So there are cuts being made. I don't think that DHA views them as cuts. DHA has told us very much that they're trying to improve the program. And so I think that this is a case of DHA is trying to do the right thing, but maybe they're not listening to their families quite as much as they should be. So it's hard. It's hard to know, but we know that billet cuts are also coming to military treatment facilities, which means a lot of families who are getting care at MTFs are going to be pushed into the civilian market. And we know that civilian markets at a lot of installations that have a lot of families enrolled in EFMP are already oversaturated. So I think these are unintentional cuts to care that are happening because DHA maybe isn't as in line with families as they should be.
And for our organization, we are seeing obviously just the lack of knowledge around, medical necessity, the medical necessity of care for transgender dependents, but also we're seeing that across the board, even for, I know this is specific to EFMP, but I'm going to go ahead and go onto healthcare for transgender individuals. The Army just said that they would be able to include affirmative services for individuals who are transgender and serving. However, the guidance came down, but nothing is being implemented. So it seems like the inclusive nature is occurring, but once it hits asking a provider or going to a medical facility and asking for more guidance, they get turned in different directions. So they end up not having the care that they need. And so we're seeing that on all ends, not only on, the dependent or the family end, but also on even active duty service members or, so that's a huge issue that we're seeing. Because this care can literally save lives and decrease suicidality. And that's a big push, especially during the pandemic, that we need to do across the board to make sure our troops and their families are staying healthy and cared for and adequately supported.
Matthew, if I could piggyback on that with Jen's comments. I think from the Rosalind Carter Institute perspective, we also want to make sure that we're not just seeing the care recipient. but that we're making sure that those supports are available for those who are caring for them. And so I think there is a lot of work that can be done in the military and in the general population to make sure that individuals are getting those supports and learning about coping mechanisms and time management and all of those self-care things that are going to make them better for their military community and better for the care recipient.
Thank you so much. So I wanted to move on to the next one because I think we're just going to have time for one more here. And I think this was a really good one. First, I'll pass it on to you first, Brett, and then it can pass to anyone else because there's a big policy area here. Is anyone looking or focusing on EFMP as it applies to mental health? I know many spouses that hide their mental health because any mental health diagnosis that lasts longer than 6 months requires you to be on an EFMP for at least the following 5 years. This adds this added stigma even if the mental health problem is resolved quickly. And many spouses may have temporary mental health issues due to deployment, coping, job issues, etc. So being stuck on the EFMP program due to a temporary mental health condition continues to add stigma to mental health. And the questioner feels that many spouses avoid treatment due to it. Can you speak to that at all, Brett, or how we might be improving the program?
Yeah, that's a great question. Gosh, that's a good question. So I absolutely would love if my other panelists would have some lived experience with that. I do not. What I will say is that is a problem, and we do, that's the type of thing that we really want to, that we could probably address at the policy level. I mean it when I say email me. I drop me email in the chat. We can send over these RFIs over to, we have an Army point of contact who's been tremendously helpful, who manages the EFMP portfolio. So get in contact with me, follow up on that specific thing. And I can just ask, we can provide an RFI over to them to ask them, are they seeing this problem from their perspective? And if so, what can we do to work with them to address it? But aside from that, if any of the other panelists have some lived experience with that, I'd love for them to share as well.
So I can probably pop in here from a parent point of view. I've talked to a lot of spouses whose children had received diagnoses, and those can be really hard things to take sometimes, who have gone to see providers for medication to kind of help them through that transition process and the acceptance that comes with some of the diagnoses. And I think a lot of the problem we have with EFMP is there's a stigma to it, right? If you're on EFMP, it's going to ruin your service member's career. And so the answer here is not to avoid treatment. The answer here is to make it a program that's widely accepted by everybody and to make there an incentive for families to enroll. And I think that that's the big piece that a lot of people have been trying to figure out. How do we incentivize families to want to enroll in EFMP? What are we going to do for them as opposed to them being afraid of it hurting a career? And so I know that the different branches are working on new assignment processes, but I think that if we look at the assignment process and we incentivize families and say, you're going to get your top picks first because your medical care and your mental health care is going to come before somebody else's top choice for a duty station, that would be very beneficial.
And also for our families, mental health is a requirement for enrollment for transgender individuals. But like Austin stated, there is a big stigma. I know for me, I had a top secret security clearance, and if my family was on a had an EFMP, I was always worried about if that would impact, my chance of even keeping my clearance or what that looks like on that end, and them seeking mental health and also being separated from my family, because you don't want that either, because you want to keep the family unit as cohesive as possible. So really looking into that, and I think that this year, with Dr. Biden's campaign to look at mental health and focus on that with families, I think that's really important that we figure out a streamlined approach to how do we best identify mental health care, not only for our EFMP families, that policy itself, but also just the military at large. And how do we support, not only service members, but spouses and partners and family members? And what does that look like on all ends of from start to finish of a military family's life cycle?
Jennifer, I just want to add, that's a great comment. If we're all connected to a military member in some respect, we're all probably active in some regard with our FRGs and whatnot. But try to isolate that issue of mental illness and try to destigmatize it. We can all help with that, I think. From a commander level, the emphasis is really that everybody, especially leadership, can benefit from seeking help. There's not a single person in the world that doesn't have a problem. Now, some people have, let's just say, more problems. You guys know what I mean. People have different issues, but everybody's got some. And so one of the things that we really need to emphasize culturally, and we're getting there, I think it's getting better. We're not there yet, but it's not just behavioral health. You don't just go there when you have a crisis or a problem. You go there really to optimize your decision making, your outlook, your command climate, so on and so forth. And so we're trying to tackle that obviously within the active force, but everybody here can really help kind of nudge us in the right direction on that. And I think if we tackle that, it's going to help kind of the questioner with what you brought up a whole lot. So thanks.
Well, with that, we're running into our next panel. So thank you so much to our panelists. You've all been great today. It's been really eye-opening hearing about all these issues. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to my counterpart in Congressman Bishop's office, Paul. Paul, whenever you want, go ahead and bring us into the next panel. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. I want to also thank you for that great panel. That was very insightful. EFMP is near and dear to my heart as well. But now as we move into our mental health panel, our panelist today is Erica Slayton with Military OneSource, Jessica Strong with Blue Star Families, and Caitlin Thompson with the Cohen Veterans Network. Also, if you have questions during our panelist remarks, please use the Q&A button at the bottom of the page to ask your question, and we'll get to it during the Q&A session. Full bios will be in the chat, and with that, I will turn it over to Jessica Strong to start our panel.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to get started here today. I am Dr. Jessica Strong, and while I am the other co-director of applied research at Blue Star Families, you heard from my colleague Jenny Aiken earlier, today I'm speaking to you from a personal perspective. Like many of the panelists you've heard from today, I'm also a military spouse. I've been married to my enlisted Army husband for 15 years now. We have been through 7 deployments together, long ones, short ones, tough ones, easy ones, some before our 3 children were born and some after they were born. I am what I would have considered a seasoned spouse, someone who is familiar with deployments, someone who has a system and a routine in place to manage those deployments. But last year, our family faced yet another deployment. This time it was 7 months to Iraq, but it was during COVID-19. All of a sudden, that routine and that system that I had in place was no longer applicable. There were summer camps and childcare and kids playing outside with neighbor kids and bunko nights with friends. Those things were suddenly gone. That was not something people did anymore. All of those challenges of deployment, therefore, were intensified. All the decisions seemed bigger, and all of them fell squarely on my shoulders. For example, what do I do about school? We have 3 school-age children. Do I try to keep them in person and risk having the schools close and shift to and from virtual learning and causing further disruptions to my kids' education? Do I move them to a private school? If so, how do we cover that, both financially and logistically? I know my youngest child was struggling at the time, but was that because his kindergarten year, his first year of school, was the year that COVID closed schools down? Is it because he has ADHD, like I suspect, or is it because he's just a very active 6-year-old boy who is not built for virtual learning and not built to stay inside all day? We knew that our younger 2, who were then in 1st and 4th grade, would do much better in an in-person school. So we enrolled them in a private school that had COVID mitigation measures that I trusted. I trusted that this school would be able to stay open safely and maintain some consistency for the kids. My oldest child, however, was not going to do well at that particular private school. So we chose to enroll her in the virtual option that was offered by our local public school system. My oldest child is both brilliant and challenging. She's a gifted reader. She picked up reading and writing on her own at the age of 2, making me feel like I was the smartest parent ever. She now has the current vocabulary of a college student. She also has ADHD and in first grade was diagnosed with oppositional defiant disorder. That means that she has no problem telling people that they are wrong and why in detail they are wrong, whether that person is an adult in their life, a teacher, or most often it's me. And while the needs of my family are a little different than the needs of families like Austin's, who was in our previous panel, I am also one of the caregivers that Conwell Smith from RCI mentioned in that last panel. I'm a caregiver for a child or children with special needs in a military family. That's why I was so excited about partnering with RCI on that report that she had mentioned. She is right that caregiving is hard, and the pandemic made it harder. During COVID, virtual learning was hard for many families, whether they were military or civilian. But virtual learning with a child who has some different needs takes it to another level. It's very hard to listen to your math teacher when there is a whole internet out there full of funny memes and great videos to watch at your fingertips. It is hard for me as an adult to focus during Zoom meetings, so it's incredibly difficult to keep the attention of a child who has ADHD. I found it pretty much impossible to keep her focused on her work and also do my work at the same time. There were 6 different teachers that had 6 different classes that all assigned work in different ways, and they used different apps and different tools. I like to think I'm a relatively organized, intelligent, savvy adult. I've been working remotely for years. I'm very comfortable online, and I found it challenging to keep up with and track all of the assignments and classes. It was simply not going to be possible for a child who already had difficulty organizing and remembering things. Now, as many spouses who have dealt with deployment know, the days are very long. As a mental health practitioner and as someone who has researched resilience, I know that routine, self-care, and exercise are very important. During this deployment, I built a routine that I clung to like a life raft, because without it, the house, the kids, and I would all be descending into chaos. From 4:30 in the morning to 9 or 10 at night, I had my day planned down to the minute. There was no wiggle room. There was no room for free time. It was exhausting every day. If I sat still for too long, I fell asleep. One day, in fact, I woke up to a teacher knocking on my car window because I had fallen asleep at school at the pickup line and had held up the whole line of cars behind me. I did all the things that I know support resilience. I had supportive people in my life. I had a wonderful partner. I had wonderful friends and family who understand what military life is like. I had a fulfilling and meaningful job and an incredibly supportive work environment. As we've heard from previous panelists, it's not easy for spouses to find and maintain employment. And I felt lucky to have a meaningful job and a work environment that definitely got it. I was grateful to be able to maintain that employment during COVID when many people I know could not stay employed. This allowed us to have the financial means to cover supports for things like private school. But all of this knowledge, all of these supports that I had established, and all of these resources could not get me more sleep, could not make sure my child stayed on track during virtual school, could not pick up the younger kids from their private school, and could not make dinner. So I reached out a couple times during moments of crisis. The first time was to an MFLAC, which you'll hear a little bit about from another panelist. This MFLAC met with me via telehealth after a very challenging day, trying to supervise 3 energetic children and also participate actively in work meetings. This particular day, I was in a meeting with my CEO, and my boys were taking the couch cushions and ramming into each other with them. And all of my typical tricks were not working. I was just out of patience that day. So while the MFLAC that I spoke to couldn't come over and babysit for me, it was really helpful to have someone who could just listen and empathize that this particular moment was very hard, but it was temporary, and provide some other ideas that I could try. At one point, however, I realized that resource was not sufficient. I distinctly remember that moment that I decided I needed something else. It was 8:30 in the morning and I was already overwhelmed with the day. I just had yet another argument with my oldest about doing her work and what assignments she needed to do. I had locked myself in my bathroom because it was the one place in the house that I knew I could talk about my frustrations without her overhearing me. I called my husband in Iraq in tears, complaining I simply could not get her to listen and do her work. She is so smart, but she was failing her classes, and that in turn made me feel like I was failing. I finally realized at that point that there was nothing that he can do either. He was not the right resource at that moment for me. I could rely on him to listen, but of course, he wasn't equipped to support me in the way I needed at that moment. Neither were my wonderful and supportive friends and family and coworkers. They were all great, but it wasn't enough. But how do I find time in my schedule or childcare to drive on post or anywhere for that matter for an appointment? Like I said, my day was packed from 4:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. It would add at least 3 hours to my already packed week to try and fit in an appointment somewhere. So I called Cohen Veterans Network, one of our other panelists here, and set up a telehealth appointment with no commute and no need for childcare. That could take just over an hour a week, which is something I could manage and fit into that schedule. It was awkward at first, especially when I let the counselor know that I have both a PhD in social work and I've researched resilience in military families for a living. I think she really just didn't know what to do with me, didn't know what to say to me at that point. But it was also a little awkward to have counseling appointments in my bathroom, but we made it work because that's what you do. So the counselor took it in stride, we made it work. It was very helpful to have somebody who listened and understood and focused on what I needed and could hold me accountable for taking care of myself as well. It helped me make it through the end of the deployment, and then it tapered off when I no longer needed it. My point is that despite lots of knowledge and training and experience, sometimes it takes a while to recognize that it is not necessary or helpful to do things on your own. That the first 15-month deployment that we went through was just a few months into our marriage. And at that point, I was really eager to demonstrate that I can do it all. I have it all under control. Even a following deployment that was 8 months long while I was finishing a dissertation and had 2 toddlers at home, I still wanted to live up to that military cultural expectation of embracing the suck, I can do this. This time around, this most recent deployment, I had nothing left to prove to anyone. I just needed to make it through. I know now that there are no trophies for making it on your own. I heard the question in the previous panel that we just came off of about spouses experiencing mental health challenges like the ones that I just described, avoiding EFMP. And I want to foot stomp on what Austin said during that panel. The answer cannot be avoiding getting help. It has to be addressing the stigma of getting help and evaluating the policy that is disincentivizing accessing care. So there are resources available. There's all kinds of resources, and there are people who get it. You will have different needs at different points in your military life. Sometimes having a friend who gets it is the best resource, and I have certainly used that over the years. But sometimes a professional who's focused on what you need is the best resource. And there are lots of tools available, and I have a couple colleagues here who can tell you about what some of those resources are.
Thanks, Jessica. Jessica, thank you so much for sharing your story. I just, in my remarks, want to foot stomp what you said in that making the resources available is not enough. It's about the right resource at the right time and meeting people where they are. My name is Lee Kelly. I'm Director for Military Community Support Programs in the Office of Military, Community, and Family Policy at the Department of Defense. I'm also an enlisted Army veteran and social worker. I'm really proud of the social worker part. I got my MSW after I got out of the Army with the help of the post 9/11 GI Bill. And my favorite motto in the social work profession is meeting people where they are. And COVID-19 really gave us an opportunity to do that in every way, shape, and form. Certainly not to exclude physical proximity. And so meeting people where they are meant in large part during COVID-19, as we continue to deal with the impact, meeting people where they are could be meeting them at home. And Jessica talked quite a bit about telehealth. And so what I'd like to do is provide a little bit of an overview of our programming, but importantly, how our programming adapted to COVID-19 and where we're heading in the future. And so within my team, we work with Military OneSource. We also work with the Military and Family Life Counseling Program, or MFLAC program, as Jessica mentioned, and we work in spouse education and career opportunities. Which basically means that we provide resources to support military spouses achieving their career goals. Within Military OneSource, I want to start there with regard to COVID-19. Within Military OneSource, our program was already well positioned to respond to COVID-19 because it's a virtual call center and website. So it's, if you're not familiar with Military OneSource, it's a 24/7 resource. Really, it's a one-stop, if you have a question, one-stop shop for day-to-day issues of military life, and really A to Z, anything that you can think of. We have a live consultant on the phone who picks up the phone right away, no automated messaging there. And so for Military OneSource and COVID-19, we were already providing non-medical counseling support via telephone, via video, for adults. And so the modification that we needed to make to Military OneSource really early on in COVID-19 was to change the program to allow for our adolescents 13 through 18 to be able to access video non-medical counseling from home with the permission of a parent. And so we made that change quickly, and Jessica really did a wonderful job of articulating the challenges that our military kids faced and continue to face with virtual schooling and uncertainty. And so making sure that that non-medical counseling is accessible from home is of paramount importance. I keep using the phrase non-medical counseling, so I want to pause there to define what that is. Non-medical counseling is everything under that threshold of a mental health diagnosis. So day-to-day military life issues, probably not surprisingly, the top reason our participants seek non-medical counseling is for things like relationship support, communication support, stress, grief, loss, anger management. Those are all really appropriate for the short-term solution-focused counseling of Military OneSource. So we modified the program to allow for video telehealth as long as a parent was available to kind of wave at the camera at the start of a session and give their permission. Within the Military and Family Life Counseling program that Jessica mentioned, that program throughout its history has always been a face-to-face program. It very much embraces meeting people where they are, but previously, that was in person. So that was at child development centers and schools embedded in units and at family centers. During COVID-19, we had to quickly shift the program to be able to offer the telehealth, like Jessica mentioned, tapping into. The third component that within my team we work with is the Spouse Education and Career Opportunities Program. Jessica also made some references to spouse employment. And I think that's an important piece considering the tremendous impact that COVID-19 had on our working military spouses. And so spouse employment support is actually the top reason that individuals reach out and seek support through Military OneSource, and that's followed by non-medical counseling. And so from a COVID-19 lens, we really had to look at what programs did we currently provide that were not accessible virtually? Luckily, Spouse Education and Career Opportunities was, Military OneSource was requiring just some minimal modifications to make it of greater benefit to our military community during a time that they needed it the most. And so then it really just left to the MFLAC program to be able to adjust, to be able to be provided telehealth. And that actually was an important lesson learned for us moving forward because what we learned is the MFLAC program is typically really appreciated for its high level of confidentiality. Our independently licensed mental health clinicians don't keep notes. So that's sort of a when you think about confidentiality, that's a really good indicator of it. But what we found is that once we opened up the aperture to include telehealth, that it actually did make it more convenient for some of our community members to engage and even offer that higher level of confidentiality by being able to connect from home. Especially true for you're seeking couples counseling. It can be hard to get two people in one place, but if that one place is your house, then it might be just a little bit easier. And so those were some of the shifts that we made during COVID-19 to make our programs more accessible. I want to talk a bit about where we're going because, Jessica hit upon destigmatizing. We can't take this all on ourselves. And that's a really important piece to the resources. Again, it's not about just making the resources available. It's about making people aware of them, but also aware of of how to access and why it's okay to access it, normalizing help seeking. So a new initiative through the Department of Defense is called REACH. Resources exist, asking can help. And it's a really simple program. If you want to learn more, you can go to milllifelearning.militaryonesource.mil and check out the materials. But we have a REACH program for service members and a REACH program for spouses. And what it's all about is dispelling the myths around help seeking. Oftentimes we believe the worst. If I'm an enlisted Army soldier, I might believe that any mental health diagnosis at all is going to impact my security clearance. And that's simply not true. And so REACH really focuses on dispelling the myths, as well as showing people in a group format, what does it even sound like to ask for help? So the program actually culminates in a live call to Military OneSource, calling as a group, call that 800 number. And believe it or not, I've been in the room when these sessions have happened. It's actually a very oftentimes fun experience for people to be able to almost stump the triage consultant calling from a REACH session, saying, I'm calling from REACH. Let me ask you, what would you do if I was stranded on the side of the road? I needed childcare. I don't have a job at my next duty station, and kind of line up the challenges. And the triage consultant is able to talk about how they would resource those challenges. And there's nothing really like laughing in an environment where you're talking about help seeking. Let's normalize it and make it okay as a community to build those connections that Jessica was talking about. We can't do it alone. It's about these connections. And a really important connection is my teammate. The next panelist coming up, because I talked about the non-medical counseling side of the house. And so when circumstances, issues rise to that clinical threshold, our licensed mental health clinicians can recognize that and refer to an appropriate level of care on the clinical counseling side. And Cohen Veteran Network is absolutely one of those sources of care. And so, Tracy, I'd like to turn it over to you to continue the discussion.
Yes, thanks, Kelly. And I'm really happy to be here. This is such a great panel. And we didn't plan this, but we all just sort of meshed together and this flows seamlessly. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Tracy Neal Walden. I'm the Chief Clinical Officer for Cohen Veterans Network. Not a military spouse, as many of our other panelists were throughout the day. I'm a clinical health psychologist, and I'm a veteran of the United States Air Force, having served 24 years as a commissioned officer. I served on active duty as a psychologist from 1993 to 2017. Served in the capacity as a psychologist as well as a commander, and I have a family which includes a child with special needs. So I have a thorough understanding of the mental health concerns and needs of our military and military family members. At Cohen Veterans Network, we provide evidence-based mental health outpatient therapy to veterans, Guard and Reserve, and military family members. That was our initial mission. But in 2020, in response to the National Defense Authorization Act, we also began seeing active duty for individual care. The National Defense Authorization Act instructed the Secretaries of Defense to send individuals out to the TRICARE network if the DoD was unable to provide care for mental health or behavioral health care for active duty members within 15 days. This decision is indicative of the shortages that exist in mental health across the US. There's a huge need. Our clinics were already seeing active duty for couples therapy and family therapy, but this addition of providing care to active duty for individual therapy really helped to address that need and that gap, especially during the pandemic. In our clinics, we see members regardless of discharge status and regardless of ability to pay. We've heard panelists earlier today speak about the Guard and Reserve and them being unable to access care when they're not on active orders. We see individuals regardless of whether they're on active orders because our goal is to provide care and to provide that care as early as possible. We don't want to, despite our name, veterans. We don't want to wait until someone has become a veteran and has symptoms for many, many years. And we want to serve those family members, and we are serving those family members who might otherwise not have access to care. We offer individual therapy, couples, family, group therapy, case management services, and medication management. And I should note that 48% of our clients are military spouses and children. And we offer that care at any of our 19 clinics across the US, plus providing telehealth services to 23 states and counting. So we're actively working to get our clinicians licensed across the US. Our goal is to serve in every state, as well as US territory. And overseas, if we're able to do that, but there's some additional laws related to overseas telehealth. Our clinics were providing some telehealth prior to the pandemic, but we quickly pivoted. We were initially at 18% telehealth prior to the beginning of March 2020, and by the end of March 2020, we were at 98% telehealth across our network. And as clinics are beginning to open up, as this pandemic evolves, we continue to provide telehealth as needed or desired to increase access to care and break down those barriers to care. Our goal in providing care is really to meet our clients' needs, because mental health or behavioral health, it's really a continuum of needs. Some people may need just a few tweaks and may benefit from going to an MFLAG, but someone else may need a little bit more intensive care. But the key is to get that care. So some of the barriers that we work to address are childcare barriers. Within our clinics, if an individual is coming in for care, we offer childcare during those sessions. Financial resources. We have case management who assists to help link individuals to financial resources if they need it. Plus, we see clients regardless of their ability to pay. All of our clinics accept TRICARE, but there are some individuals who may not have TRICARE, or they may not be able to afford the copay. And so we will waive that copay. And this is especially important in certain areas of the country. I'm located in Northern Virginia, and many behavioral health providers in Northern Virginia do not accept TRICARE, and most don't accept insurance. I actually was Googling resources prior to this, and even looking on the TRICARE network. And most of the ones who are listed in this area don't have availability. And then when you just look up providers, I looked up 20 providers, 18 did not accept insurance. 2 accepted insurance, only 1 accepted TRICARE. And that one had no availability. The costs for behavioral health care ranged from $140 to $240 a session. People cannot afford that. And when they have that as a barrier, it's just going to further delay them getting the care that they need. In addition, another barrier to care is time away from work. Jessica mentioned that, especially in the national capital area, driving. I live in Northern Virginia, and our local clinic is in Silver Spring, Maryland. And so driving there could take me an hour and a half. And that would be an hour and a half each way. We want to break down those barriers of care by offering telehealth to those individuals who desire telehealth, but some may want care in person. But we found that telehealth has been extremely helpful for many. Another barrier to care is finding a private space. And I mention this because Dr. Strong mentioned sitting in her bathroom while receiving telehealth. I've had clients who sat in their walk-in closet during a session. I wish I had a walk-in closet. Again, I'm in Northern Virginia, so small closets. Or they sat in their parked car. We realize that it's difficult to find a place that may be private, especially during the pandemic with children at home. Some children may still be doing virtual school, or there may be childcare needs, or you just may be working from home and have multiple people in the house working from home like I do now. But the key is for us is that we want to make sure as long as you're safe and you're comfortable, we don't mind if you're sitting in your parked car or your closet or your bathroom. In addition, stigma is a huge concern. And I was listening to the comments from previous panelists as well as my fellow panelists. And some things that I really want to foot stomp is, Brett Tinder stated, everyone can benefit from help. And that's really important. We all can benefit from help. I've had a PhD for over 20 years now, and I can benefit from help. We all can, and it's okay to get help. We don't need to adhere to those ingrained beliefs of embracing the suck or not seeking care because then, we'll be perceived as broken. We really need to work hard to get over that. It's okay to take care of yourself. And the better you take care of yourself, the more you can handle those areas of life in which you do have to embrace this up. We have a lot of challenges in our life, but mental health care should not be one of them. And then normalizing help seeking. Lee mentioned that. It's so important that we normalize help seeking. Our current Secretary of Defense stated a few months ago, mental health is health. It's our health. If we have an ache or a pain, we're going to go in to see our primary care physician. And this needs to be the same for mental health care. One other thing that I want to mention is that, I've talked about our clinics, and I think our clinics are great. I transitioned to the Cohen Veterans Network immediately upon retiring from the Air Force, and it's been a great transition for me and a great opportunity to continue to serve. But we may not be the best resource for everyone, but we can help you find those other resources. When you're struggling and you don't know where to go, feel free to reach out to us. We have case managers who are available, and we're very connected within the community. And that's really the key, to be connected with other military resources to get you those additional services that you may need. The last thing that I want to say is related to EFMP. I've heard a few different panelists talk about EFMP, and I really want to foot stomp. And, this is based on my experience as both a commander and a mental health provider. Accessing resources does not automatically mean you will receive a disqualifying diagnosis. Seeking mental health treatment requires enrollment in EFMP if it's a significant behavioral health concern that requires ongoing services. Many issues may require treatment for more than 6 months, but that still doesn't mean that you would automatically be enrolled in EFMP. Don't be afraid. Get the care that you need, then seek out the EFMP program to determine if you need to be enrolled. I did for my kiddo. I have a child who's on the spectrum, ADHD, a few other issues, and it did not affect my career. I retired in the rank of colonel. We got the services that we needed. It's been a little bit more challenging since I've been retired, but I've hooked up with the resources that are available to get those services. So please reach out. One other thing that I'm going to add in the chat is additional non-clinical resources. If you go to our website, Cohen Veterans Network, we have a lot of different resources. You can learn about us, you can learn about the different other organizations that we work with. And then we have a program that we developed in conjunction with Blue Star Families called Tools for Stress and Worry. And it's a wonderful self-paced program where you can just go through and learn strategies for managing stress and worry at your own pace. So I'm going to drop that into the chat. And I hope that everyone who's listening goes and at least looks through it and got some additional tidbits from it. And that's all I have.
I want to thank our panelists for their unique knowledge and insight on mental health. We'll now open this up for our Q&A session. Attendees, please use the Q&A button at the bottom of your screen. For those watching on Facebook, please post your comments directly to the comment section. And I think our panelists have answered almost everyone's question because there's not many questions to be asked. But I do want to re-ask Dr. Kendra Lowe's. Maybe we can expand upon it. Her question was, building and maintaining rapport with professionals can take time, and often spouses and MFLCs on 3-month rotations have to move once this is achieved. With the shift to a telehealth, can professionals servicing military families be allowed continuum of care through this modality? And I'll leave that open to any of the panelists.
I can jump in first on that. And share that one dream I have every night before I go to sleep. I dream that our military and family life counselors will have the same license reciprocity that our clinical counselors have. That to me would be an amazing move towards continuum of care. For those familiar with the mental health medical system in the military, or the VA, for that matter, you can operate under any state's license when you're supporting the federal government. That is true for our medical teammates and clinical counselors, but it's not true for our non-medical counselors. And so that's something that that would indeed have a tremendous impact on us being able to support the continuum of care.
I would also like to add on to that. I completely agree that reestablishing care or establishing care once you move to a new duty station can be really challenging, especially if you have a particular diagnosis where you have to go through the whole history over again every time you establish care with somebody new. So if we could just skip that and fast forward to the part where we're making some progress, that would be great. I would love to see, I personally, and this is Jessica Strong's point of view, would love to see sort of a grace period occur after PCS where you could reach back and continue to access those established services that you've already had for a certain period of time while you're waiting for care at the new duty station to pick up, because often, as Tracy has mentioned, the wait lists are long or there's no availability, so trying to get into care at a new place can be really challenging. I would love to see some grace period or reciprocity or policy shifts that can make that transition point a little bit easier.
All right, we have a question that was asked by 2 people. How will the medical billet cuts affect mental health services? And I'll turn that over to anyone.
If that's directed at the Department of Defense, I can't speak to that arena. That's on the medical side. I'm within Office of Military, Community, and Family Policy.
Yeah, I would only add that, I think it will result to more being referred out to the network, to the TRICARE network, as what happened last year with NDAA 2020. But I don't know, it's DoD's strategy, but we're here to support.
I think someone brought up on a previous panel that there's sometimes a mismatch between spouses who are employed in particular fields, such as mental health counseling, who need to move to, who are waiting on license reciprocity. And so there's a talent pool there, and there's a need there. And if we could marry those two things up, that would be the ideal circumstance. So we have some work to do, but I don't know how that impacts how the medical billet cuts will impact mental health services. But if it indeed moves people over to civilian side and civilian services, we need to look at expanding how do we creatively expand the talent pool and the resources that we have for mental health care.
Jessica, if I can tag on to that with 2 points. The first, that's a great reason why we are always eager for employers who provide mental health care to consider joining the Military Spouse Employment Partnership that the Department of Defense has, where we have more than 500 companies, corporations, federal agencies, and nonprofits committed to military spouse employment, recruiting, hiring, promoting, and retaining military spouses. And mental health, the mental health field is certainly a key arena for that. I know we have many military spouses who serve as MFLACs, who work as MFLACs and work for Military One Source. The second point I just wanted to make was something that Jessica, Tracy, and I talked about before this panel, and that was about awareness of the type of support you're seeking. Sometimes when, this kind of gets at that medical, non-medical divide, but continuum. Sometimes if you don't know anything about the mental health space and you're like, oh, I am stressed, I can't sleep, I must be depressed, I need behavioral health care, clinical support. That could be true. Or it could be that your issues could be addressed like phase of life issues through non-medical counseling. So it could be that you're stressed about an upcoming deployment, getting your family ready. You could work with a mental health clinician who does non-medical counseling, solution-focused short-term counseling. And so I always think it's important to talk with individuals who are maybe hesitant or just don't have knowledge of the space of mental health care or hesitant to obtain it, to understand like the spectrum of resources available, because especially if it's something that you intervene on early and you don't wait for symptoms to escalate, it could be appropriately dealt with in a non-medical counseling environment. So I just wanted to offer that as well.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think it's also important for consumers or potential behavioral health clients to know that, if they go to an MFLAC, and if you need a higher level, or I shouldn't say a higher level, but you need a little bit more intensive or longer term care, they'll refer you to the appropriate agency. And so we don't expect you to be an expert of your own mental or behavioral health. That's what we're here for, and we'll help you through that.
All right. Well, thank you, Lee, Tracy, and Jessica for your participation on this very important topic. We'll take a quick break before we move on to the financial readiness panel at 2:30. And for all those questions that we get later on, we make sure we post them and send them off to you so we can get some answers. Thank you again, ladies, for participating in today's panel.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you. So we're adding everybody in here. So we are going to be moving into our financial readiness panel. Speaking today will be Kathy Prout with the Military Officers Association of America. She'll be up first. Then Kelly Ruska with the National Military Families Association. And then Dawn Cutler with the Navy Marine Corps Relief Society. As always, the bios are in the chat below. It looks like Kathy is up first. Do we have Kathy here? Oh, I see you, Kelly. Kathy, I'm sending you a thing to unmute here and start your video. There we go. So I will turn it over to you here, Kathy.
Okay. Oh.
There we go. We can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay. Hi, I'm Kathy Prout. I'm from Coronado, California. I am a volunteer with the Military Officers Association of America, but I'm also a Gold Star wife, a mother, and a survivor advocate for military surviving spouses and military families. My husband was killed in a plane crash on active duty. In his 29th year of service, we were married for just shy of 24 years and still had 3 kids at home. They're now grown and we're all doing well, but it was a struggle. So I'm providing lessons from a surviving spouse and what I wish I had known before my spouse died. Sometimes these are just difficult conversations to have, but military life is a dangerous business and accidents happen all the time. I didn't know what my sources of income would be. I didn't know anything about military survivor benefits. And I didn't know what my husband's final wishes were. We never had that conversation. Where did he want to be buried? Did he want to be cremated? What would he want me to do? And where should I live? The Navy had always sent us to where the next place is to live. I moved 26 times in 24 years. And all of a sudden I had all these decisions to make. It was really scary. Would I have any income at all after his death? And what resources would be available to me as a Navy surviving spouse? I knew about SGLI, the life insurance, and our life insurance policies. But I really didn't know anything about survivor benefits or what would happen after I was handed the folded flag. I didn't know I would no longer be part of the Navy family. Even my ID card, my military ID card changed from dependent to dependent beneficiary. What's that, you know? So I'm going to just share some things that I think are important for y'all to know, and that I wish I had known. First of all, you really need to know how much income your family receives from all sources, which includes your military income, your base pay and allowance. Pay attention to base pay because your survivor benefits are based on base pay. If you have investment income, you need to know about that. Any alimony or child support payments, what's in your savings and checking accounts, IRAs, all of that kind of stuff. Then you need to figure out your monthly bills and how much it costs you to live at your present economic level. This number is what you need for an income replacement. And based on that, and what I'll talk to you later about with what your survivor income would be, you may need more than SGLI that is provided by, that you pay for government insurance, in order to have enough to live on and meet your financial goals. And life insurance, when you're on active duty and young and healthy, is really reasonably priced. Just make sure you get a policy that includes acts of war and military accidents, because many of them exclude that. And so your life insurance would be invalid if something happened as a result of military service. If you wait until close to retirement to get extra life insurance, you can do that. But if you have a VA disability rating, which a lot of you get before you retire, then life insurance can either be really expensive or not even available because you have pre-existing conditions. I think that it's wise for everybody to meet with a fee-only financial planner to get a better financial picture of what you have and what you will need for the future. Fee-only financial planners don't invest your money, so they'll just look at what you have and what you need. So they don't have, there's no conflict of interest. The other thing you need to make sure is that all your accounts are joint with survivorship. Do not be an authorized user on accounts or even tenants in common without survivorship, as that will really complicate your life. If you're an authorized user on your bank account, the financial institution may deny you access to that account. That happened to me, and freeze it. And then you have no money. It's not good. Everybody needs a will and possibly a trust. And you need to make sure that you know all your usernames and passwords for all your accounts. Keep that in a book and keep it updated. Establish your own credit. Get a credit card in your own name only. Charge on it and pay it off in full before the due date so that you have really good credit. And have a bank account too that's separate, just in your name, but make sure there's survivorship on it for your spouse or your kids. The other thing that happens is that with SGLI and military survivor benefits, you need to verify that you, the spouse, are the beneficiary of SGLI, the death benefit, and the disposition of the body in case something happens on active duty. There are cases in which the parents, the ex-wife, the ex-fiance, or somebody else is the beneficiary of the life insurance. Make sure it's you. You also need to be the beneficiary of the death benefit because active duty pay ends the day of the death and DFAS takes that money back for the month that the person died. The death benefit is $100,000 and it's dispersed within 5 days of the death. This is your income until your survivor benefits start, and that can take a while. You need that money to pay all your bills, to pay for the final expenses for your deceased spouse, travel to Dover for you and your family, all kinds of things that aren't covered by the Department of Defense. So make sure you're on everything and nobody else is. Don't let your spouse say, well, we'll share it with my parents or we'll share it with somebody else. This is your future. You need that money to survive. So it needs to be in your name. Look on that page 2 and verify it's you. Let's see, there are cases too where the spouse the service member has declined SGLI. The commands are supposed to notify the spouse if this happens, but things fall through the cracks. So just make sure you're on that. So I'll just tell you a little bit about what you would get for survivor benefits. If there's this is for an active duty death. You get something called the survivor benefit plan. That is 55% of base pay, calculated as if the service member had served for 30 years at whatever rank they hold the day of the death. You also get something called DIC, which is dependency and indemnity compensation paid by the VA. This is the tax-free monthly benefit paid for a death caused by military service by the Veterans Administration. Currently, that is $1,357.56 a month. Because something called the SBP DIC offset, which is being phased out, DIC reduces SBP dollar for dollar up to the full amount of DIC. It's being phased out over a 3-year time frame, starting this year, 2021. So you would get SBP minus 2/3 of DIC, which is minus $905 in 2021 money. And whatever's left over is what your survivor benefit plan would be. And you also are awarded something called SSIA. It's the Special Survivor Indemnity Allowance. And Congress established this allowance to provide some relief to surviving spouses whose SBP was reduced by DIC. It started at $50 a month and went up in increments over 10 years. And at 2018, SSIA was made permanent and is COLAD, which is the cost of living adjustment. And so it goes up automatically every year with the cost of living. SSIA is $327 a month. So you get that in addition to SBP and DIC. And SSIA is paid until gross SBP is reached. The phase out is complicated, but basically the SBP will be reduced by 2/3 of DIC in 2021, by 1/3 of DIC in 2022, and then fully eliminated in 2023 when everybody will get all of SBP and all of DIC and SSIA goes away. But just to give you a few numbers of what exactly you would end up with, for an E5, base pay with 30 years of service is $3,607 a month. And SBP would be $1983.85. And when you take away DIC, you end up with $1,078.85 in survivor benefit, plus your DIC, plus DIC. So you really need to pay attention to this. If you're an 05 with 30 years of service, the base pay is a lot more. It's $10,111. But by the time you do the offset, the surviving spouse ends up with $4,656.05 a month in the survivor benefit plan. That's a significant decrease from active duty pay, which is base pay plus allowances. And that's why you need to figure out whether $400,000 in SGLI is going to be enough money to replace the income that you lose if your husband dies, and especially if you're a stay-at-home mom and you don't have your own income. And even if you do have your own job, you're going to have additional expenses because you're going to have childcare, maybe that you didn't have before if your husband was able to take care of the child, but you're going to have less income to pay that child care expense. So it's really important to really figure out ahead of time, and this is for really everybody, not just military spouses, what would happen in the event that the worst thing happened, so that you will be okay financially. There are just too many surviving spouses who are just up a creek without a paddle financially because they never planned that anything would happen to their husband, and vice versa. If something happened to you, you need life insurance too, because now your spouse is going to have to hire a nanny and a housekeeper, and there'll be extra childcare expenses for him to be able to go to work. So this I think is really important for you to be aware of. When I was a Navy, when my husband was alive, I knew how to deliver the casserole, do the meal train, help people when there was a problem, but nobody ever talked about survivor benefits and or anything. So I was blindsided when my husband died and my income went down so low. It was terrifying, and I wish I had known more. There are some educational benefits that active duty spouses get and children, which is helpful. Those are on the VA website. DFAS.mil also has information about the survivor benefit plan. So anyway, that's my free advice to y'all. Are there any questions?
We'll take questions at the end. We'll go ahead and move on to our next speaker here.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if that's you, Don, or Kelly, whichever one of you. You'll just need to unmute yourself and turn on your video. Thank you, Kelly.
Hi, thank you. I'm Kelly Ruska, Director of Government Relations for the National Military Family Association. And Kathy, thank you so much for your comments. It is so important to understand and make financial plans should the worst happen. What I'm going to talk to you today is about some more general financial readiness and literacy issues. For example, it's important. Family finance is an issue that always seems to make people nervous. People don't like to discuss finances, and they find finance intimidating. The challenge is that military life is filled with many unique challenges: moves, lapses in spouse employment, housing costs, and, as Kathy mentioned, possibly death. So it's very important to have a financial plan, have a budget, and be prepared should you need an extra cushion. It's important to constantly review and update your financial plans. I've talked with many families and they like to use milestones such as promotions, births, moves as reminders to review those financial plans. A good place to start is with the resources provided by the Department of Defense and the services. Military OneSource is a great place to start. OneSource has resources for families seeking help or who have financial questions. There are financial counselors who you can make a virtual appointment with to help you develop a budget or answer questions about military pay and special pays. There are MilTax consultants who provide numerous services, free tax services. They'll do tax preparation. They have free e-filing software or the personalized support should you have specific questions about how to treat maybe a special pay or even the COVID payments that have been paid out recently. They also have a tax resource center that can also help with provide information on other military tax related issues. In addition to OneSource, or in addition to the financial resources, there are also there's also telephonic non-medical counseling. The challenge with family finances is sometimes that can be a strain. It can cause a lot of stress for some families. It can cause marital problems. OneSource provides up to 12 sessions of free telephonic non-medical counseling, and they can help you deal with some of the stress that might be caused by some of the financial problems. On the installation in the family service centers, there are personalized financial managers or PFMs. All the services have them. And these are individuals that you can go to in person, and they can also help you with budgets or provide resources should you have more complicated questions. There's also the Legal Assistance Office. If you're having difficulty, if you're having a financial issue that may have legal repercussions, the Legal Assistance Office can help. They can also help review leases or draw up wills. Don't forget the Legal Assistance Office. And then earlier today with the child care panel, two of the panelists mentioned child care fee assistance. Our association often hears from military families looking for help with childcare fees. We're amazed at how many of those families have never heard of the services childcare fee assistance programs. This is a great resource for families that families should look into for help with childcare costs and those rising childcare costs. There are I'm sure many people have not heard of saveandinvest.org, which is a resource of the FINRA Foundation. They have specialized guides on military family finance, and it is a great area where you can go to help educate yourself on some of these resources. Now, in addition to the military resources, there are also non-governmental organizations that can help families with their family finances. You're going to hear from, in just a few minutes, Dawn Cutler from the Navy Marine Corps Relief Society. She'll give you more information about the aid societies and what services they can provide. Our association, the National Military Family Association, has spouse scholarships. Other organizations have scholarships, educational scholarships for children and for military spouses. Our association also rolled out a child care relief fund to help with child care costs. Childcare costs can have a major impact on household budgets. And in the late fall of 2020, we opened our childcare relief fund to provide $1,500 reimbursement for childcare costs. We've subsequently opened the fund 2 additional times And in those 3 application periods, we received over 20,000 applications for assistance. So clearly there is a need. And we heard from families the struggles that they've had, especially during the pandemic, issues with food insecurity, loss of spouse and employment, and additional PCS costs. The one thing that you want to remember is whenever you're looking for financial products or services, it's important to use trusted resources. But we found that military families are very loyal customers. It's important to go and use those trusted resources, but make sure that you shop and compare prices and services within those trusted resources. Don't forget to include the banks and the credit unions that are on military installations. These institutions are required to provide financial education on the installation and can be another great source for military families to help increase their knowledge and confidence with military financial literacy. So I appreciate the time, and I'm now going to turn it over to Dawn Cutler with the Navy Marine Corps Relief Society. Dawn?
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Good afternoon. My name is Dawn Cutler. I'm the Chief Operations Officer at Navy Marine Corps Relief Society. I'm also a 28-year Navy veteran, married to a 25-year Navy veteran. My spouse was a stay-at-home dad for our 3 kids. So we both wore the uniform and we wore the hats of Navy spouses. And it's great to be able to participate in a venue like this where military family issues are being worked on, being solved, raising awareness. And so thanks so much for the opportunity. So Kelly just talked about financial readiness resources that are available to military families on the base. We look at this in terms of, or in the context of, those are resources to go to for kind of the longer term. Well, let's take a look at what our tax bracket is. Let's take a look at, what's it going to take for us to buy a house in 5 years. I need somebody to tell me whether I'm contributing enough to my thrift savings account and that type of thing. But what happens when you have an emergent need that you didn't plan for? Say the transmission in the car goes out and you don't have $3,000 sitting in the bank to replace that transmission. Or you just moved to a new duty station and the spouse lost income that the family had depended upon. Maybe you're in a higher area where cost of living is up there, and suddenly you're having trouble to make ends meet. Or you just don't know how to get your feet on the ground. You don't know how to get those resources there. That's where your military aid societies can come in, because you know what? We have the checkbook. That's what we have to provide immediate needs assistance to our active duty, our retired military members and their spouses and that type of thing. So Navy Marine Corps Relief is one of 4 military aid societies. So there's Army Emergency Relief, Air Force Aid Society, and Coast Guard Mutual Aid. And again, our missions are fairly similar. We provide financial assistance and financial education to active duty, retired military members and their families and surviving spouses. So one of the things that's unique about Navy Marine Corps Relief Society, that's a little unique from our sister services, is 2 things. Number one, we're a volunteer-based organization. So we have offices around the globe, wherever Navy and Marine Corps bases are. We've got 3,200 volunteers who help us provide service to our active duty and retired military members. We have a small cadre of paid employees. And those 52 offices we have around the globe, I'm proud to say that a vast majority of those directors are military spouses. So what a testament to the dedication and compassion of our military spouses looking to help each other. So what are some of the reasons that a military family, again, either active duty or retired, why are they coming to the aid societies? What are the kind of reasons behind them looking for help? Well, number one, unforeseen emergencies. July 8th, 2021, as a result of Tropical Storm Elsa, a tornado touched down at the Naval Submarine Base in Kings Bay, Georgia, where 40 people were living in this RV park. Nobody saw it coming. And these families were, without any notice, upended. I mean, literally Ford F-150 trucks were tumbling into the lake. RVs turned upside down, people thrown from their trailer. They lost everything, their wallet, their identification, their cell phone, their kids had nothing. So, you know, we were there with $600 debit cards so they can go get a toothbrush and a pair of socks. As they assessed their needs and figured out with their insurance companies, you know, what kind of assistance they were going to get. But Navy Marine Corps Relief was there for that immediate need, that unforeseen need. Other unforeseen emergencies, you know, such as death or illness of a family. You know, you got to fly a member home because mom's in the hospital and it's not looking good. They don't have thousands of dollars to go buy an airline ticket. We can do that for them. Come back and talk to us when you're all done, when you have your affairs taken care of. And let's take a look at your budget and let's talk about a repayment plan. So these are zero interest loans. And depending on the individual situation, if they just don't have the extra money in their budget, we can give them a grant. And then we wipe the slate clean and they move on. Again, so that's providing the assistance they need to get through that emergency at the time, and then helping them understand their budgetary types of things. So we think of the Relief Society, we're the emergency room. We'll take care of the problem that you're experiencing now. We'll get you out of trouble. And then those other services that Kelly talked about, you know, that's kind of the long-term care. So those unforeseen needs. Kelly also talked about military life, you know, the frequent moves, the setting up new households. You don't have family nearby. You don't know what the local resources are. Again, so sometimes we have families that just need a little help getting over that hump and getting settled in. The other issue is just the age of our military force. They're young and they don't have a lot of life experience and they don't have a lot of financial education behind them. And so they might find that, you know, buying that brand new car because gosh, it's going to be dependable. But in the end, that with the latest iPhone, et cetera, suddenly that monthly cost of living gets a little bit out of hand. They might be upside down. So you know, we are a source to help them. Just let's go through the monthly budget. We're not going to help you buy a house, but we're going to help you get through just paycheck to paycheck, maybe make some suggestions along the way to help you stretch that dollar a little bit more. During COVID, we provided over $4 million in assistance to over 5,000 clients. This group knows better than anybody else that spouse unemployment or interruption was a huge issue. So we were there offering the rapid response loan you could come into the office. You didn't have to do the budget. Here's a quick $1,200. Go figure out, you know, pay your bills, get your needs met, come back and see us if you continue to have some issues. Again, the childcare restrictions. We lost a lot of our volunteers due to the childcare restrictions. So it's not just the working spouses that, you know, that was an impact to. You know, we've been having a challenge rebuilding our volunteer force, which again, we rely on them to provide the services to our clients. And then restriction of movement, or ROM, another acronym added to our vocabulary. So those not familiar with this, with COVID, if you had forces that were getting ready to deploy or come back from deployment, they had to restrict their movement for 14 days or more, depending on the situation, but normally 14 days, which means they couldn't leave the barracks or they couldn't leave the ship. So when they needed assistance, they needed to, you know, talk to somebody. We were able to be that intermediary. We were able to use digital disbursements to help them pay their bills while they were stuck in the barracks. So again, COVID taught all of us a whole lot. And then the final issue that we're seeing primarily has to do with our Navy clients. So the Navy is modernizing its pay system, which moving to greater and more efficient technology is wonderful. But as we all know, it comes with hiccups and it comes with some hurdles in the road. So what we're seeing is across all pay grades, challenges with military pay. So people coming into the military, we call them new gains, right? So you're first coming in, or maybe you're going from enlisted to officer. Maybe you're transitioning duty stations and you have intermediate stops for different training, you know, who stops you, who gains you. It's kind of a challenge right now. I was in our Norfolk office a few months ago and an ensign came in and he owed $15,000 to his temporary lodging because his BAH hadn't been started in 9 months. So again, BAH is another thing that is a hiccup. When you get married, you add people to your family, it's not catching up. So we're there to provide those immediate bridge loans. Here, we'll help you with your pay. You're not getting paid, we'll get you that money. When you get your pay, you know, pay it back to us. So for 2021, our total financial assistance has been about $22 million to about 25,000 clients. So that's probably about half to a little over half of what we saw pre-COVID times. So one of the great strengths of the military aid societies is our ability to quickly respond to emergent needs. So disaster assistance, I mentioned the Kings Bay tornado, but what about all those families that lived in Texas in February that never ever thought about having their pipes freeze and their houses flooded and losing electricity and not having water, right? So, you know, those kinds of things, along with, you know, California wildfires, or this apartment building in Whidbey Island that went up in flames in July, had several US Navy service members in it, again, lost everything. They didn't have anything but, you know, the shoes on their feet if they had that. No ID, no keys. So again, we were there, you know, with the cards to help them. So the disaster assistance is a huge piece, you know, along with just kind of regular, you know, are you having a challenge putting food on the table? Are you having a challenge paying your bills? So those are things that we're happy to sit down with a client and talk about. One of the recent emergent needs that came up, thanks to COVID, came to our attention, has to do with PCS with pets, permanent change of station with pets overseas. I believe my sister military aid services have similar program, but what we recognized is with COVID, there wasn't transportation available to move pets to and from overseas locations. So our directors who were out in Asia and in Europe said, hey, this is a problem. Our families are incurring, you know, $4,000 or $5,000 bills just to ship their pets, and they don't have that kind of money just sitting around. And as we all know, pets are part of the family. You don't just leave the pet. So in May, we implemented a PCS with pets policy to be able to provide a zero interest loan to that family. And again, we work with them on their individual needs, whatever their financial situation is, get them the money they need, work out a repayment system so that they can bring their pets with them. Another emergent need that we responded to here recently was Operation Allied Refuge, right? So the Afghan refugees. So our offices in Rota, Sigonella, Naples, and Bahrain did a lot to support the Afghan refugee response. So this was an unforeseen situation that quickly arose, and our base commanders recognized the power of that volunteer force that we have and that we rely on so heavily. We have thrift shops at these bases. And so one of the things that our volunteers are used to doing, they're used to receiving donations, sorting donations, and learning how to distribute the donations. And so they were just an amazingly powerful tool to be able, because as you can imagine, it wasn't just base people, it was community people that wanted to help. And so the base commanders turned to Navy Marine Corps Relief and said, here, you got the dot for helping these families out, for organizing this donation task. And they did a super job. Other programs and services that Navy Marine Corps Relief offers is a visiting nurse program. We have visiting nurses that can go make home visits or telehealth. We've learned how to use telehealth thanks to COVID. And they can provide health education. They don't administer healthcare, but they provide health education to our active duty and retired and their family members. So a lot of new mom, new baby, lactation consultants. If you got diabetes and you need help understanding your diabetes routine, and often we work with our military treatment facilities at bases where we have the visiting nurses. If a military provider has identified, hey, I'm not sure that this patient really understands this, could you make a home visit over there and make sure, go through these instructions one more time just to make sure that they fully understand what they're doing. Education assistance program. We offer $3,000 scholarships for spouses and children of active duty and retirees to further their education. So again, demonstrated need, but if you fill out the application, we take a look at the need, and we've got this money available to help our military families work through that education piece. We offer a budget for baby class. So sometimes, folks don't understand how that new little one is going to impact their financial situation with diapers and formula, et cetera, et cetera. So they come to our classes, which we offer in person and virtually. We go through some specific budgeting things they need to think about, make sure they've got the right equipment. And then we give them a gift of a $50 gift card and a handmade tote, a handmade blanket that one of our volunteers has made. And so budget for baby class, really helps them understand how they might need to adjust their monthly budgets. I mentioned thrift shops. At most of our bases, we've got thrift shops and uniform shops that offer inexpensive uniforms, clothing, and household items, particularly for newly PCSing folks coming in. You need a little help with something that's affordable. Those things are there for you. And we offer also, we have a group of surviving spouses that we take care of. I mean, Kathy went through a great list of things to think about. In my active duty days at one time, I served as a casualty assistance officer. One of the most challenging, but probably one of the most rewarding tasks I ever had to do in uniform. And it's tough. People don't want to talk about these kinds of decisions that need to be made. So I just got a foot stomp for the issues that Kathy put out there. They're really important. And all of us who provide support to military families, if we can find a way to encourage those kinds of conversations, as uncomfortable as it might be, I would strongly encourage that. But we have surviving spouses that their active duty member died before SBP was a thing. They didn't have life insurance, and they literally had zero. And so we provide a supplement to probably about 24 military spouses now who didn't have anything there. So again, Navy Marine Corps Relief Society and my fellow military aid sister societies, we're there for that emergent need to provide that financial assistance when you just need a little help closing the gap, or you need a little bit of help understanding how much that daily Starbucks is really impacting your budget. And we're here to keep our folks out of trouble. We don't want them going to the payday lenders, which used to be right outside the gates, right? But now they're online, they're on these computers, they're easy, and they lure our folks in. And so in the previous panel on mental health, which by the way was really fantastic, thank you ladies for that, but they talked about stigma. People have a stigma, they don't want to ask for help. It's okay to ask for financial help too. And so one of the unique things about Navy Marine Corps Relief, we do not talk to the commands. If a service member comes in and says, hey, I'm in a financial crunch, I'm worried about my security clearance, we don't talk to the commands without permission of that active duty service member. And so confidentiality is super important to us. It is at the core of the assistance that we provide. And so I would just encourage you all, we're another resource, put us in your contact list. If you've got folks that need, that debit card there or some other, they need a check written, we can get them out of that emergency that they're experiencing and help get them on the right path. So thank you all very much for your time, and look forward to any questions you may have.
And it doesn't look like we have really any questions. So, and sorry, I forgot to mute myself. I was talking out loud. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over back to my counterpart, Paul, so he can take us in to the final two panels here. Paul, we'll go ahead and bring you up here, and we'll bring up our next panel. And it'll be just a minute while we get it ready.
All right, welcome back. For our second to last panel, we'll be moving on to food insecurity, a topic that is of particular interest to my boss, Congressman Bishop. Joining Congressman Bishop on this panel is Bianca Strazalski, Managing Editor at AmeriForce Media, and military spouse Josh Protis, Vice President of Public Policy at Maison, and Shannon Rasidin from the Military Family Advisory Network. To begin this panel with a family perspective, I invite Bianca Strazalkowski to start us off.
Good afternoon. My name is Bianca Strazalkowski, and I am the wife of a now retired Marine. Our experience with military life started as teenagers when my husband showed me an enlistment contract in high school at his mother's table. I had no idea what we were getting into, and I would argue that I probably still don't know, looking back on those years, what we were doing. I want to premise my story with saying there is a reason I chose not to speak about our experience with food insecurity and financial hardship until after my husband left the Marine Corps. And it is likely the same reason you don't hear many talking about it today while their own spouse is still on active duty. There is a real fear that by exposing any internal household challenge, that our service member's career will be negatively affected. I also do not see food insecurity as a standalone issue. Instead, it is a result of many of the topics being discussed today: spouse employment, housing, childcare costs, among others. There is a misconception that food insecurity is tied to money mismanagement. And I would argue that food insecurity is the result of a number of lifestyle components attached to our military life. Our first duty station was at Marine Corps Air Station New River in North Carolina. We had been married just 2 months shy of when the attacks of 9/11 happened. Though we were young and had no idea what we were doing, we were able to build a strong foundation while living there. There was a robust community support. It was truly a military town. There was an engaged family readiness program. And I was able to grow over the years of us being stationed there to a management position. But this also meant we established a life on the belief that we had 2 incomes. Our bills were based on 2 incomes. So when we received orders to move to another Marine Corps base in Arizona, we did not prepare or even think ahead that our quality of life could change. We didn't consider that I might not be able to find a job, that child care costs would exceed the wages offered there, that my husband's job tempo would be so busy that he wouldn't be available to help with those child care situations. I was unable to find employment, and those bills that we built off of 2 incomes quickly led us to debt. The debt led to us being unable to do certain things like pay bills on time. And then it spiraled to almost having a car repossessed. And eventually we got to a place where we could not afford groceries for daily needs. This is a problem for several reasons, but more so the shame that accompanied our family during this time. We were relying on a food bank, and the food bank in our area was food that was almost spoiled that was being donated to the food bank. We were eating MREs as a family, which now looking back, 10 years after this, I can't even believe that was our reality. That was what we were feeding our son, and I was pregnant with our second child. Thankfully, we did have help from our external family. We relied on the Navy Marine Corps Relief Society to get through some of those times. But it was a problem that not only chased us our entire time stationed there, but when we left to go to our next duty station, we carried that hole we were now dug into. Eventually, we were able to get into a better financial readiness situation when I found employment at our third duty station. But that carried with us, I would say, more than half of my husband's career, where we were going for payday loans that had a 40% interest attached to them.
I also want to share that I believe that most people don't identify with the phrase food insecurity. I never heard that word until I sat in on a solution summit with the Military Family Advisory Network several years ago. I would challenge there are probably many others who lack this awareness of what that term even means. All they simply know is I can't buy groceries. I don't know what I'm putting on the table for dinner tonight. I think there needs to be a strong effort to educate, but also to make service members and spouses feel empowered to speak and share their story without fear of consequence. For everything we say there shouldn't be a stigma attached to, there is. And we know that at the boots on the ground level. I am relieved to be sharing this experience from the other side of this hardship. I actually can't even think back to that. Those were the days we were living while my husband was going to places like Afghanistan and Iraq and the Horn of Africa, and him having to carry the burden of his family being back at home while dealing with separation and something as simple as not being able to get food. We have not felt stability until my husband retired in 2018. It is the first time we were able to establish a savings account, to not have to worry about if there's a full refrigerator, and no concerns of what will be for dinner tonight. But I know that there are others experiencing that stress and that shame today, and they're probably not talking about it. This is not a topic that decision makers should spend a long time devising solutions for. The reality is our military families have an immediate need that should be met today so that their husbands and wives can focus on their very important job. Thank you.
Thank you, Bianca. Well, from now, we'll turn it over to Josh. Josh, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you so much. And I want to thank Congressman Bishop, Congresswoman McMorris-Rodgers, all of the caucus and the staff that have put this summit on. It's been fantastic to hear the panels on such important issues, and the First Lady's opening remarks were so important. The theme is about taking the pulse of military families during the pandemic, and just the fact that we're talking about food insecurity, about hunger among military families, tells us that there's a problem with the pulse even before the pandemic, and that pulse grew weaker. And want to thank Bianca and all those who've shared about their personal experiences with a host of different issues. I know it's so difficult to share about some of these painful experiences, but these stories matter. And for far too long, there's been a denial that there's even a problem of hunger among military families. And it's very difficult, we understand why, for people to come forward and share when they're in the midst of that experience. So thank you, Bianca. Really appreciate it. I'm going to be pretty direct in my remarks because it's frustrating that we continue to need to confront the issue of food insecurity, of hunger among military families. This has been a problem for far too long, and there are solutions within reach. And it's just unconscionable that we're still talking about this issue, an issue that's grown far worse during the course of the pandemic, but an issue that can be solved. This is a preventable problem. And this problem is a responsibility of the federal government. This is not up to the charitable sector to address this. We know that there are food pantries on or near every military base in this country that are quietly serving military families that struggle to put food on the table. And in an emergency situation, there's no shame in going to a food pantry to help in an emergency situation, but that's not the case. It's routinely a support for thousands of military families around the country, and that should never be. The Department of Defense, Congress, and the administration for far too long have ignored or overlooked this issue. The good news is that there's action that can happen right now at multiple levels to address this. There are important opportunities that are ripe for action. This issue of food insecurity among military families is an issue of mission readiness. It's an issue of retention. It's an issue of recruitment. But also in today's day and age, it's also an issue of racial equity. And it's also an issue that contributes to the unfortunate epidemic of military suicide. There's no reason we should be letting military families go hungry. And the most important thing we can do is to remove an unfortunate and unintended barrier that exists that prevents military families from getting the help that they should be entitled to. The treatment of their basic allowance for housing as income for programs like SNAP has prevented thousands of military families who should qualify for that assistance and need that assistance, and has forced them instead to turn to emergency food banks. And one of the frequent pushbacks about this issue is that we need more data. We're not sure how many people are impacted by this. We're not sure if there's really an issue. The proof is there if you look in the lines of hundreds of military families at every installation that are waiting for a monthly food box. We just need to open our eyes and see these lines, and we don't need more data to prove that there's an issue. Hungry military families can't eat another report. They can't eat another survey. They can't eat another government study. That's not going to bring relief. We need to make sure that we get them the assistance that they need. In Deuteronomy, I come from Mazon, a Jewish response to hunger, and we're informed by Jewish values, but these are values that transcend all faith communities and all traditions. And in Deuteronomy, we're told that when there is among you a poor person among your kin in one of your cities, in your land which God gives to you, do not harden your heart. Do not close your fist from your poor kin. Rather, you shall surely open your hand and make him alone sufficient for his need, whatever he lacks. This is our government's responsibility, not to harden our hearts, not to close our hands, but to make sure for our military families, the military families that are bravely serving our country, that are making great sacrifices, that we're making sure that they can meet their basic needs. So it was very heartened to hear the First Lady mention her support for the basic needs allowance, which is a provision that Mazon helped to create and issue forth in previous National Defense Authorization Act contexts. It's now part of the House NDAA bill, the establishment of a military family basic needs allowance. There's a partial version of that in the Senate bill. Unfortunately, that version does not exclude the basic allowance for housing as counted income. So we hope that the administration will support, and the Department of Defense will support, the full basic needs allowance provision as part of the National Defense Authorization Act, but also to support excluding the basic allowance for housing as counted income, either through administrative actions or through legislative actions in the Farm Bill process as part of child nutrition reauthorization, to ensure that military families who are low income, who face extraordinary challenges, including some that we've heard about today, the high rates of spousal unemployment, the lack of affordable and accessible childcare, that they can make sure to qualify for the assistance that they should be entitled to, just like every other civilian, for food assistance through federal programs. These legislative changes need to happen, and there's more that we can do too. We know also that food insecurity is an issue that impacts the veteran population. And while there's separate issues for the veteran population, it's also related to the issue of hunger among military families. So the idea of a transitional benefit that could be given as a way, in a targeted way, toward junior enlisted households who are leaving military service, to say thank you for your service, but also to give you a little extra assistance to make sure that you can put nutritious food on the table for a certain duration of time, would go a long way towards helping them at a point where they may need some extra help. I just want to end by sharing some words from an individual who shared about his experience, Gabriel, who was at Camp Pendleton. And again, like with Bianca, I think centering this conversation around the real lived experiences is so important to move past the stereotypes that often pervade when talking about this issue. We've frequently received pushback from congressional offices, from Department of Defense officials, saying that this is just an issue of budgeting. And if only people knew how to manage their finances, they wouldn't be in this situation. That's not only untrue, it's insulting to those who are impacted by this issue. It's not a matter of managing finances, it's about having sufficient finances. Gabriel, who shared his story with us, was actually a trained financial counselor before he enlisted in the Marines. Gabriel wrote, I like being in the Marines, but with a wife and child and another one on the way, my paycheck of less than $2,000 a month isn't enough to make ends meet. It was easier when my wife worked in insurance, but the cost of daycare is so high that it doesn't make sense. I'm doing all I can in serving my country, and I have to worry about how I'm going to buy food. I'm not ashamed to say I may need help to be able to feed my family. We got WIC when our daughter was a baby, but recently when we applied for food stamps, we were denied because our basic allowance for housing counts as income. I don't think the government protects military families enough because so many of us need to go to food distributions run by outside groups. We're the only job where we have to give up our lives to protect the Constitution of the United States. So shouldn't the government make sure that we can properly feed our families? Thanks, and I'll look forward to questions.
Thank you, Josh, for that. And now I think I'm going to turn it over to Shannon from the Military Family Advisory Network. Shannon, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Paul and Josh and Bianca. It's so great to see you. Bianca and I go way back. She was one of the first advisory board members at Military Family Advisory Network. So I'd like to start off by giving a very high level overview of who we are as an organization, but then also talk about what we're doing related to food insecurity. And while, yes, Josh, I 100% agree that military families can't eat another report, the reports and the data married with the solutions can work together to really get us to a place where we can solve this long term. So MFAN, we go by MFAN for short. We're a 501c3 nonprofit. And what we do is we convene a very diverse group of military families to help us have an ear to the ground related to what military families are going through. We then take what we are learning from those military families and we test it through scientific research. Our research team, they're all doctoral level. They take the time to hear from families in their own words through a mixed method research approach to really understand what's going on in military families' lives and then how can we develop collaborative solutions. We never want to do anything in a vacuum. We never want to reinvent the wheel, but rather we would much rather work with our partners in this space and other organizations, work with the government, work with Congress, work with whomever to get to the point where we can develop and deploy quick solutions. So how we started looking at food insecurity. During an advisory board meeting, one of our advisors, her name is Taylor Miller, I think she's watching, hi Taylor, she started bringing up issues around food insecurity. She was working at a food bank down the Norfolk area, and she was starting to see a lot of military families come in and seek out the support. And we started talking about it. We looked at it through a national survey. We field every other year the Military Family Support Programming Survey, which shameless plug, it's in the field right now. And so really hope that everyone takes the time to respond to that. But we saw that, yes, okay, food insecurity is an issue. Coming out of that, we hosted a solution summit, which Bianca mentioned during her remarks, and I would 100% agree. Many families do not think of themselves as food insecure. They're thinking of, do I worry where my next meal is going to come from? Do I ever have to cut back on what I'm eating to make sure others in my family have enough food? But coming out of that solution summit, when we bring together our current and former advisory board members to discuss what our data is showing us as far as the new and emerging needs of military families, we decided to form a food insecurity coalition, which Mazone is part of, organizations like National Military Family Association, MOA, but then also organizations who have a specific mission that's focused on combating hunger. So National WIC Association, Feeding America, and others who are really, Food Research and Action Center, who are really having a specific mission to end and address hunger broadly. And so what we were really finding is that there was a true communications gap between organizations in most cases who are addressing, food insecurity and the nuances of military family life. And so our goal through quarterly meetings is to really address those. Fast forward to 2019, we worked with the USDA and an economist over there to really figure out how can we not only assess food insecurity, but also figure out where families are falling on the spectrum of food insecure. Is it severe? Is it moderate? And then create an apples to apples comparison so that we can draw some conclusions based on what is happening in civilian life and what's happening among military families. In 2019, so pre-COVID, we found that nationally, 1 in 8 of our survey respondents was food insecure. When we drilled down to specific locations, which we're able to do, Sorry, I have a very vocal dog who doesn't like me talking to anyone other than her. But when we were able to drill down into the specific locations, we found that there were places and pockets in the country that were having greater issues and greater challenges. So Washington State, 1 in 5 military families pre-COVID was experiencing food insecurity. In Texas, Norfolk, and North Carolina, we were finding the number was 1 in 6. During COVID, we fielded a survey and we found that 1 in 5 military families nationally was experiencing food insecurity. And so we agreed that we can't just stand by. We can't wait for the government to come up with a solution. We need to act. We need to shine a spotlight on this issue, and we need to get food in families' hands. And so what we did was we launched the 1 Million Meals Challenge, and we are very proud of this work. It launched in April, and we are hosting large-scale food distribution events in the locations where we saw the highest frequency of food insecurity. So that's Joint Base Lewis McChord, Fort Hood, Norfolk, and Fort Bragg. We're hosting these food events that are serving upwards of 750 people per event. And I'm really proud to announce that so far we've distributed over 625,000 meals this year. So we're on a good track to hopefully reach the 1,000,000th meal by the end of this year. But going to those events, it's a really sad and frankly humbling experience. We see families who are pulling up in their vehicles and they're nervous and they're not sure what to expect. They don't want to have to be in this situation. But what we're really trying to do is break down that stigma and create a fun environment. We have DJs, our volunteers are phenomenal and they're dancing, and families are getting upwards of 75 pounds of healthy food. And so that's covering them for a decent amount of time. And so they're leaving the events and we're seeing smiles and we're seeing relief and people saying, you know, thank you. And we're thanking them for their service. And it allows us to, 1, meet that immediate need, and 2, shine a spotlight on this issue. It should never happen. Families in the military should never be in this situation, but we're able to work together to really make sure that people are paying attention. And then the last piece that I wanted to talk about a little bit today is food insecurity is a complex issue, as Bianca mentioned, and it's a combination of a lot of things that pull together to really create a very complex picture. And so we, as a team, our researchers are working with the University of Texas at Austin to do research in Texas and uncover the underlying factors that lead to food insecurity among military families. So we are doing upwards of 200 interviews with military families, and we'll be developing roadmaps that allow us to pinpoint the things that are happening in families' lives so that we can ultimately prevent food insecurity before it happens. You know, is it a choice that families are, you know, having to pick between rent and paying for food? We're seeing a lot of hunger avoidance activities. We're seeing families really choosing to go without, or the military spouse not eating so that the kid and the service member has enough healthy food. And the other piece that's really troubling is a lot of families just are not seeking out support. And that gets back to the stigma component of this that we all are working so hard to break down. We want families to seek out help. One of the most inspiring things about these food events is it promotes the help-seeking behavior, and we're incredibly proud of that. So we're excited to see the legislative solutions that are being put forward. It's overdue in a lot of cases. Josh is 100% right. This is not a new issue. This is something that has been discussed at length in multiple venues, and we're optimistic that we're moving the right direction, but we have a long way to go, and it's not a problem that's going to be solved overnight.
Thank you, Shannon, for that. And now I am going to introduce my boss, the co-chair of the Congressional Military Family Caucus, Congressman Sanford Bishop. Hold on 1 second.
Very good. Let me go back. I'm pleased to be on this panel to discuss a critical issue facing military families, and one that I've been heavily involved in working to solve. Most Americans assume that if a person enlists to serve their country in the military, that their needs are taken care of. But as the people on this panel know, that's not necessarily the case. The food pantries that are operating in or near Fort Benning, Georgia, Warner Robins Air Force Base, Georgia, the Marine Corps Logistics Base, Albany, Georgia, are stark reminders that military families from all ranks struggle to put food on their table. The food insecurity rate among active duty military families is 14%, about a third higher than the national average, which is 10.5%. Most Americans' reaction to this information is appropriately disbelief and disgust. Congress's failed attempts to address this issue since the early 2000s confirms for many their worst assumptions about government and its ability to get things done. Worse still is that the data available likely underrepresents the actual severity of military family hunger. The lack of data, largely due to poor coordination and communication across federal agencies, further obfuscates the degree of the problem. While the data that we do have shows that food insecurity cuts across all military ranks and demographics, the families of junior enlisted and military families of color report food insecurity at higher levels than their senior officer and white counterparts. For example, Native American military households, which as a result of a long tradition of military service are overrepresented in the ranks of the U.S. military as a percentage of total population, also struggle with higher rates of food insecurity. While resources do exist to connect families in need to assistance programs, we must improve awareness about how to access these programs, particularly among Black and Hispanic military families. Amid rising levels of hunger in America due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, the country is awakening to the fact that hunger does not affect only a certain type or a certain demographic of person. It is widespread, and it affects our friends, our neighbors, our church members, and all sorts of families. The reason we don't immediately recognize it is because it is often hidden behind a curtain of shame and stigma. This is especially the case among military families. The drivers of military family hunger flow from the unique challenges of the military lifestyle: frequent relocations, spousal unemployment, a lack of access to affordable childcare. These are just a few of the factors. And yet the stigma around food assistance is especially strong in military culture. Let me be clear, this is not just an issue of conscience. It is a matter of national security. It is impossible to expect our men and women in uniform to be mission ready when they are worried about putting food on the table for their family. Furthermore, military food insecurity impedes the U.S.'s ability to maintain the strongest, most capable military force in the world by harming one of the greatest sources of future service members. Children of military service members are statistically more likely to enlist later in life. Yet, inadequate nutrition during childhood puts them at risk for chronic health challenges, making it difficult to meet physical fitness requirements of service. One also has to ask why a child who saw their parents struggle to put food on the table in military careers would consider that as a viable career in adulthood. We want to encourage and honor Americans who serve our country in the armed forces, not to make it impossible for families to support their families if they choose to serve. My staff and I have worked in this Congress to directly address hunger among military families. Last month, my colleague, Jeff Fortenberry of Nebraska, and I introduced the bipartisan Equal Access to the Right Nutrition for Military Families Act, better known as the EARN Act. The EARN Act aims to increase military family access to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, commonly referred to as food stamps or SNAP. Historically, military families have faced statutory and logistical barriers in accessing the SNAP program. The EARN Act addresses those long-standing barriers with innovative solutions. It removes variability in state-administered SNAP programs by establishing a federally administered SNAP benefit for military families with streamlined national eligibility requirements for military households rather than individual state requirements. It encourages participation in SNAP by requiring the U.S. Department of Defense to notify qualifying military families of their eligibility and automatically enroll families in the program unless they decide to opt out. Finally, it eases the transition back to civilian life by establishing a transitional temporary SNAP benefit for those transitioning from service who are leaving. While the EARN Act addresses the known issues with military access to the SNAP program, as I've already mentioned, the lack of data, largely due to poor coordination and communication across federal agencies, impedes our ability to fully appreciate the degree of the problem. That's why the EARN Act builds on previous laws requiring reporting on the issue of military food insecurity and directs the Department of Defense and the U.S. Department of Agriculture to collaborate in submitting a comprehensive report on military family food insecurity to the relevant congressional committees. The EARN Act is not the only piece of legislation under consideration in this Congress aimed at addressing military family food insecurity. I have co-sponsored the Military Hunger Prevention Act, led by Congressman Jimmy Panetta of California. It is included in the House version of the FY22 National Defense Authorization Act, or NDAA. It complements the EARN Act. The Military Family Basic Needs Allowance established under the Military Hunger Prevention Act supplements household income up to 130% of the federal poverty level. The EARN Act sets a national income eligibility threshold for SNAP of 200% of the federal poverty line for military families, ensuring that military families with household income between 130% and 200% of poverty do not fall through the cracks, regardless of what state they happen to live in at the time, or whether that state uses a broad-based categorical eligibility. We would like to see both the Military Hunger Prevention Act and the EARN Act enacted into law because they build upon each other and together reduce costs of implementation. In conclusion, while food banks and food pantries have stepped up their efforts to fill the need and now operate on or near every military base in America, we cannot continue to depend on charitable organizations to fulfill what is fundamentally the responsibility of our federal government. If a country is to have a standing army, it is a basic function of government to feed that military. It has been said that an army marches on its stomach. That certainly applies here. I want to thank our panel of experts on this topic for sharing their time and their knowledge with us today. I look forward to their remarks in response to questions and to having a robust dialogue on this very, very important topic. Thank you again, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Congressman Bishop and our panelists for their unique knowledge and insight on food insecurity. We'll now open this up for our Q&A session. Attendees, please use the Q&A button at the bottom of your screen. And for those watching on Facebook, please post your question on the comment section. The first question is, there are a few different policy proposals to address military hunger issue. Which one has the best path to get enacted? And what can concerned individuals do to help build support for this? And I'll leave that open to the panel.
I'm happy to take a first pass at that. I think, as Chairman Bishop mentioned, there are multiple legislative efforts that complement each other. And I think we need to look at all of those in terms of what has a viable chance immediately. I think the basic needs allowance provision that's part of the FY22 NDAA bill that's included with bipartisan unanimous support out of the Military Personnel Subcommittee, Mark, and the full House Armed Service Committee, Mark, has a strong chance. And we know with the administration's support about this provision, if we can get the Senate to incorporate that full basic needs allowance provision that excludes the basic allowance for housing, and that's really critical because without the exclusion of the BAH as counted income, the benefit won't reach the majority of the people who are really in need. And I'll just note that the basic needs allowance, Congressman Bishop mentioned rightly that it's set at 130% of the federal poverty level. That in itself was a compromise. We wanted that ideally to be at 200% of the federal poverty level, but working with the Armed Services Committee, we needed to kind of whittle it down a little bit in terms of the cost. But that, I think, has a really strong chance of getting enacted now. We just need that strong Senate support for that provision. And then we also want to be able to address those anomalies about the BAH treatment in the SNAP program, and then also for child feeding programs. The way it's structured in statute, it's up to states to determine whether the BAH is treated as income for the WIC program. That shouldn't be the case. And then for National School Lunch Program, for the free and reduced price school meals programs, it depends whether you get a BAH if you live off base or in privatized military housing. So if you're a military family that's struggling, just to know what you're potentially eligible for is incredibly confusing. So we need to streamline that and have a consistency across federal programs by excluding the BAH so that we're treating low-income military families the same as we're treating low-income civilian families, where their housing assistance, federal housing assistance, is not treated as income. So I think the EARN Act could be a great complement to this as well, but hopefully in the NDAA process, there'll be some forward progress in getting this resolved.
Okay, we're going on to a next question from an anonymous attendee. At the AUSA conference this week, Sergeant Major of the Army Grinston mentioned that families need financial readiness and maybe they shouldn't be buying boats and cars. He went on to say the survey done was small and perhaps not accurate. What is being done to educate military leadership on food insecurity within the ranks?
I'll comment and then I'll let Shannon go because I take personal offense with the concept that we were living a luxurious life. If anyone looks at the pay rates for junior enlisted, they are not anything to brag about or anything you can go get approved for big boats and fancy cars. The reality is our military life requires us to move. When we move from one duty station to another, the way our life set up is in one spot is likely not going to follow you to another spot. The other reality is a post 9/11 force had a very high op tempo, which meant the types of jobs or even the ability to be employed is limited for a spouse who has to solo parent and is relied on fully for that childcare. I think often our military leaders, as they climb up the ranks, they sometimes tend to forget what it felt like at E1, E2, E3, E4. So I'll let my fellow panelists go into the education piece, but I can guarantee you that our experience was not a result of us living a luxurious life in Yuma or on recruiting duty away from a base. My husband was doing what was required of him, and we were trying to meet the most basic needs of our family, which included feeding them.
100% agree, Bianca. And, you know, it's been an uphill battle in some cases to educate leaders on food insecurity. I know that Josh has had the same experiences in the work that they are doing at Mazan. We've been on multiple calls with Garrison, particularly at the locations where we are hosting food distribution events. And there is that perception. There is the perception of those poor financial management. And all I would say is come volunteer at a food distribution event and then see if you leave with the same opinion there, because you cannot tell me that 700 families with a wait list are spending their Saturday getting food support at an MFAN food distribution event. It's just not the case. And so we're very proud and excited that under the leadership of the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Military, Community, and Family Policy, Patty Barron, she's really looking at this issue closely. It has gotten the right attention. The White House has taken this issue seriously. Congress is taking this issue seriously. It shouldn't have taken this and all this work to get people to take it seriously, but I would just say come volunteer at an event and then see if you leave with a different perspective, because that doesn't lie.
And I'll just add, and totally agree, Shannon and Bianca. It's frustrating to hear the accusations about financial mismanagement. And there's some rich irony when Department of Defense officials accused military families who are struggling with food insecurity of not managing their finances correctly, when last I checked, DoD has not passed its own financial audit. So I think with its enormous budget and a lot of questions about where expenditures are going, there's some irony there. So also want to note that for junior enlisted families who are most impacted by this, they really need to have a second source of income. And we know with the high rates of spousal unemployment that many of these military families are getting by on the low base pay for the junior enlisted service member. So they're setting out behind already from their civilian counterparts who often need two sources of income for the household. So I think helping to educate people about that, and again, the unique challenges for military families, the unemployment rates, the lack of affordable childcare for families with exceptional family members. There's a lot of costs, the frequent relocations. There's so much that we ask of our military families. The very least we can do is make sure that they're able to put food on the table.
Let me jump in and just say that what you have just said, the three panelists, just underscores the need and the mission and the purpose of the Congressional Military Family Caucus. That is why we are holding this summit, so that we can be armed with the information from you so that we can take it back to those military leaders, take it back to the Pentagon as well as to the members of Congress, so that there's no doubt that message will be conveyed to them, and they will have no doubt but to have an understanding of the tremendous impact that this food insecurity issue has on our military families. That's what we have done on spousal employment. That's what we've done on the changes for education in terms of transitioning from one duty station to another with kids in school. That's what we're doing with the licensure issue and many other issues, caregiver issues. So this is an issue that has to be lifted up, that has to have the adequate, intense education, which I think that this forum and other forums will assist in doing, so that we can, in short order, have this box checked as an issue that has been resolved.
Thank you, Congressman. And I think we have time for one more question, and this goes directly to you, Congressman. This is from Stephen Krakava. Thank you, Rep. Bishop, for your leadership and outspoken attention to this issue. One of the panelists mentioned that her family could not qualify for SNAP because of the basic allowance for housing. Does the EARN Act address this problem with the BAH? Thank you again also for your endorsement of the Military Hunger Prevention Act.
Yes, it does. It does address that problem, and we want to have uniform standards for military families, particularly because we can't provide enough support for our military, and if in fact, some people are saying, well, why should we treat our military families different? I think that the unique sacrifices that our military families make in service of our country, protecting the freedoms that we all enjoy, is more than enough justification for the special treatment, particularly when it comes to food insecurity, that we can give to our military families through the EARN Act.
All right, thank you, Congressman and panelists, and Josh, Shannon, and Bianca. Thank you very much for attending today. This was a very important topic. We will now move on to our housing panel. And with that, Matthew, take it away.
Hi, everybody. I am here. So we are going to go ahead and bring it into our last panel here, as Paul said. For our final panel, as said again, it was going to be housing. We are speaking will be Joel Safranek, sorry if I'm messing that up, with Transcom, Elizabeth A. Field with the U.S. Government Accountability Office, Todd Ernst with PCS grades, and Tricia Ross, a military spouse, to speak about the housing crisis. Again, one last time, make sure you look at the chat window for everybody's bios, so you can see where everyone's coming from. And with that, I'll turn it over to the panel here. Thank you again so much, everybody, and we'll be back for the closing after this last panel. First speaker, sorry, I should have said, looks like it is Tricia Ross. Unless you guys have figured out something else amongst yourselves, go ahead with whatever you've planned.
No, I think I'm good to go. So good afternoon. My name is Tricia Ross and I'm a military spouse, and I'm just going to share with you our family's story about our PCS this season. So we are currently stationed at Camp Lejeune, and a PCS is not something that is out of the ordinary for military families. Every year we PCS. So with that said, I will start with what happened during this unique PCS season. So on April 5th, my spouse received orders to Camp Lejeune with a report date of May 2021. The housing application was submitted on April 18th, 2021. My spouse was assigned to Naval Hospital Camp Lejeune. We are a family of 6, so we required a 4-bedroom home. When our family first applied to housing, we were listed on board New River Air Station's Petrofield Landing. We were number 7 on that list, and I was hopeful. The Atlantic Marine Corps Communities agent contacted us and provided the previous year's data. That was our source to determine where we would be on the list and how long it would take. Upon reviewing the list, I had an aha moment when I realized that our wait would be over a year based on the previous year's data, possibly even 2 years. So we were then consulted to ask if we would like to move to a different housing complex wait list. Of course, I said yes, because waiting a year, even 2, was out of the question. So as of May 4th, we moved over to the housing list at Camp Lejeune's. Sorry for a moment. It was the housing over there. When we applied, the listing on Camp Lejeune's website, on the Marine Corps' website, said that it was a 3 to 4 month wait. As of June 7th, those timelines increased to 6 to 8 months. On June 13th, we were number 18th, and we were hopeful with a projected date of moving in September. On June 13th, for the first time in 20 years, I filed an Inspector General's complaint about the lack of available housing on Camp Lejeune, as well as AMCC's handling of the waitlist times and the information they were giving to military families. On August 4th, I was quoted in a local newspaper about our housing situation. Not a unique situation. I have other stories from other families whose stories are actually much worse, longer, and more expensive than our very own. The day I was quoted in the paper, I received a phone call from AMCC offering our family a house. The house would not be available, though, until the 26th of September. So the phone call was August 4th with a move-in date of September 26th. This was well a month after the school year would start. In order to get a waiver for my children to start school on base, it would take lots of signatures and lots of time. Our family eventually declined this offer to move into AMCC housing because we were lucky enough to have another family who received late orders offer us to rent their home. And so we did so. On September 13th, my IG complaint was closed. There was merit found in my complaint that there was a lack of adequate housing on board Camp Lejeune, and it was cited as a result of Hurricane Florence, which is from 2018. So here we are in 2021 on top of a 2018 hurricane, the COVID pandemic. No solution was offered in my matter. So let's talk about time. How can military families plan PCS moves with estimated timelines? It's not possible. Our active duty spouses don't have flexible report dates that can't be adjusted just because your family can't find a home. One response I received from AMCC, the privatized housing management company that handled our move-in, was, we provide estimated timelines to families based on previous year's move-in data. Unfortunately, we cannot predict exactly how many families will move out this year, specifically until they provide us within 30 days notice. We never guarantee housing availability, but rather provide estimates to help with planning purposes. So military families are supposed to move every year based on estimating planning purposes. Let's talk about the financial burden. The amount of money this move cost our family out of pocket was not acceptable. After 10 days of TLA expired, the financial burden fell to us because we were getting BAH. According to the local BAH rates, the hotel costs in the area, our BAH rate only lasted 17 days in the Marine Corps Inn. After that, the burden fell to us. In 2012, our family left Camp Lejeune, and the BAH rate for our family was $1,593. Today, my husband has advanced 2 ranks, and the BAH has only increased $93. That's not acceptable. BAH rates need to be reviewed more often. Thankfully, the DoD heard the recent outcry of military families and offered increased housing BAH rates for families in certain locations to apply for. Those rates currently will be given to certain families who qualify from October to December. But service members had to provide the expenses that they already had. Our family, for instance, hadn't been in our home for a month to provide those expenses. We hadn't received many of our first bills in order to qualify for that housing increase. To my knowledge, the BAH rates for 2022 have not been released, so I'm not sure how families will be affected once those rates do come out if there is an increase. Now I want to hit really quick on the impact of readiness. My sailor returned from an 18-month unaccompanied overseas tour on May 15th and reported directly to Camp Lejeune on May 24th. The rest of our family and I traveled across the country from California to North Carolina to plan to reunite in North Carolina to accept our housing assignment and be together as a family after months apart. The housing situation forced our family to live apart again. The decision that was not easy for us because we had spent most of the last year apart. I work remotely for 2 military-connected nonprofits. To try and manage a family, my career, and support my sailor while not having a home took a toll. I understand the nuisance of military family housing. I've been a spouse for over 20 years, but securing housing on a military installation or in this nearby surrounding area should not be this hard. Clearer timelines should be provided by the companies managing military family housing. Newer housing needs to be built and existing housing updated. The below average BAH rates need to be assessed more routinely. The process and funding for transitional housing assistance needs to be examined and less of the burden fall upon the families who move every year. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe I am up next in this panel. My name is Elizabeth Field. I am a director with the U.S. Government Accountability Office. And I would like to thank Representative Bishop and McMorris Rogers for inviting me to join you today. And I want to say thank you to Ms. Ross for sharing that story. Those stories and others like them help us do our work at GAO. I have heard reference to GAO reports in some of the panels earlier today, but not everyone may be familiar with who we are and what we do as an agency. So I just very quickly want to explain that and then touch on some of our work related to the issues that Ms. Ross just outlined. The Government Accountability Office is a nonpartisan, independent federal agency. We are part of the legislative branch, and we work on behalf of Congress. Our work is fact-based and analytical, and our mission is to help improve the effectiveness and the efficiency of government programs wherever government is operating. So as long as there are taxpayer dollars going to an initiative or an activity, we are there to see how it's going. So not surprisingly, we have a lot of work related to the Department of Defense because it is, of course, the largest single federal agency. We have done quite a lot of work related to military housing, but I think taking into account what I just heard, I would like to highlight two pieces of our work that are probably most relevant, and then can certainly speak to other work during the Q&A if time permits. So first, PCS moves. We looked at this issue a couple of years ago because Transcom at the time, and I believe still is, had been planning on moving to a new single contractor model. So rather than relying on multiple contractors to help with the movement of household goods, moving to just one contractor. And the idea behind that shift was to better meet the needs of military families. When we looked at this issue, though, we found that Transcom was moving quite quickly to this new model without really having thought through it carefully. So first, we found that Transcom did not have a plan in place to collect data about what it would cost and what some of the personnel implications would be of this move. For example, didn't know exactly how many military personnel would be needed to oversee the contractor. And that's really important because if you want to make sure that the contractor is handling military families' household goods in an appropriate way, you need to make sure you have enough people to oversee the contractor and that you know how much it's going to cost so you can budget for it. The second thing we found was that Transcom really did not have a plan in place to measure whether this new model was going to be effective in, reducing delays, reducing lost and damaged goods. We made recommendations to Transcom to address both of these issues. I am happy to say that while this move to the new model has not yet happened, and I can be corrected, I believe we have someone from the Defense Personnel Program Office who's going to join us in a little bit. But that Transcom has put in place some plans to measure the effectiveness of this new model once it comes into being. On the cost piece of it, I think there is still some work to do. Nonetheless, having heard the story that we just heard, clearly there are other issues related to PCS moves that perhaps GAO could look into. And for those of you who are in congressional offices watching today's panel, we would be happy to work with you on developing work for GAO to assess some of those broader issues. The second piece of work that I want to highlight is our work related to the basic allowance for housing, which also came up. We took a really close look at the BAH process and calculation about a year ago. And we found that while DoD had a fairly complex data-driven process for setting the BAH rates, the people who are responsible for implementing that process didn't always fully understand or were familiar with the ins and outs of that process. And let me give you an example that I think is particularly noteworthy given what we saw happen this year. The process requires the individuals who are calculating the rates to collect a minimum number of data points in each military housing area to set the rate for different types of housing. If the officials who are collecting those data don't get the requisite number of data points, then DoD will use data from prior years and average them together in a weighted average. That's problematic because, as you know very well from this last year in particular, housing rates are unpredictable. They fluctuate a lot. And when you have something like a COVID-19 pandemic, the housing markets can really be shocked. So using outdated data is problematic. We made a recommendation to the department to consider ways of expanding how they collect data so that there wouldn't be as much of a reliance on data from prior years. There are other issues that we found as well. I want to be respectful of the time of the other panelists, but I will just close by thanking not only Ms. Ross, but really all of the military families who are watching today. We at GAO do rely on that first person evidence to understand really what's going on. We have done it in a lot of our military housing work, including our work looking at privatized housing at Camp Lejeune and others. And it is an invaluable part of our work. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Okay, I think that means that I'm up. My name is Todd Ernst. I'm the founder and CEO of PCS Grades. First, I just want to give a special thanks to Congressman Bishop and Congresswoman Rogers, and especially big shout out to all the staff behind the scenes for making this all possible. But PCS Grades, very briefly, think of us like an Angie's List or a Yelp, but we're exclusively available to military and veteran families, and we're focused exclusively in the relocation space. And I served 22 and a half years myself in the Air Force, PCS out of my 14 years of active duty 8 times. So I'm going to start or I'm going to continue from here by sharing a couple of slides. And I want to do this I'm going to do it through data, and I'm going to tell a little bit of a story. Let's start with the background. This is all information I guarantee people probably know. I don't know if you know all the stats, but let's cover some of them real quick for some context. Number one, turns out military families move a lot and they tend to go to locations that we know very little to nothing about. In fact, we tend to move about 7 times more often than the non-military families do, and we're 10 times more likely to move across state lines. Relocation has been cited as a top 5 stressor for military families each of the last 6 years. This is according to the Blue Star Family's annual lifestyle survey. And during those last 6 years, twice active duty members have actually put it as the #1 stressor. And that's, guys, that's ahead of deployments. That's ahead of family isolation, a lot of other really big stressors. And then financial issues, cited as a top 5 stressor for military families each of the last 6 years as well. And active duty spouses have put it up there at #1 3 different times in the last few years. Why is that important? Because we also know that a lot of that financial stress is coming from the PCS. 86% of active duty families cite PCS costs as the #1 reason for incurring unexpected expenses due to the military lifestyle. All right, I want to touch on a concept of trust. Again, going to continue to use a little bit of data and some survey data. A little bit of this is stuff that we've collected internally at PCS Grades. Some of it we've done in partnership with national or agencies that collect this kind of data on a national basis, sometimes on our own, but at all times with several hundred military family respondents. One of the questions we asked was, hey, do you feel the general public, those who have never served, truly understand what the hardships are behind a PCS? And while we suspected what the answer was going to be, we were pretty overwhelmed that 96% said, yeah, we don't think they do. We also asked the question, okay, well, you're moving to a place you've never been to before. So who are you going to trust the most for the local information that you need? And in this particular case, yeah, you could only provide one specific answer. And overwhelmingly, the #1 answer was, guess what? It's each other. It's fellow military members and spouses. We asked, we started getting a little bit more specific. The DoD's annual military housing survey for the privatized housing. We said, hey, do you really think that it provides true transparency and accountability to the military family tenants that are living there? And overwhelmingly, the answer is no. They don't think so. And so we also asked the follow-up question, okay, well, who would you trust to provide true accountability and transparency through a feedback system? And the answer there was, hey, it's got to be somebody who's neutral, viewed as neutral, doesn't have financial or contractual ties to either the DoD or to the housing companies themselves. So let's talk about what this means in light of how PCS Grades is trying to help, and asking a few more questions. Okay, well, how strongly do you agree or disagree that the active duty that service members and their families don't get enough relocation assistance through the military? And I don't mean this here to provide a black eye, because you're going to hear my comments in a second here. I really think this is just another one of those indicators that the military can't do it all, nor should they be expected to do it all. But there are partner organizations that can very much complement them. But bottom line is most folks felt like, hey, they weren't quite getting all the support that they needed or wanted from the military. Okay, so what would you value, back to the housing, military housing survey part? Hey, would you prefer to have the same annual survey that you have, or how about an open review platform that's available year round? And oh, by the way, the data could actually be accessible, on demand by these families. And no surprise here, but overwhelmingly, that's the one that military families picked. So just a little bit about PCS grades, guys. We didn't invent the concept of crowdsourcing. We didn't invent the concept of reviews. Turns out those are really strong concepts that are bearing themselves out in the commercial marketplace right now. But we feel strongly that these are great concepts that can be brought to bear to help us in solving some of these problems. So unlike a Yelp where I don't know who Daha M is, our concept is no, I don't need to know the user name or the person behind the username, but as long as I know it's an Army spouse with 4 PCSs or an E5 in the Air Force, then it's data that I can trust, and it's from the people that we trust the most. So reviews and expertise, in this particular case, it's base housing, but certainly off-base neighborhoods, apartments, could be moving companies, mortgage lenders, and a couple of others. So I want to sum up a couple of things here. I know we're talking fast here, but I truly believe there's not a single answer to solve all of these must-solve problems when you PCS. Again, we got a lot of time constraints. A lot of the decisions that we're making can have huge repercussions if we choose wrong, can have financially devastating repercussions if we choose wrong. So we got to choose right, and we got to have reliable information in order to choose right, and it needs to be accessible. And while I obviously feel strongly about the crowdsourcing and the review piece, guess what? The DoD does provide a lot of great help in this space, and so do other military support organizations and nonprofits that are out there as well. And the bottom line is, guys, we got to work together. It's not one at the expense of the other. No secret, but the data certainly bears it out. Fellow military members and spouses, guess what? We trust each other the most. So that's where we think there's real power in relying on each other to help provide some of these answers. Crowdsourcing and review platforms, yes, they're proven at this point. The good things they can bring to bear when it comes to transparency and accountability, really that timely feedback that the DoD needs to be getting their hands on, the timely feedback that the contractors need to be getting their hands on, and trusted feedback that they need to be getting their hands on. And just very briefly touching on the Tenant Bill of Rights, an awesome step in the right direction. But if there's not an accountability piece to it, I don't put all my faith into it forevermore. And having something like this in place is something that can help out with that part. Bottom line, I believe strongly in the military family taking care of our own, not at the exclusion of some other great agencies, but I think it's an important concept that we really need to bring to bear. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on here to Colonel Safranek. Are you ready here?
I am. How can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Good. I'm Colonel Joel Safranek. I'm the new director for the Defense Personal Property Management Office at the United States Transportation Command. I'm not here today to talk about housing, but I am here to talk about the relocation process. So I'd like to thank you for inviting me to come in and talk about that today. I'm new to the position. As I talked to the person I replaced, Mr. Rick Marsh, the initial conversation kind of went like this. Hey, what's the first step that is in pretty much any sort of reform or recovery process? And that first step is really just admitting that there's a problem. And I think the Department of Defense was forced to do this a couple of years ago and just admit that, hey, this could be done better. It should be done better, and our families deserve better. And that's where Transcom's been headed over the last few months to the last few years. But it's one thing to kind of just admit, hey, there's a problem. And then it's another to kind of look and say, hey, what exactly is the problem? Where exactly do we go after certain things to make improvements? And I think that this next slide, which is been around longer than me, does a great job of kind of laying that out. And it breaks it down into about 4 sections. And I'll start in that top left-hand corner with household goods. When you look at the industry, if I really leave you with one thought, any word to latch onto, the word that you need to latch onto is fragmented. The entire program really is fragmented. And when you look at the household goods industry, it's no different. There's approximately 950 household goods providers that do about 325,000 shipments. And when you look at trying to maintain management and oversight and accountability of 950 different organizations with 950 ways of training and standardization, it's quite a challenge, just to be upfront and honest with you. And when you look at the non-temporary storage and some of the storage parts of the program as well, you find a very similar situation, fragmented as well. For non-temporary storage, there's about 880 providers. When you look at storage as a whole with some of the stuff that's done on a more temporary basis, it probably balloons up to around 2,000 different storage units. In this last year or so, and I've got to thank the services, we went out and inspected about 88% of those already with a goal of getting to 100. And we just found out it was worse than we expected. To be transparent and honest, which General Lyons has asked us to do, be honest with the family members, about 10% of those failed inspection. 24 of them we immediately put on a no use set up in order to make certain that they weren't even used until certain circumstances were corrected. And I'd be honest, I'd love to just kick industry and throw dirt at them and say, hey, it's all their fault. But even if you look at the DoD, it's fragmented as well. Up until U.S. Space Force came along, there were 5 different services with 5 different cultures. Now with Space Force, there's 6 different services with 6 different cultures and ways of doing things. And that equates to multiple shipping offices, once again, trying to standardize certain practices. I personally have PCS'd from a Marine base. I've personally PCS'd from an Army base as an Air Force officer. I've got Army officers that work for me that'll PCS from a Air Force base. The service member doesn't care if it's an Army standard, a Navy standard, or Marine standard. They just want to know it's the same every time. The one silver lining in this whole thing is kind of that top right-hand corner, and that's our POV, or our vehicles that we end up moving. There's about 68,000 vehicles that are shipped and stored. And if you look at the satisfaction rates of our POV program, it's about 99.5%. If you look at our satisfaction rates with household goods, it's about 95.5%. If those are your kids' grades, you'd be happy because they're both A's. But when you look at 325,000 shipments, that 4 percentage point difference is about 13,000 unsatisfied families. So it's quite a significant difference for a small percentage. One of the differences with that POV is we have a sole source manager. One company does it. That company wants to maintain that contract. We've got a formal contract with them with various oversights. So if you can go next slide, please. What I am happy to announce, now that we've kind of identified some of the problems, is how we're working towards some solutions. So the global household goods contract, we're hoping no earlier than the 29th of October this year to make the announcement that we are going to have a sole manager for all of those moves. There's 28 performance objectives that are built into the contract that allow us to measure how they're performing and whether or not they're going to meet those standards. In addition to what we're doing with the global household goods contract, there's some other long-term improvements as well. Some of them are mill move. If anybody's ever used the current software system, it's DPS, the Defense Personal Property System. Needless to say, it's in just simple terms, it's clunky and difficult to use versus what a commercial industry uses. So what we've done is we built into the global household goods contract that the government will still maintain some of the internal pieces of that for oversight, but the customer facing pieces of it will be built by industry. I mean, the bottom line is I can go on any industry website and it far outperforms most government websites. So we're going to try to allow industry to do what it does best and then allow government to maintain control internally on kind of the parts that we do best. And we're also pushing for electronic inventories. In this next year, we're highly encouraging industry to do that, but we're going to make it mandatory in the rules set for the 2023 moving year. We've got similar designs lined up for the non-temporary storage, but to be honest with you, it's got to be tied into that global household goods contract. So we're trying to sequence things properly, and we're still just finishing up a business case analysis in order to figure out some solutions so it will follow our GHC contract. The bad news is, if you look at the dates on most of these things, they'll be expected for the 2023 moving season and beyond versus something that'll happen today, tomorrow, or even next week. The reality is we didn't get here overnight, and we're not going to get out of it overnight either. If you can go next slide, please. But there are some things that we're doing in the short term, not quite as large as the others, but also have a similar amount of importance. One of the things that we find as we talk to more and more service members, that a lot of the roots of the problems comes down to that counseling. If we could have counseled the member properly, then they would know the information that they need. Sometimes the counseling just wasn't done as well as it should have been. At the same time, like I said, multiple services, multiple ways of doing that. So we've been working with the services to standardize the outputs so that no matter where you go, it's the same counseling, it's the same information. I would love to say that a move goes perfect and the family gets moved into their place, but then if their personal identified information gets stolen, then that's a whole nother set. And anyone that's been in the military for any period of time knows that your social security number is used for everything. So we are methodically going through computer systems, methodically going through forms, working with Customs and Border Protection as well as industry, and just removing a social security number from everything in order to allow that PII not to be accessible. As I said, DPS is that software system. We're working with MillMove to get it lined up, but because it's in the future, we still have to make certain improvements to DPS in order to make certain that it works over the next couple of years until we transition to MillMove. And then we're also proud to announce some of the work that we're doing, what we call customer facing initiatives. So at the end of this month, around the 24th of October, very much like what Mr. Ernst talked about, using that data and allowing crowdsourcing, we're going to have a customer facing dashboard that gives the data to family members to let them know how many letters of warnings have been placed against certain transportation service providers. What is their on-time delivery rate? Once again, our purpose isn't to do anything with that data, except we be transparent with it so that service members know, hey, here's a company I've been lined up with, here's their service record. We've also transitioned to Military One Source. We had a website called move.mil that had all the moving information, but the reality is relocation goes beyond moving. So One Source is where families will go to for spouse employment. It's where families will go to for other forms of information on like kids' education and schools in the local area. So we're putting it in one place to make it easier on the family to get that information. And then the customer satisfaction surveys. We've told the industry that we do not want them giving satisfaction surveys to members because it skews the data a little when someone's sitting next to you at the kitchen table after a long day saying, hey, here's my survey, why don't you fill it out while I watch you, right? Instead, the government's going to be doing those surveys, and we're trying to make them mobile friendly. All these platforms will be accessible on a phone because the reality is, especially when you're moving, you're going to be more reliant on your phone than necessarily Wi-Fi or a computer someplace. And then all of that stuff gets wrapped up into various business rules that we've put in place for the 2021 moving season, as well as the upcoming 2022 moving season, so that we can codify it and work with industry to follow up and make certain that they're held accountable to what standards we currently have in writing. And with that, I'll stop because I want to stay within my time, but I'm more than happy to answer some questions afterwards. Once again, thanks for giving me some time to speak today.
No problem. So thank you so much for your comments and your insight there. So we are moving into our final question and answer period here. And I will kick it off here. This one is one that I know I've heard and I wanted to get your take on it. I'll give it to Elizabeth here first, in case you've heard about this issue. Have any of the panelists heard of landlords raising rent on military families off base during the pandemic? I know, just speaking personally for us in Congress, we've heard concerns about that military families were viewed as a sure thing, steady stream of income when the eviction moratorium was on, and they kind of felt like it was being taken out on them. So I'll pass that to you, Elizabeth.
So we have not heard of that specific issue, though I will note that service members who live off base, who are not in privatized housing, do to a certain extent have fewer protections than families living in privatized housing, although there are a whole host of issues related to privatized housing that we can talk about. But no, that is not a specific issue that GAO has heard of. I don't know if other panelists have.
I'll step into this one, and to be honest with you, I hate to do this because I don't want to sound negative, but I'm actually a landlord on a house. And for the last 2 years, the first year I did not raise rent, but the second year I raised it. And it wasn't necessarily to target a military member as much as the taxes continued to climb for the last 2 years. And I basically break even on the house that I'm in just to make up for the fact that I'm out of it. So I've just tried to match raising taxes. I'll just throw that out there, but that's just one perspective. Over.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, with our audience that we have with registered PCS grades members, we also have a closed group called Lost During My PCS. There's about 38,000 folks highly engaged in there. So just, speaking, and we learn a lot of pulse issues through both of these audiences. I haven't heard that one. It would be very easy to poll and find out very quickly. But as far as it just naturally bubbling up to the top, I just haven't heard it. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Gotcha. I'll go ahead and move on to our next one here. It is a good one. Why are military housing companies not being required to provide true Americans with Disabilities Act compliant homes? Several are providing quote unquote adaptable homes, which can be modified at the service member's expense to make them accessible, or they're building as ADA homes but have cabinets under sinks and high top counters. And I'll pass that over. We'll start with you, Todd.
I want to pass that over to Elizabeth or Joel or somebody really more on the military side, because I can't speak to the regs and the requirements when it comes to that. It's just not something I'm as familiar with. Elizabeth, I don't want to throw you under the bus, but is it something you've come across in the GAO world?
So we're 2 for 2 here on a question that has not come across our desk either, but it may be something that that GAO could look into. The one thing I will note is that there is, as part of the Tenants' Bill of Rights, as Todd knows, a move toward a common lease agreement that aims to get some of the inconsistencies across the different privatized housing projects out of the way, which has been a problem in the past. The other thing I would say is one of the issues that we have found when we've looked at the condition of privatized housing, whether it's an issue like the one that you just raised or others, is that military families on bases have not necessarily always known who to go to, who their advocate is. And I want to be very clear about this, that there are representatives of the privatized companies, the private developers on base, but there is also a military housing office staffed by DoD personnel. And their job is to advocate for military families if you're not getting your problem resolved with the private company. One of the things we found when we did our work is that those two offices were not necessarily clearly labeled on installations. They weren't always clearly distinguished from one another. So military families didn't know if they were talking to the military housing office or they were talking to the private company. All of the military services pursuant to our recommendations have taken steps to clarify that now, but it's taking some time for word to get out. So I would just say to any military family that might be having an issue like that, go to your military housing office, see what they can do to help you get that problem resolved if you're not getting resolution through the privatized housing partner.
And I'll just piggyback on that last part too. And one, use all your available resources. So certainly, as Elizabeth is talking about here, and yes, I know this is what PCS grades does, but obviously I believe strongly in it because to an extent, not at the exclusion of the other things that are available to us, but we can also in a way be our own best advocates. And I say that because I do know what motivates those privatized housing companies. Frankly, also the moving companies. These reviews have power. They pay attention to this stuff. They very much pay attention to what goes on in our closed group in Facebook. Even better, aggregated amounts of data that come from reviews has power. And I know that takes some of the control out of the hands of the DoD, but I think the good part of this is it puts a little bit more of the control back into the hands of who I think the true customer is, and it's the military families.
Once again, I came here pretty much to talk about the relocation process versus necessarily the housing piece. But based on personal experiences as an installation commander of Dover Air Force Base for a couple of years, as well as a father, my oldest son's severely disabled in a wheelchair. So I've got 20 years of experience with this sort of thing. And I would tell families a couple of things. One, in most cases, and laws and rules and everything's slightly differ, but in very generic terms, reasonable accommodations should not even be a problem, right? So depending on what you have to have done based on your circumstances, any sort of a landlord, whether it's off base or on base, owes you some sort of reasonable accommodation. At the same time, if it's specifically on base, please don't forget about your chain of command. Whether it's your direct supervisor who just may have a couple more years experience than you and may have handled something already, or had a friend or a buddy that told them a story and they can help guide you in the right direction. But specifically, most organizations have something the equivalent of like a first sergeant that is specifically trained and how to help out those families. And they'll know the rules. They'll know where the military offices are in order to get that assistance. So please don't ever be afraid to use your chain of command, specifically your first sergeant, your direct commander or supervisor.
I'll have a little more Transcom stuff in a second, but a quick one for Todd Ernst here. This question is from Mekia Bradley on Facebook. She's just wondering about methodology. How many people took your survey, and were those people reached out to by PCS grades, or was it a website survey?
Yeah, no, hey, I appreciate it. And so there were a couple of different surveys that were represented in there. Certainly there was places where you saw that I cited Blue Star Family specifically. We had we did a survey earlier this year with we've actually teamed up with the company that owns Century 21, Caldwell Banker, ERA, Better Homes and Gardens, a bunch of others, and that's one that we did with a data collection agency that does this stuff a living. So some of the data we got there was specifically through them. Some of the other data that I did share back was strictly through registered PCS grades members. And I'll admit there could be a bias there because of the types of people that are attracted to our platform. But I can certainly tell you that we know for a fact who those people are, what branch of service, what rank, whether they're a spouse or a military member. So I can break down a lot of demographic information on those folks. So without going into further detail, happy to talk to someone offline about it as well.
Thank you, Todd. So I believe this will be our last question before we go into our closing, but and I'll start with you, Colonel Safranek, because this relates directly to your job. This is an anonymous question. Families are routinely suffering losses totaling more than $10,000 during PCS moves, with moving companies refusing to pay and dragging their feet for months on end. What's being done to address this damage and loss to service members' belongings?
I would tell you to stick with the defined process that's already there, and that's to go to the military claims office. So once again, I feel like I've lived through all of this, right? So I've had 13 moves in 25 years, to include a move that was in excess of $10,000 in damages. So, kind of like the old commercial where there was the guy that said, "Hey, I'm not just a president of the hair club for men, but I'm a member as well," right? So not only am I the director for this thing, but I've lived through it. There's probably no story that anybody will say that I haven't had experience myself. And maybe that's why they put me in this position. But you get to a point where if you in that industry company don't agree, then you just walk and you agree to disagree. And you go through the military claims office and you take everything to them. And then it goes through that services judge advocate channel. And they look at everything. It's just like Mr. Ernst talked about, having that impartial third party that looks at everything and says, "Hey, look, here's kind of a final decision." Now, with that being said, you can't come to them with nothing and just say, "Hey, they owe me money," right? You're going to have to provide facts. You're going to have to provide photos. You're going to have to provide evidence. I had to do the same. I'll be honest. The hard part about that is just it is time consuming to put together all that data, and then you present that information to them. One of the downsides, just to be transparent and honest, is the government initially does a depreciated value. So the initial claim that you'll get from the military claims office will be of depreciated value, but then the government starts working with industry to get that full value. May take a little bit more time, but it'll be followed up on that way. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, just curious, Elizabeth, has GAO heard anything about problems with that? Because that is something that we hear coming into office pretty often.
It is. So when we were doing our look at this move to the global household goods contract that Colonel Safranek talked about, we looked at data about satisfaction with the moves, and that was one of the highest categories of complaints was, damaged goods and needing to get that problem addressed and having difficulties getting that problem addressed.
And if I can add one thing, when we do that customer-facing dashboard on the 24th of October, you can look at all sorts of data on that page. And what's interesting is, just being kind of a numbers person, I've tried to look at some of the data to figure out, hey, is there any one company that's better than another? Some companies may be late to delivery. And for someone like me that usually takes a bunch of leave in between PCSing, I'm like, I don't care if it's a week late because I'm taking 3 weeks of leave. It'll still get there before me. So I may be more than happy with that sort of a company. Others, you'll see companies that have a large number of claims, but the value of those claims is low, which for whatever reason, that company seems to break inexpensive things. But then there's other companies that may have a low amount of claims, but the dollar value is high. So once again, it's just the data for you to be able to look at to see, hey, how is this particular company performing compared to what my needs may end up being?
Okay, well, thank you so much, everyone. That brings us to the end of the final panel. And thank you so much to our final panelists here and all of our panelists today. That concludes the panel discussion. I would now like to invite the co-chairs of the Congressional Military Family Caucus to offer their closing remarks. There has been so much interesting information brought up today, and it sounds like all of us here in Congress have some stuff to work on here. Thank you to our caucus co-chairs, Congressman Sanford Bishop and Kathy McMorris Rogers. They're each going to give us some comments here. So with that, I'll turn it over to my boss, the one and only Kathy McMorris Rogers.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you for a great job in helping lead. I'm just thrilled to be here with the co-chair of the Congressional Military Family Caucus, Sanford Bishop. He's been a great partner in this effort. A big thank you to everyone who has participated. This has become one of my favorite events of the year, and it's always great to hear from the service members, the military spouses, the families. It's your feedback and your insight that is so important to us. It's incredibly helpful as we go to work on your behalf here on Capitol Hill. We will never be able to repay you for the sacrifices that you and your family make for our country, but it doesn't mean that we aren't going to stop trying. And by you participating in today's summit, it just helps us do our jobs more effectively. I'm always inspired by our military families all across the country, from Georgia to Washington State. Your ability to overcome unique challenges each and every day, your willingness to share your stories with us is a testament to your strength and your commitment. I was especially moved by the education panel. As you know, my husband, Brian, and I have 3 kids, and we are striving every day to make sure that they get the best education possible. We faced our own challenges, finding the right school for our son, Cole, who has Down syndrome. And it's one that is so familiar to many of you. But I can't imagine trying to add on having a spouse deployed, the COVID-19 pandemic, and things just seeming more difficult than they've ever been. We are committed to continuing to work with our colleagues on Capitol Hill to give you the peace of mind that your children's education will always stay on track, regardless of where you are stationed. Clearly, there's a lot to do. I want you to know that some of my takeaways will be to continue to make improvements to the Exceptional Family Member Program, fix the broken military housing situation, finally resolve this issue of military spouse licensure, and really focusing on military mental health. And as you all know, there's more. The good news is that we heard some great ideas today, which is the goal of this year's summit. And I encourage each of you to continue engaging with me, my team, as well as my my partner, the co-chair, Congressman Sanford Bishop. We are here to serve you. We want to help. And we also just urge you and your other family members to get involved. The challenges before us are great, but together I know that we can make a difference. So thank you everyone who helped make the 2021 Military Family Caucus Summit a great success. A big thank you to Congressman Sanford Bishop for your amazing work on this. You are a wonderful host. Thank you to our First Lady, Jill Biden, for providing the events and for her continued focus. Just thank you everyone for taking the time to share your time, your knowledge. It's so important for everyone who participated, as well as the amazing service members and their families who aren't able to participate, but benefit from this discussion. And we're grateful for your unwavering service. Thanks again, everybody. I look forward to seeing you next year, hopefully in person at Fairchild Air Force Base. God bless you, and may God continue to bless the United States of America.
And thank you, Congresswoman Kathy McMorris Rodgers. And now the co-chair and host of today's Congressional Military Family Caucus, my boss, Congressman Sanford Bishop.
Thank you so very much. And let me just associate myself with every one of the remarks from my co-chair, Kathy McMorris Rodgers. She said it. I hate to try to repeat what she said because I have to say ditto. Let me go a little bit further though and extend a special thanks to our staffs. Paul and Matthew, you have done an extraordinary job in managing this summit today. It has been extraordinary and we are so grateful. And we also want to thank your teams in our respective offices, the Office of Congressman Bishop, the Office of Congresswoman McMorris Rodgers, because it was a team effort and you had the support of your staffs in helping to make this a very successful event. And certainly as co-chair of the Congressional Military Family Caucus, we want to thank each and every participant who shared in this experience today, our keynote speakers, our panelists, and the participants. Your questions were helpful, your comments were helpful, and believe me, we will take them into consideration as we return to Washington to make sure that we look after the needs of our military families. As the co-chair of the Congressional Military Family Caucus and vice chair of the Appropriations Subcommittee of Military Construction and Veterans Affairs, please rest assured that the well-being of our men and women in uniform and their families will continue to be our priorities. The strength of our military is drawn from the strength of their families. And we want to do all that we can to protect our warriors and their loved ones. We cannot rest on our laurels or think that old solutions can fix new problems. The nature of our military is growing, and as it grows, our ability to serve the diverse needs of our military families must also grow. We must continue to work on areas that need improvement, as well as explore new areas of concern. Today's conversations have made it clear that there is much work to be done in behalf of our military families. This is where our caucus comes into play. Events like today give us the perspective, information, and community connections we need to educate our colleagues in Congress so that we can build a stronger coalition to address the challenges that you face. I look forward to continuing the good work of the Military Family Caucus with Congresswoman McMorris Rodgers and the 68 other members of Congress who make up this caucus. I would also like to ask everyone who has joined us today, advocates for the well-being of our military families, to continue your dialogue with members of Congress. The members of our caucus and other members of Congress need to hear from you. Your stories are inspiring, your experience is instructive, and your voices are powerful. I want to thank our service members and their families for your commitment and your sacrifice. I want to thank everyone who attended this event, and I look forward to our continued work together to improve the quality of life for our military families so that Congress and our country can honor the commitment and sacrifice that our service members and their families make every single day. God bless you, and God continue to bless America.